Oh, yeah, it'll be slower. Yeah, I also figure build 42 will probably be slower until multiplayer. Like it'll probably have its up and down ticks, but I'm willing to bet until the multiplayer actually makes it in. Build 42 and Product Zomboid is going to be pretty tame going forward. It's going to be like kind of declining. That's not unusual. That's the same thing that happened for Build 41. Anyways, we're going to be checking out Foundation today. For those who are not familiar with this game, this is a city builder style game. The big thing that this one has is it's not a grid-based city builder. So it's not like you go, here's a house, it's 2x3, or like zone, there's your house, and then like that house fits in that spot. You don't go, here's my granary, it's 2x2. You don't do that kind of thing. It's a lot more organic. And they also have the idea that like the buildings can build out and up and wide and all that stuff. Let's see, just wait until the huge creator video comes out, like Markiplier's. This video ends when you die, Product Zomboid Run. I mean, you'll have those. For those who don't know, that does happen. Like if you looked at the numbers with Build 41 from Product Zomboid, it like shot up and it kind of tapered off, and then you have like a big creator bump and it come back down, and the next big creator bump and it come back down. But it was still generally trending down. The only thing that kind of was a big sticking boost is like we had like the English launch of Product Zomboid, and then it picked up in Brazil, and then it picked up in Korea. Actually, I think it was Korea then Brazil. So we did have like a weird little waviness because it blew up in different markets. But as a creator, those other places weren't speaking English. That doesn't... It only helped a little bit. But yeah, so we're going to be checking it out. We did play, I believe, the early access version of this almost 3 years ago, I think. And this game is fully released now. You can see it's version 1.10. They've been very on it with updating the game since they released. But let's go ahead and pop in here. I don't remember anything about the game. So I'm guessing that's making the river fatter. You can have lakes. You can make it have islands. Listen to all that, and I assume we can make it coastal, and it does reshuffle. Alright, well I think having the river is the most interesting to me. We could randomize the seed a couple of times, get an idea of what the map can look like. So it does seem like it has a tendency to really want to do an island and all that. So that's kind of interesting. We have no idea what a good and a bad map in there, but it did start us on the river, and it did start us with this. So select your rules. Oh, that is a lot. Okay. So we have enjoy a relaxed, easygoing experience with minimal challenge. The classic is where it started. Play the game as intended, perfect for your first playthrough. Difficult, more suited for meticulous strategists, the challenge one. Creative, freely build and focus on creation without economic constraints. And then I can't actually choose custom. I'm assuming we have to like win a round or something like that. I'm going to leave it on classic with all the default settings. Because that's literally the way it says it's intended to be played. Generally speaking, when I play a game for the first time, I am going to take the time to just play it whatever their default intended settings are, and then I up and down from there in future playthroughs. We will have the tutorial, because I haven't played in forever. Ever happy population. Okay, so we can make it so people are always happy, our armies cannot be hurt, so there's apparently combat. You can do cosmetic construction. Yeah, so it instantly completes cosmetic stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We have optional events that will enable narrative events. Okay. Non-depletable small mineral deposits. Okay, so you could sit there and have, like... Okay, so I'm assuming as we'll have, like, big mineral deposits that we could slowly chip away at, but then there's, like, tiny ones we could pick at forever. So you could probably go, like, challenge. That might be off. Prospect all minerals. Okay, so there is territory I will need to secure to find more materials, and we don't know what's there till we prospect it. Yeah, so we'd have to up-tech our trade routes. We don't pre-unlock everything. We don't own all the territories. And then all the things like environmental resources, territorial upkeep, happiness, rewards, military hazards, trade routes, taxes, and workplace production is all balanced. Okay, so it seems like a very neutral one. Cool. Select your aspiration. Relax and play on my own. For players who wish to set their own goals and see where their journey takes them. Build a prestigious burg. For players who want to play with taxation and labor workforces. Build a prosperous priory. For players who want to focus on the monastery and trading. Build a mighty stronghold. For experienced players who want to dive into the military side of the game. So this seems to be the neutral one. That, like, it's not going to have any weighting one way or the other. It's just going to be what it is. And then you could also say, like, I would rather just kind of have, like, a banished experience where I'm just here to, like, build my town and have thing that. Hit a big personal best at Zomboid. First run, not heavily modded, 1k kills. Nice. Heck yeah. And I have no idea about this. This, I assume, would be the equivalent of, like, a culture or whatever one going, economics. And that's if you just want to fight. Since we don't know anything about the game, we will just choose the default and move forward. Describe your village. Would you ever play Black and White on stream? Is that the one where you had, like, you were like an omnipotent being and you had, like, your creatures and you could go and, like, you'd campaign, you could, like, zap the other people with lightning and throw rocks or whatever. And then you could either pet or slap around your creature depending on how they behaved. Probably not, mostly because I think getting that to run would be hard on Windows 11. Because that was, what, Windows 95, 98 that came out? It was a good game. But yeah, no, that would, that'd have to be something interesting. XP? Yeah, that'd still have to be something that'd be a specific reason for that, because that's... I doubt many people are looking for Black and White. I think I tried to play. I had a copy around here somewhere. I think I tried to play that once. Not on stream. And just getting it running, I was just like, never mind. It's one of those games that would fall into, I'm playing this for nostalgia, not for a specific reason. Alright. So you can randomize, undo. Is there an axe? There should be an axe for us to... We'll use the ultimate enemy here. The tree. It's gonna be... There. Fear the tree. Only because they don't have an axe. Alright. The village name... We're all doomed. Berg. Choose title. Alright, I guess we're going with Pioneer, considering that's my only title. Your name. So let's see, your name, let's see. Have you ever played Universe Sim? Yes! Yeah, I remember having some fun with Universe Sim. Were we playing for just the name? Because, I mean, I know I can just put in, like, Rual, Storge and all that. But, there's always silly stuff we could do with this. Eh. It's like Bob. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just do Rual Storge. I don't want to sit here for like 20 minutes trying to come up with a name. Okay, because usually in a lot of these games... What about Unreal World? That one doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head. Just a lot of games. It's maybe one I've looked at. I don't think I've played that one. Alright. A new beginning. After a long journey throughout the realm, your people finally reached new lands. Your lands. Because you kill anyone who comes in here. Territory can be settled for resources of your own. Your villagers await your command and are eager to offer advice on how to proceed should you require it. Let me hear your advice. It is basically saying, hey, I'm going to teach you the game. Quest module. Your objectives are displayed on the quest module. The quest module will display your current objectives and quests throughout the game. Cool. So we're just gonna go ahead and see, like, alright, there's how you move the camera. Cool, you move the camera. Oh, that's the opposite way I expect the scroll wheel to work, but that's okay. There's that one. Your first territory. Start building your village. You must choose your first territory. Each available starting territory has basic resources you need to begin settling your new land. Later, you will expand into new territories. Cool. So we have our choice of this territory that's along the shore here with a rock and some trees. We got a couple over here. We've got this one along the shore. The island is not one. And then these apparently are the borders of the map. It does look like they've got proper rendering of stuff outside there, so I don't know if we'll expand farther later or what, or if we're constrained to this area. So I have no context that scroll wheel works entirely different than I expected. It's really throwing me. I have no context to what is important in this. There looks to be some type of resource here, some stone, some trees, some water. Oh, this map is bigger than I gave it credit for. Yeah, we got the same thing here. I don't know what that is. Let's start here. Because I've got no better idea. Let's start down here. Oh, it's not only an update, it's the full release. Which they've been updating regularly. Action module. Most actions, like placing new buildings or expanding your territory, can be performed by the action module at the bottom center of the screen. Oh, I gotcha. Alright. So, placing a village center. Now I've decided where to settle, I must establish a village center. Okay, so build, village center. I have to put it in here. I am going to put it right here because I have no idea where else to put it. Because I know nothing about how the game plays yet. I can rotate it. I have no anything about it, so let's build it. Let's see, interacting with the world. A villager wants to speak with you. Click on the bubble to start the interaction. The second piece of advice comes... Alright, advice on organizing work. A second piece of advice comes from a young, enterprising villager. Rather than letting everyone fend for themselves, she suggests that you organize laborers into appropriate workplaces. They could be camps. We could have whips. I want whips. Whips are fun. Builders into workshops. Woodcutters into lumber camps. Berry gatherers into their huts, and so on. Let's put this advice to practice. Alright. So, before constructing anything, you have to decide where builders will work. Build a builder's workshop. Cool. And again, I have no context of where anything should be yet, so I'm going to go ahead and put it right there. It'll unpause the game. Click on the plus button to building panel to automatically assign the nearest villager to work. Okay. There you go. Alright, now they want us to build a lumber camp and assign a new lumberjack. I'll put that. So, if I put it over the trees, it deletes the trees. I'm assuming the red circle means it's going to upset people living there. Let's put that... Actually... I'm going to put it right next to this place. Alright. They gotta wait for this guy to build it. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and assign 3 people there, because everyone else is just standing around doing nothing. So the least I could do is try and get more people working on this to build it faster. There are fast forward tools for when we get comfortable. So there's a lumberjack. Painting and woodcutting. Wood resources require you paint the area that is fit for woodcutting using the paint tool. Okay. Woodcutting. Yeah, go ahead and cut all of that down if you don't mind. On right-click cleans it. And go ahead and just... Can I go out of my bounds? No, I didn't think so. Because it'd be weird that I could just ignore territory boundaries. So we'll start with that. Produce berries. Alright, so it didn't tell me how to do this, but I'm going to go ahead and do this. So, forestry camp replants trees. You're just going to let me build that all the way up in there? We'll start that. And then a gathering hut. Okay, so we got 3... Okay, so we got tons of berries on the tile. I'm assuming we'll have a... We'll get a thing for, that later. So it's going to take us a little bit to get this started, because we are just learning the game. But in a little bit, we'll start getting that. Okay. Paint the forestry area. Yeah, so for right now, this, the right side of that, we're gonna paint stuff. I'll probably end up having to chop down these trees too, but worry about that when we get there. Oh, right. Let's see, per building zone. Some buildings require designated areas to operate. You can do that. We already did that because, you know, there's that. We've got the berry person. And I do not need to draw a place for them to work. They just do. So that's going to be getting our first food. I do see we're getting our resources up here, so that's a good start. Did we not produce berries already? Waiting for workers. I am on free time. You think you get time off? Who do you think? Who do you think you are taking time off? We need to go drag out Susan. She really likes whips. That doesn't sound as good and vocalized as it does in my head. Advice, needs, and happiness. Now you have organized your laborers, you can tend to their needs and happiness. Make sure they have access to fresh water and housing. As for food, you will first need people to store and distribute the berries they collected. From there, your village will have everything it's needed for the first wave of immigrants. Let's put this advice to practice. Paint a residential zone. Housing is built automatically by your villagers within a residential area. Areas you have painted beforehand. To mark a residential area, paintbrush... Okay, I get it. So basically, if I say, I want my people to live here, I go like this. And that's now a housing district. Villagers' need. Every member of your village is looking to satisfy essential and additional needs. Villagers fulfill their needs by consuming resources such as berries for the rustic food need, visiting buildings such as churches for service need. Check the details by hovering over each need and the villager window. So I can click on a villager, like you, and it'll be like, I need water, rustic food, housing, refined food service. Alright. And so you got a stone cutter and a well. Needless to say, the well requires a stone cutter, so I'm going to go ahead and put that around the town center. So it looks like my only stone resource is way over there. So I am going to go ahead and plunk that down here. which I don't know if it's a good, bad, or other decision. But yeah, so part of it is like when you don't have like, you don't place every house, they kind of just do their own thing, which has its pros and cons to it. And you'll notice the walkways here, they aren't something that I'm putting down a road here that they kind of, you know, dig their own paths by walking around. I actually like that mechanic they've been adding into more and more games. Just because it is always weird that, like, you have these people walking around everywhere. I'm like, you'd have a path. Like, just the people walking there, you'd end up with a path because you'd be trampling the grass again. Oh, poor Alfred. So it does look like the villagers don't have age and they can be named. Do they have like a Twitch integration thing? Because I'd be on board with that. I don't think so. This would be a good game for Twitch integration if they have that then. Because manually naming them gets real tiring real fast. Yeah, so you're at a prosperity measurement of 2 because we have population that's appropriate. Yeah, so we're working on getting our stone cutter yes, the stone cutter online. In the meantime, we can go ahead because we still have unemployed people. Is there someplace here that we could see people who are employed or not? We have 2 unemployed villagers right now. So keep the builder up to keep that going. Probably go and add another woodcutter. So we got 1 unemployed person right now. Let all of that run. And then once we get the unemployed person like that, we'll put the last person on there. And it mentioned storing food. But I didn't see a specific building for storing stuff. So I don't know if it means storing in this building or what. Oh, you can rename everything. Okay. Alright, so get a person... Oh, I don't have a villager left? Okay. In that case, let's go to the builders. Let's take 2 off of that. Get 1 assigned over there. And we'll keep the food and wood coming. Because we're seeing that... Ah, I don't actually have a person to work that role. Gotcha. So when I unassign them, they'll finish their current task before they actually unassign. And I can't reassign them. Okay, I understand. Alright, so they will finish their task they're in the middle of and all that. And I'm keeping the game running on double time so that it doesn't take too long. But one of the things I remember that you could do is you can go in here and... I don't know which buildings, but there are some buildings. Yeah, we can edit the building. And I'll get abilities like add wings and expand and do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, so you got like building snap parts and all that. I don't think we have access to any of that quite yet, though. Our coffers are getting full of money. They're insufficient. Yet we have coin tendency of 0, so I'm assuming we just started nearly full of money. Ah, they have levels to it. Okay, so they level up their skills. So if having a person dedicated to a job is going to be better than bouncing them around, because a lot of games don't have that. Oh, I didn't realize they're going to make these cool little fences to have like paths in between them and all that. Look at you. And look at this poor person who's apparently their yard is what everyone cuts through to get through. Don't walk through the clearly designated divider. Just cut through that guy's yard. Their yard. Alright. And the well should get built relatively soon. We've got one unemployed person. Let's go ahead and put one more person mining since it's a long hike to get that stone. Because that's what we're waiting on right now, is I need the stone to make the well to continue the tutorial. For right now, even though they have nothing to do, I'm going to leave them assigned. Since we have identified that people sticking in the same profession in this game does matter. So if we keep going with that, even if it takes me a while to build up the population to need that extra labor to be pulling the food, they'll already have a lot of experience versus pivoting them around. Unless I just run into a situation where I just don't have the people to do the jobs I need doing. Alright, so we're getting the well built. But I've seen you can do some pretty ridiculous construction. Like, I know FG's been playing this game, and so she has her treasury as this giant spire with the money on the top. So that people trying to steal her money have almost no chance of success because they have to climb the giant tower to get to it. Multi-part building. Some buildings, such as the market, have multiple parts, and can be customized that way. Each part has a cost and can have a specific effect. Check the details in the part description. Okay, so new building, market. So we've got a food stall and a rustic tent. I'm not sure where my residential boundary is. Provides resources to your villager. Provides resources to your villager. Rustic market tent. Welcome protection for your precious merchandise and those who sell it. Increase the building part capacity by 20. That's an upfront cost of 5. Requires to be attached. That does not. So I guess we start with this main building. We'll see what happens with that. You think you got a physics mod for Fallout 4 to work now that you can change the configure and hopefully fix them? Okay, congrats. Alright. Yeah, okay, so I see. So we will build the market and then the stall, and then I will be able to put a person to work the market stall to sell my extra berries, to turn my surplus food into cash. Ah, excellent. We're setting up our village and we're already going for the money. Love to see it. You're not going farther into the physics mod? That's fine. Like I said, I do love games that have added this. One of the games I've seen that does like the walking paths the best is Captains of Industry, which is it's an automation game, kind of like Factorio, but a lot more like, you know, semi-trucks and backhoes and stuff like that. But I just really like they do a really good job of you have the areas the trucks keep going by that they'll like dig up the dirt and make it into like pretty pronounced paths, and if they stop following that route long enough, it'll eventually overgrow again. Yeah, so you're in there. Oh, you need fabric of some kind. Oh, we have some. Okay, never mind. Alright. No workers assigned. Oh, everyone is already working. So assigned category, berries. Hey, one of you? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But I'm gonna pretend to be sorry. Wait, did I just get a new person available? Alright, whatever. Okay, so... we are actively building this. And then we're gonna have a marker. Budget. We have spent 55, whatever our currency is, on construction. I am noticing the first tile we got is not much space. Because we only controlled this little territory here. Whereas there's tons more. What also makes me curious is I was only allowed to choose certain starting locations. My assumption is because they recognize you needed stone, water, or whatever. So they probably have like the 3 or 4, these are the things you're required to be able to start. We're all Doomedburg is now a village. Unlock the new title of Lord or Lady. I'm assuming I could change my title then. Raise the happiness to 75. The current happiness is 50. Oh, here we go. Edit building. You can edit a constructed building by pressing edit building. You can move and rotate the building parts. Some building parts can be scaled up. Multiple part buildings can be improved farther with new parts. Monuments can be improved with additional parts and sub-buildings. Okay, basically, I can just scale up buildings. So let's hit edit building. Okay. The question is, how do I rotate that before? Yeah, so you're required to be attached. And I can get that to snap here. But I want to do it so, like, it's next to it. It could be that that's just not a good choice for me to put that there. Let's see. You'll just have to place a building part and keep the selection. You can click and drag to scale up some buildings. Okay, I see. So go ahead and do this. And I'll make another market booth. Oh, that's part of the same building. Did I cancel that? Delete. I don't want to destroy the whole building. I'd like to get rid of what I just did. Because I did not understand. Ah, there we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Alright. Oh, here we go. Advice of profiteering from trade. Gouge the other person on their basic necessities. A business-minded villager proposes creating a trade route with the closest neighbor, Northbury, way in the south, to sell resources for a profit and obtain items that cannot be produced locally. Northbury needs planks, so you should start with those. Okay. Unlocking new buildings. Some buildings are not available at the start of the game. You need to unlock them through the progression screen. Unlocking them requires you to reach their tier, which may require a certain number of prosperities and estate splendor. Once there, you must pay a certain amount of coins or influence to unlock it for your city. Okay, so we got a tech tree. That's the reason. So this is our tech tree. Get out of my face real quick. I understand I have a new building. All right, I'll close that. I'll click on this. You want me to build a sawmill? Really wishing this spot wasn't as cramped right about now. I'm going to shove the sawmill as close to the edge of the corner as I can. Because then I can just go back and forth with that. Okay, we have... Gotcha. That's just information. Alright, so now onto this. So we can do storage, unlock storage for your resources, costs us a little bit of money, gives us a warehouse and granary for raw materials and food. We can do fishing. It gives you fish. We can make a bridge, which unlocks a bridge that will allow villagers across gaps. And a village fence is a decorative fence. Controls the movement around your land. So that's a way, like, if you don't want your villagers cutting all over the place and making a mess of everything, you can kind of contain them to roads. I feel like storage is the most important for us right now, and then probably fishing next. So we got the granary and we got the warehouse. I wish I had more space for everything. We'll get there, but I'm definitely feeling the lack of space here pretty bad. Alright, and then we'll have the... Ah, so that's giving me new people. They didn't tell me it was giving me new people, but icons kind of told me on their own. This is not convenient for where we're making our food. We'll go and put the granary right here next to the market by the residential. And I guess what we'll do in the meantime is we go ahead and get the paintbrush. Make that a little bit bigger. Yeah, so you're running out of logs. Once I get that built would be good. Immigration. We have average immigration with average happiness and average employment. Excellent. We are toting the exact averageness that we desire in our lives. Wonder if we have other goods we could choose. So right now, berries are the only thing I could sell. That's fine. Yeah, so we played this way back when it first came into early access, so I think it's like 2-3 years ago or something like that that we played this. It's one of the first games I got a key for. The comfort of mediocrity. Yes, we are hedging the precise average. What's your thought on Foundation so far? I'm liking a lot of change instead of like having to put down all the houses. You just kind of like, that's the residential. We haven't gotten to mess much with the modular buildings, but I like the idea around that. Where instead of you slap down a building and go, there it is, that you can kind of like customize and expand the building and do different benefits there. I see we've got fish down here. Let's also check. Probably, yep, we can unlock the fishery while we're waiting. Food. Must be in water. Invalid position. Okay. So, it says it must be in the water, but if I move it too far, it tells me invalid position. Oh. Oh, that's... I was looking at that arrow being... Yeah, that makes way more sense. In that case, drag all of you over here. Making this like the industrial part of the village. Yeah, I mean, the fish are there. That's fine. It's just wood. If it ends up being a problem, wood is very renewable from what I'm seeing. Alright, so you got 4 more people who are not currently employed. Get 1 more stone cutter just to have them. These should be built soon, and I'll have a couple of workers to put over there. Villager path is blocked. Where? If you're going to... Okay. I was like, you're going to tell me it's blocked. You need to either give me an icon on the map or make it so I can click to go there. Because it'd be like, something's wrong in the city. Okay, could you be more specific? No! No, I cannot. Alright, so put 2 people on the sawmill. Now, if we go to the market, can I add... Oh, we can add fish to there. So that's the question. If I want to put a market selling something else, I can't just add more stalls, can I? I think the way the stalls are going to end up working is just end up putting our stall here. Do you think there's an issue with the alert? If you click on the event, it will take you to the villager? Yeah, I tried, and it just didn't do anything. So I think it was just that specific one was being weird. Yeah, so like, that just wants to snap in here. So let's do the same thing we did before. I'm going to rotate that around. Now I have another good to sell. I'm assuming that'll make our people happy. Put a tent in there. And it'll be able to sell fish. Alright. So immigration high due to high employment. Oh, that's actually pretty good. So what it's telling us here with the immigration thing is if I have a very low unemployment rate, it kind of nudges immigration up, which is, you know, to a certain extent realistic. If you have an area that's got lots and lots of job opportunity and all that, it's going to be in a higher demand for people who are looking for work. Now, granted, the counter argument is like there, if like the happiness was like abysmal but the employment was high, those would be mitigating factors for each other. It's our new people immigrating into the village. Cutting through this guy's yard. As it was meant to be. And we'll leave the yard 3 because I still have 2 more buildings I want to have people work at over here, and then I got tent. Or, not tent. We got the market here. I also kind of like, when you play a lot of these games and you build your housing, they tend to just decimate all the trees in the surrounding area, just completely lob down the entire forest, so it's just like flat land. I kind of like this one the way it is carving little pockets into trees. But like, we've got our markets in here. But they didn't just chop down the entire forest and clear it out. I totally forgot the granary is even being built there. Oh, you know what I probably should do? Where's my builder's tent? There, we'll take some of those workers, and we'll get them building to play catch-up, because that's fallen behind. So yeah, they'll cut out where the actual building goes, but they'll leave the trees in between. And I'm sure if we wanted to, I could take the woodcutters and be like, hey, chop that down as well. Right now with the forestry and all that, I'm not struggling. It seems like they're pretty generous on the speed that the trees grow and all that. Oh, houses. I was like, what are you cutting down half the woods over there for? Right, houses. Cool. So we've gotten our pointed prestige and all that. I'm probably not going to build these anytime soon. But we can make a bridge. So the question is... Right. So I could build it, but it costs planks that are expensive. That's fine. I figured pretty much that's how it would. Cool. Now I can make the fences. So if we wanted, we could spare our poor friend over here, having everyone cut through their yard every single day of their life. We could put a stop to that and route them between the houses. We're not doing that though. Because it does amuse me, honestly, quite a bit, that everyone visiting this entire village is not following this very clearly defined path right here, but instead cutting through this person's yard. Because that is a thing that would totally happen in real life, and amuses me greatly. Alright, so how long do we have the next batch of people immigrating here? Incoming in 5 days. I have no concept of how long a day... Okay, I guess not long is what a day is. Oh yeah, get off my lawn. Sorry. Literally the entire village is going to cut through your lawn. Every single person in it. All of them. Your lawn. Okay, so get at least one worker on the warehouse and one worker on the granary. Villager path blocked. Willen could not reach their destination. We'll see what happens with this. Maybe I tucked that too close to the edge of the map. Now I got someone fishing. Alright, so at 10 prosperity, we will start getting more trades goods. I'm assuming tooling is going to be important. Yeah, I'm assuming tooling will be important and probably extended village edicts. Allows an edict slot. I'm assuming that's some type of, like, direction you could sway. That, like, maybe you boost the commerce of your village, like the money you make per sale. But in doing so, it, like, lowers the happiness of your people because now they're paying, you know, even more for their food or whatever. Or, like, you could make it so your people are more efficient with their raw materials, but then they actually extract the raw materials slower kind of thing. I have no idea what the actual ones are, and don't spoil them, but that would be my guess of what the edicts are, because there's usually a thing. You had a game? Yeah, no, I'm a variety streamer. I have been playing a lot of Product Zomboid lately, but I do play a variety of games. So we're checking out, we played Foundation in, like, its super-duper early version. Way back, and it went 1.0 like a week or two ago. Actually, how long has it been? 6 days ago. And they've had, I think since they've done that, I think they've had like 4 updates, like significant updates. So they've been like really on top of like bug fixes and all that. Alright, so how long do you say? 7 days. But like, it said 7 days, but then we had people cruising in here in no time. Because that's for our other market stall, which will sell fish. So our wood is struggling a little bit, but we are making a bunch of planks. We've got plenty of stone going on. What was... Ah, it was letting me know that they were running out of wood. For lumberjacks, nuts. And okay, so we do have a full group. That's fine. It's probably because we're doing aggressive expansion right now. I probably won't need that many lumber camps. They do seem to produce relatively quickly. My assumption is just because we're expanding our buildings really, really fast as we're unlocking them at the moment. It's just a pretty big burden on the wood supply. Okay, here comes our next group of villagers, so we can start assigning people to the next thing. We can get one on the marketplace there, and maybe the second one on the fish. Oh no, there's only one fish person. That's fine. We'll find a building that could use an extra body. We can go here. Assign a worker here to sell fish. Okay. I don't think we need another person working that right now. And you're resting. Oh, I have to actually assign these. Okay. I understand. So the warehouses don't do anything by themselves. You have to actually sit there and say, hey, you're going to carry wood, you're going to carry this. Paper, cloth, stone. Opening the Royal Book. Now you have access to the Royal Book. The Royal Book contains, no space, useful information about various features, like the capability to establish trade routes with your neighbors. Cool. Yeah, so I have to assign all these. That's fine. As you're planning on picking a new game to play, having struggled picking between this and Timberborn, obviously you just started, but any thoughts if this is worth a buy? I'm enjoying this so far. This game is fully released. Timberborn is not, but it would also say, of the two games, I think so far, Timberborn had me far more convinced kind of thing. Now, I mentioned the Royal Book. Royal Book, there we go, so tab. Ah, okay. I missed that there's these tabs up here. Yeah, so all that's locked, so I can't do anything. Trade routes. We can unlock a trade route for 20 planks. Okay. Start a trade route. Okay. Buy from them, sell to them. I don't really understand how this works. So we unlocked the trade route. Establish a deep within the thicket and Housebury welcomes you with a warm heart. We can buy tools, cloth, berries, whatever from them. And we could sell them stone, planks, and a bunch of stuff we don't have. Okay. The current level of trade route to the neighbor. Higher levels allow you to trade larger volume of resources. Volume of the maximum quantity can be traded each per... Oh, the visitor... Okay, so the trader will come to me and then we exchange. That's what I was trying to figure out, was how on earth we do this. So we can... Gotcha. So we could say, hold on to, but don't sell. Track the resources, make it easier to locate. So let's see what happens if we track berries. So oh. Oh, okay. So tell me where stuff is if I track it. Fair enough. I don't think I want to do that right now. So that way, if you have a resource you're not sure what's going on, you have all of your villagers, their names and all that. Yeah, they keep getting stuck in here for whatever reason. We could also go here. We have buildings. It tells us, okay, so I can assign and unassign people from here. That's good to know. Budget just shows me the overall budget. That's fine. We burned about 50 on construction. We're using 1 for upkeep. Yeah, so we got a couple of dollars on upkeep spent. We have our logs of what's happened. We have the village map. So I'm assuming this lets me see the entire area. We have a progression. Okay, so it looks like right now we're just in build up the population. I only need one more progression points to unlock the next thing. That's a lot of trees? Yes. But yeah, so like Timberborn to me is a very interesting game. Insufficient housing. Oh, I have to allow sale of planks from the resource tab, so I missed it. Trade routes. Sorry, resources tab. Planks. Okay, here we go. Sell everything above value. Right now, let's say 20. I think that's enabled. I'm not too sure with the UI here. Okay, we don't have any of the other goods. So we'll see. So basically it's saying we'll hold on to 20. Anything more we get than 20 we'll sell. Advice. Manor House. You've gone with great strides recently. A light-hearted woman recognizes your progress and thanks you on behalf of her folks for your hard work. To help manage the village and enact mandates, she suggests you build a manor house and a great hall. Let's put this advice into practice. Okay. Oh, I can now buy another segment of territory. Alright, so I am able to, like, just buy more land. Interestingly, none of this has a cost right now. So I feel like, well, that's the biggest one. That'd be the hardest to do anything with. We have purchased our first territory. Your first monument. Monuments represent the greatness of your village. They are an assemblage, or they're the assemblage of multiple buildings called sub-buildings, each with its own function. Your first step is making the monument is to choose the initial sub-building you wish to add, then design it with the multi-part building. Don't worry. Don't worry about deciding the sub-building to build first. You can add as many sub-buildings as you wish using the edit afterwards. Alright, and I bought this place because clearly I'm putting my manor on the top of the hill so that I may lord upon the peasants beneath me. I mean... No, I think I meant that. Okay. So... we can go here. Everything just got way more complicated. Manor house, castle, monastery. Let's see. A manor house is a mansion with offices and halls dedicated to the village's rulership. Great hall, tax office. A castle unlocks a castle monument which lets you recruit, train. Alright, so let's start with this one. We will want some of these other things, but I'll worry about that in a minute. So, monument. Oh, you are a lot. Sure. That makes it real expensive, in case you're wondering. That is certainly compensating for something. The structure is not architecturally stable. Alright. House functions for your monument. House functions for your monument. A warm heath is a heart and soul. I don't know what that means. A simple manor entrance, visitor location, a simple passageway, a woodshed, a weather vane, a large manor entrance, reinforced chimney, a tiny room that should be sufficient for a broom or two. So I've got chimneys, doors. I see. So you can cookie cutter together the whole place. Oh, we are bankrupting our entire home. I'm gonna spend way too much on all of this. Okay, this is something they should not have given me. Giving me this power was a mistake. We got a covered stable. And a fence for it. A major tower and a minor tower. Sure. I'm gonna regret that so fast. Oh, so you can make it right angles or whatever. Alright, we're gonna spend way too much time on this. It is the city builder, and they've given me too much power. They've given me way too much power here. Put a woodshed here. A rustic shed next to it. This is where visitors patiently wait until you decide to hear them. Outside. Seeing if there's like a little like bonus room or like a little guest house thing it could build. And the ridiculous tower. Alright, as much a meme as I actually don't like how tall that is. I do want to have like an unreasonably tall tower, but that increases the resource cost, and it was already getting pretty way above and beyond anything I could reasonably afford right now. Is there anything else you want to add to this place? Can the guest house be a sad shack? Well, they don't, like, that's the thing. We can make a bunch of these buildings, but, like, none of them are, like, dedicated. Alright, well, let's see what happens. Okay, so now we're gonna just deplete all the resources of the village to build our house. Okay, so back to what I was working on, which is I want to go over here. I know we need tooling. I'm noticing where I've scaled up the UI, it's cutting off and I can't drag that back and forth. So I turned up the UI because I prefer to have the UI turned up in my stuff. But it does look like this screen does have a problem. Let's try 120 scaled up UI. Alright, so what the heck was even new? Because I was just so stuck in that. So we got an iron mining camp, a charcoal hut, an iron smelter, and a blacksmith. Okay. So the iron mining camp. So build that. We have the charcoal hut, which I'm assuming needs wood, so it's going to be a horrible place for it. I'm going to build that. The iron smelter. Can I just wedge this in here and it'll be fine? And then finally the blacksmith. Okay, so they don't seem to care about the blacksmith. For all the other stuff, they're like, oh no, it makes us sad. The blacksmith they're chill with. They're team blacksmith. So I can be a little bit close to the houses. Okay. Villager path blocked and all that. Meanwhile, in the meantime... paint this all up here. This is a giant residential area. I'll be adding all the nice amenities up here. So I have all the wealthy people up on the hill who can lord down on the people below them. I mean, look, it is what it is. It is what it is. I will rule from my little hill, looking down upon my tiny little fiefdom. Alright, so we've got 5 unemployed people. Let's go look at our buildings. So I've got those under construction. So I got 4 places under construction. We'll just wait till those open, and we'll start assigning people. Ooh, it also said they wanted a warehouse that we... Where's the warehouse? Yeah, they wanted me to build a warehouse and assign tools to it. We'll get these two brought in, and then I'll do that. I lied. They're taking their time getting here. Wonder if I'm able to move buildings later, or if it is those ones we lose a bunch of resources. Okay. So we are direly low on money right now, which is fairly concerning. We may have fallen into the trap that many a person before me has fallen into, which is they immediately spent all their money, not taking into consideration, do they even have an economy that could support literally anything? Who are you? Oh, trader. Are you gonna bring me money? I like money. Can I have the money? I could really use the money, man. Oh, actually, oh no, it's saying we actually are at a surplus. We have a budget of +3 currency per day or whatever the unit of time is. Where are you going? Oh! Oh, I don't even interact with the trader. The trader literally just strolls in and be like, I want that. And if you've queued it up to be sold, they just sell it on your behalf. You don't even have to intervene. I like that a lot. That's really nice. Instead of me having to micromanage all of it. Yeah, so we got tooling unlocked. When I've got money, I think the village edicts will be the next thing I do. Alright, so monastery. A religious complex of buildings that monks, nuns, including dormitories, common quarters, and workplaces. Monks' dorms, nuns' dorms, chapel, a monastery, whatever. The monetary scriptorium produces manuscripts, an herb garden, a berry garden, a vegetable garden, a grange, a refectory, which is where you feed your people, in a great hall. We can make the castle, and the castle's for combat. Okay, and the housing is slowly being resolved. Alright, so start mining. Okay, and what would it take to get our next trade route unlocked? Oh yeah, we are all doomed, Berg. By Pioneer, excuse me, Lord, get the title right, Rual Storge. We could get our edicts. We also apparently have a choice of privileges for the labor, kingdom, and clergy, which we don't have any of that. To unlock at our trade route, we would have to produce clothing, would be the next trade route. Right, and I assume that's how you support yourself economically, is you have the little bits of food, you sell your own people, and then you produce goods, and those benefit. Oh, that's kind of cool. So so, I want to see, does this person actually go to a town? Like, there's just another town on the map somewhere? Yeah, I lose track of their path in the trees. I guess not. Maybe they just go off the border of the map. Considering you can buy territory, it takes forever to do so. There's the charcoal hut. There's literally no resources to extract. Alright, well, let's just take you off that assignment. That's an interesting dilemma. So I need to get more territory. I did see that there is iron on this territory behind us. So once I do that, it's going to cost me 5 a month to keep that territory. So we are going to need to save up 100 gold coins, or 100 coins, and buy the territory here to get the iron production online. Mandates. Here's a list of mandates that you or someone else can observe. Discuss a levy with your villagers. Promote villagers to a higher status. Start discussing the levy with the villagers. You summon people to the Great Hall to discuss a potential levy. The villagers don't look happy about giving away their hard-earned coins, but you know they will pay if they have to. So, I can gain an instant 84 coins from my villagers, but they're gonna get real heckin' mad about it. I will dismiss that for right now. Promote villagers to a higher status. I cannot do it. There's no promotions. I was hoping you would hop into this. It's been your Revive game for a long time. Excited to see 1.0. Yeah. What do you mean the people would be upset if you're like, hey, all of you, I need the money right here in the coffer. Give the money. No, I'm not giving you anything in return. Just give me the money. I have declared there shall be a tax, and you shall pay. So saitheth me. I made this way too big. It's gonna be ridiculous. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right. It's working on the warehouse. Yeah, so it's not gonna produce literally anything because the iron is right there. There's the iron. Unfortunately, there's my territory line. That's the iron, and there's my line. So I gotta buy that. It's fine. It does look like they've given me 2 free tiles so far. I do wonder if that'll continue or that was like a one-time deal. I'd be curious how things change as we continue to grow this area. I also like that the terrain is significant. A lot of these games, like, I like Banished, but it's very flat. I do like that there's actually pretty steep elevation and all that. I do still think Farthest Frontier was probably my favorite in how they handled, like, the terrain where you could, like, gradually flatten the land. It was just very labor-intensive to do it. So you could do it, but it wasn't always the play, as it were. This river road, that is definitely the path to walk. Right through that guy's yard. I do wonder if I put that little fence right there to force them to take their route. I'm gonna do it just out of curiosity. So that should... Oh, I made it too long. Oh, we got a new building available? I'll deal with that in a moment. Advice followed. Yeah, so let's see if I do that, if I'll force him to go down that route. Advice: collecting taxes. The villagers were concerned they might not have enough coins to develop a prosperous village. After much deliberation, they decided to build a tax office and contribute by sharing some of their earnings through the house tax. Every villager will contribute to the community. I'll continue on my own. Let's see. Build a manor house that has a tax office. Build a tax office that has a manor tower. Minor optional. And assign a tax collector. Yes. Yes. A message from the kingdom. The kingdom acknowledges your hard work to establish your settlement. I am but a humble servant. I gain 100... Wait, since when does a crown give you money for bacon? That's the other way around. It's like, you built a mighty nice town here. You're going to need to pay for that now. Alright, so we do have brand new improved buildings. Let's go here to edit building. I don't even know where it's going to be in here. Supposed to build a tax office? Let me see if I have to unlock it. Probably have to unlock it, don't I? Well, first, before I worry about any of that, I need the iron there. We can now get the iron. So that all this goes back online. Goodbye, 100 gold. Alright, so. All. Service. A rustic church. Oh, alright, 1 second, the rustic church. That's a whole process. It mentioned a tax office. Parts list. That's everything there. Edit. Let's see, the plus sign under where it says Manor House. The plus sign. Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, it's a separate building. Oh no, it just gets added here and it just doesn't have a building itself. Requires 1 room. I mean, I have multiple rooms, so I guess we're good. Oh. Let's see, requires light fortification, interior access, requires 1 room. Okay, so I guess we need to go in here. Sure, why not? Because we gotta get our taxes. Yeah, so just need to put in that space. We did get that. And what do we got down here? Food diversity. Your villagers are grateful for the food you have provided them, yet they wish their larder had more to offer. They would greatly appreciate it if you could give them a second source of food. Let's put food on the table. I thought it was already making more than one type of food. But okay. Oh, it wants refined food. That's fair. Okay. So nothing new under paint. Alright. So we've got our buildings set up here. So let's go back to our prosperity. Oh, how much? I have 40. All right. Extended village edicts. Unlocks an edict locked for your village. You have farming, clothing, goods, decorative tier. Right, we were going to be making the Alright, so we own this area up here, and that area up there. So you can put the church up here. As soon as I remember where the heck that is. So service. Okay. So we can do a rustic major, rustic thatched church. So we've got our door there. So let's try going around here. Do a wattle fence. Get rid of that part. Oh, that's okay, I see. That's not going to serve our purpose. We will need the wattle gate. They've got that enclosed. It's a little church on a hill. You're going to get a little graveyard off to the side. To remind everyone that life is short. A pair of bell towers. Now we should be able to make, let's see, we got the main nave. And chapels on either side. And we'll go with that. It's already a pretty ambitious church. Okay, so let's go ahead and we need to assign at least one person to this, which then needs to have the tools added there, the coal added there, iron added there, and the iron ore added there. Alright, so that should give us everything we need to get this going. We're still building the blacksmith and all that. Because of how ambitious I've been on some of these, it's been a delay. Wood for the king. The king is planning new outposts around the borders, and one of his merchants noticed your wood camps, wants to make you an offer. So we can say yes, and we can deliver. Okay. All right, so I have enough wood. Let's see here. So once I accumulate 2 more wood, I can confirm the delivery. We'll get an instant payout of a nice pile of money, and yes! Improving lumber camps. Your wood keepers can keep up with demand. Exhausted. They plead for more villagers to help. They suggest recruiting a forester, as it would ensure ample forest in the future. We need more wood. Assign a new forester, optional. Paint a reforestation, optional. Acquire lumber camp improvement. Okay, yeah, and there's no time limit, so yeah. We need more wood. Yes, we must construct additional pylons. Alright. So we are still building our manor house, because I was very ambitious on what I decided I was going to build with that manor house. Which we did the same thing with the church. The church are also like, yes. Now granted, we of course made our manor house more impressive than the church. That's just the way it is. We are running our little fiefdom here. Alright. So the next thing we can do is go to our prosperity. So we are going to need more options here. Tier 2 decorations, lumber camp improvements. We gotta quest or whatever we want that requires that. So I could do that. Improve lumber camp at least 1 time. Edit the building. We could store more wood. We could store a lot more wood. We can have 1 more work capacity. Two more wood capacity. Sorry, was that capacity? 2 more workers, and then a deceptively large pile of wood. So that should do there. We're starting to get quite a few people living here. What are buildings can we put more work on? We're still waiting to build the tax hall. Still waiting. We have a priest now. The iron smelter is still under construction, so let's wait. Let's wait for those, because I know I want to get them to the blacksmith and everything. I do appreciate this idea of, like, expanding your lumber camp, versus a lot of other games of this type. You put down, like, your woodcutter, and then when it gets overwhelmed, you build a second woodcutter, and when it gets overwhelmed, you build a third woodcutter, when it gets overwhelmed, you build a 4th woodcutter, but it's all the same building. So it's kind of nice that instead you could kind of build this, like, sprawling location. Now, I assume what we'd do later is, if I need even more wood, like, way over here on the map, I would build one over there to supply it. Or make the people walk the entire map. It could go either way. Okay, so you're basically full on stone. We do have 80 currency still. Let's go ahead and unlock another thing we can potentially make. So we can polish stone, and I remember that was something we could sell. We can improve our storage units. We can get farming going. That would be our better food now to open up a trade route. So let's do the farming next, I think. So we got a wheat farm, a windmill, and a bakery. Where does your field go? Let's wait to see that actually get built because I'm really curious where the field's going to appear. So we're not having a lot of immigration right now because employment is low. Because they do have a lot of people who are not currently in work. Yeah, so we need more housing, we need more services, we need more refined food. And a big part of that is our lack of wood production. Is slowing things up, which is what we're working on down here, so that should be a self-solving problem in time. We are working on getting our houses built up all around. So we got 100 and something from quests. We spent 100 on that. We spent 15 on upkeep and construction. Our trade gave us 31 and it disappeared. So we do have a coin tendency of +2. Yeah, I think these advice are basically tutorial stuff. Like, we're not getting rewarded necessarily for them. It's just going, hey, by the way, you have to paint the field? Gotcha. That makes sense. So once the building's built, we'll probably get the choice of painting it. That'd be fun, because we can paint a bunch of field over here. See if we can skip and paint it over there as well. Have the church surrounded by a farm. Immediately butting against our heavy industry of making charcoal and all that. I might grab this piece of land next just to make this area a little bit easier to use. Because I can build more village around our supposed village center down here. And slowly but surely our incredibly overbuilt manor will come together. So that way we may sit upon our we're supposed to be gaining 2 per turn. For duration of time. We're supposed to be at a positive 2 upward trend from trade. Now, my assumption is most of these games, if you go into a deficit, either 1, nothing happens, you just can't do anything. Or 2, what they'll end up doing is you'll have where it's like, hey, you've got X amount of time to fix your money, or else. And if you don't fix your money by the or else, you know. Oh, hey. That's a different trader. They got a scroll and they're zipping at me real fast. He's gonna be like, we have detected you have a negative commerce. A wealthy benefactor has learned of your village's recent struggles with tools and coins, and they've generously offered to lend you the necessary tools to help your community flourish. However, they will eventually expect repayment. Okay. Oh, I need to have more than 200, but if I succeed, they will actually get happy with me. And they don't have a time limit listed, so... That's on them for not putting a time limit on it. Yeah, and I'm not super worried about it. Yeah, the only reason I accepted that is they're literally going to give me influence with labor. So I'll be able to be happen. So apparently we have like... Oh, I see. I understand now. So this is just I can unlock this just with progression, but these ones are under the 3 different influences there. I gotcha. I understand now. So this is effectively a currency for the Kingdom tab. That if I had the money, I could unlock the castle and maybe one thing down, well, 5 points down here to get more military units. I see, I understand. I was like, I don't know what all this garbage is up here. The other nice thing is pretty soon we're going to start hitting our people with taxes. That's when the real magic's going to happen. Build a workplace expansion. It's not you, because you're still undergoing construction. Well, we expanded one of our workplaces. I really don't know which one. Alright, let's look at our list of businesses. Buildings. So those are all ongoing construction. Change the current status. Yeah, so the iron smelter and the blacksmith are still under progress. We'll have the tax collector and all that there. When the wheat farms opens, we'll immediately have them working. We'll end up needing a granary for the wheat farm and all, but we'll worry about that once it's built so I can see how it actually mechanically works. Straight up built in the side of the hill. Doing it Hobbit style. Okay, our upkeep is currently neutral. It's not what you want to see. You don't want to have a neutral money trend. I do have because we're selling planks, I do have hopes that as soon as we get these the lumber camp expanded, that'll start to improve. Okay. Just so it actually gives me credit, even though it probably doesn't mind. Alright, so it is saying I need to assign one more person to this. I'm gonna unassign someone real fast. Just because it wants me to assign someone to it. And it's not taking it yet. Cool, so we got 25. We're in the positives again. And I'm gonna reassign them. Yay! I did the advice. Congratulations. Yeah, so just gotta keep that going. But as they build the buildings, we should be in pretty good shape. Ha! Oh, that's great. So we built the hedge to try and stop them from cutting through the yard, and for a couple of them it worked, but for the others, they're just cutting through the yard anyway. That's wonderful. Destroy that building. We don't actually need it. I didn't really care. I just wanted to see if that would work. It probably would if I actually merged it to go over top of it, but I am entirely too lazy to do that. Instead, that person gets to live in an eternity of people cutting through their yard. Improving trades with Northbury. Thanks to your increased trades, many folks are now looking to settle in Northbury. Yet, the village struggles to feed the entire workforce and asks if you can send them much-needed bread. We'll see to it. The neighboring village will expect you to eventually help them by sending resources through a mandate. Okay. Again, not setting a deadline that I'm seeing. Gotcha. So what it's saying is, once I get 50 bread, I can be like, hey, and we're already working on getting the stuff for bread online. So that should be good. Because right over here is we're building our wheat farm, and then once we have the farm, then I'll go to the next thing and whatnot. What are you waiting on? It's taking forever. Oh, you need polished stone? Alright, crap. Well, that is what we call a problem. I totally overlooked the fact that the blacksmith needed stone. Advice for brewing trade. You have traded enough with North Brewery for them to want to expand their village. But they need your help to accomplish this. Hire an assistant to send them what they need, and you will profit more from trading. Let's help them out. Cool. It just makes a formal objective of what we were already doing. Yeah, so we're just kind of waiting on these buildings to get built. I just kind of went a little too deep on the aggressive expansion. But each time one of those buildings gets put online, I've got more than enough workers to work them. Alright. Yeah, so you still need 22 stone, almost twice as much planks as you've got, not quite twice as much that, a whole lot of lumber. Basically, you got a ton of stuff that needs to be done for the manor. The church up here, nowhere near as ambitious on materials, but also needs lots of materials. A courier is approaching our village. Don't break my heart. The merchant says, "Give me my money." Oh, I forgot to snooze the ads. My apologies. I was going to snooze the ads because in not too long, Toom will be home and I'll have to step away for a couple minutes. My bad. I just zoned into what's happening. This time isn't one dude on a horse. This time they got a little posse going on here. You're gonna be like, hey man, we lent you some money and some tools. Where's our money? Keep talking to my associates and it's just, where's the money from that village? We would really like to have that money from the village. When are you gonna collect that money from the village? This is why you put deadlines and stuff, friend. Meeting the elders. The elders, the much-respected leading men and women among the region's laborers, heard your village and wished to make themselves useful to your people. They brought welcoming gifts, mainly tools, to ease your villagers' lots, then pledged their assistance. Cool. So they're going to just give me tools and influence? Okay. I'll accept your charity. Yeah, so we are still making money on trade, so that's good news. We're just kind of trying to hold out till some of these buildings get built. Let's get a second person making coal in the meantime. Not everyone's standing around waiting. So I think what happens is once you get enough money, versus paying the guy off right away, I'm gonna need to get the polished stone. Once I get the polished stone, we can get that being constructed down here somewhere. And that should get us back into business to getting our own tool production, because it does seem like tools are a very vital resource. And that will help us get things back online. The other thing that'll help is this building getting done with its upgrades over here. Because once I get the lumber upgrades done, that should help out with that. In the meantime, we are mining and doing all that good stuff. It'd be nice if we could set up ourselves a new trade route to get rid of something like berries or whatever. But we'll have to worry about that when we get there. In the meantime, one positive thing is every time I look back here, another one of these things is built. So that is coming together. The big thing is that big wall around the outside is like 100 wood. That's probably what, like, most of the wood for this one is. Because right now, if I were to turn around and hit the mandate here and be like, give me the cash, it's going to penalize me to minus 30% happiness. And something tells me when you're getting down to like the 20 percentages of happiness, that's probably not good. Most of these kind of games have like a minimum bar of happiness that you hit, that once you get to that threshold, you hit a potential game over condition. Like where you as the elected or self-appointed or whatever leader find yourself out of office. Hey, another building done. Also the giant towers I put on here that were a big expense needlessly. And maybe I shouldn't accept everyone into my village that shows up, but you know, they'll be one-day taxpayers. Okay, it does sound like Tomb's home. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here real fast, chat, is I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to welcome my wife home. I'm going to throw some food in the oven real fast. So be right back up here. This is the little 5-minute break towards the beginning of the stream I do, and then I'll be back and we'll pick up where we left off. As a reminder, about halfway through stream, we will do a vote to see if we keep playing this game or try a different game to revisit. And whatever wins we'll do. Anyways, I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So, I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. Alright. Of course. Of course. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay. I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast.
Thank you, Gunmetal Monk, for subscribing for 2 months.
There we go. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I gonna get... All right, and we are back. And let's see. And so thank you so much for Gunmetal Monk for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month that you used it here. And so thank you so much. That's the second month you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Let's go ahead and bump up the speed another notch. And keep things moving. Because, yeah, where we're at right now is basically I was too ambitious on my building of my manor. What do you want to be when you grow up? No, don't do that to me. And thank you, Ron Gore, for the 25 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, that's a good answer. Myself. You see, ongoing construction. Okay, so you're waiting for just a little bit of wood tools and all that. It's fine. Yeah. There's a bunch of good clips. I'm still a little disappointed that we didn't end up with any of the clips from... There was like a lot of things from Little Guardsmen that were a lot of fun. We only have like 1 or 2 clips that got taken during that. But one of the people who shows up is the Pyromaniac, who is also like a Disney princess. I really liked that character. Just the most unhinged Disney princess ever. And you're just like, oh, she is going to kill me. That was a particularly good character in that one. And the whole time your character's like, please stop singing. The singing is not necessary. Alright, we're getting close here. The main building is coming along. And we are slowly making money now. Can you make a roundabout? No, because you can't make roads. But it is necessary. I think that's her comment. She's just like, but I'm going to. And if you do see like, hey, if you don't stop singing, we're gonna lock you up. She kills you. She kills you. She was actually the first person you run in the game that's actually really hard to get through her dealing with the gate, because so many ways it goes wrong. A courier is approaching. Oh goody. I just want to be like, where's my money, man? I lent you those tools and you promised to pay me money. Where's my money? I keep talking to the wife. She keeps asking me about the village money. Let's see. An isolated community of fishermen is looking for a kind-hearted builder. They need help constructing a bridge to connect their village to the rest of the realm. They don't have much to offer, but they promise to spread word about your generosity among the laborers. My best builder will draw a blueprint. Okay. So there's a 90% chance I will get 10 labor whatever, and a 10% chance I'll only get 5. Or I can hire someone on their behalf to guarantee that we get a good result. Well, I can't afford to guarantee it, so I'll drop a blueprint. Hey, our best builder drew up a good blueprint. One would hope so, because they do that full time. And it's a bridge. Shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Those tend to be pretty standard. Oh, there's houses tucked back. There's like, who are you going out here for? Alright. Employment? Nil. No new villagers will be coming because my employment rate is just too dang high. Ah, later on I will be able to have paved roads. Oh, now we can have medium and high density housing. I understand. Right now, we're just trying to get our initial services online and our taxes online, so we can fix our money. And we'd be in much better shape, but I'm stuck waiting on getting ourselves up to 50 coins that you just gotta forbid a certain area and they will hopefully divert desirability. What? Actually, you can, but you have to influence... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so I could sit there and, like, where they have a path, I could shove something, like, right here so they can't stand in that spot, so they go just around that way and just around this way. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, that's a new merchant rolling through. Yeah, at the moment we hit 50 coins, I can get the polished stone, and I believe I can sell polished stone, and that'll also let me make the blacksmith, which will let me make the tools, which will help me out with all this other stuff. We also have our upgrades going on this building right now. Which will also help. And then this is getting closer and closer to done. We're almost done with all of the planks this place needs. The elders are looking to repair a few bridges across the region. One of their merchants noticed your wood cutting camps and wants to make you an offer. If we accumulate 50 wood, we could sell it to them and they'll give us cash. This is good. Money. Yes! Thank you, elders. You have solved my immediate problems momentarily. Okay. The stonemason's hut. Done. Alright, so resources, stonemason's hut. I don't really know where to shove this. Advice, influencing others. The fishermen are thankful for the blueprint. As a bridge will help with their community in forefront, as a thanks, they would like to trade a fair number of fish for some of your stones. Yeah, sure, I'll take fish for stones, I guess. Thanks, man. Now back to what I was doing. The stonemason. And now it's another building getting built that I can't really afford to do anything with. We'll assign you to work there, even though it's not open yet. Yeah, so that's gonna need tools. Tools are gonna be a problem very soon. But that is the solution as I get this built, which luckily is really cheap to make. We're gonna prioritize that. That'll then let us make the polished stones, which will then let us build this. And then that'll get our tools online, so at least we don't run out of tools. When it comes to people walking roundabouts, just aren't as very efficient anyways. I mean, about the only thing is that you would have the flow of traffic where all the people on the right versus the left side, and it would avoid the crossing as much. But yeah, you're not wrong. It's not really... It doesn't have the same appeal that it does for stuff like cars and wagons and all that kind of stuff, where you can kind of really adjust the flow of traffic to be less painful. Alright, so we only have 10 more planks, 1 more stone, 3 more tools, and a crap ton of just regular old lumber, and then the manor's done. We're getting real close on that one. The good news, you already have all your tools, so literally it's just a matter of... Okay, cool. Cool. So we're bringing the 5 cloth. Yeah, so it's literally that building's gonna get done. So that means we should be locked in where we can get the blacksmith done, so at least we're not in a situation where I'm out of tools and I don't have the tools to make my tools. So that's good news. Because a little worried we're gonna get stuck there and then have to figure out how that works. And you're also waiting on the polished stone. That's fine. Tools to make our tools sounds like Product Zomboid. Yep. And honestly, for right now, I got more workers assigned to those to at least keep them busy. That's coming along. We do actually have a surplus of planks. Lumber's only doing okay at the moment. That's because we traded a bunch away. They're trying to get to the point of having a refined food, which is waiting on the wheat farm, which is waiting on tools. Really hope the blacksmith works at any type of reasonable speed. So this work is best suited for a commoner as opposed to a serf. I understand. So we need beautification of the area, and commoners need that. Okay, so we would need beautification. What does beautification cost us? I can make fences. It's not really beautification. That's probably more stuff I have to unlock from this tree. Yeah, so probably these decorations here. So we'll just keep working on unlocking those things. Once we get the tools online, our money should pick up because we'll get our taxes brought in. And that should get... Like, that's probably our main income would be my expectation is, with all the trade goods and everything, would be our taxes or things. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We could definitely make... You could definitely hurt the flow of traffic with a roundabout in pedestrian. It probably wouldn't be enough to matter, but that's just it. I think good or bad, it would be kind of rounding errors level of improvements. So probably not particularly worth much consideration for pedestrians. Okay, so you've got your polished stone coming in. And we're slowly getting these other things built finally, so that'll get that online. There's the trade person. We are now showing as on a deficit of 1 when it comes to trade considerations, which I am not loving. They did buy, so we're good for a while. Not showing positive 5 again. That's not enough for me to unlock more tech, though. So you've got 2, and you've got 10. So we're just basically waiting for the stonemason to work as fast as they can. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Love you.
I love you too. All right. And hopefully the happiness starts improving here soon. One other thing that's low-key benefiting us is as we're getting more villagers, they are getting more from here. Ooh. They're actually consuming a lot of fish. Oh. The market got a lot more stuff at it. It's interesting to me that there's very little sale of the berries happening, but the fish is... The fish moving. Because I've noticed it's going between 10 and 20, and that place only has a capacity of 30, so we probably do need to increase that market stall's capacity. And I assume later on, we go here, probably have... Yeah, so we'll have meat, wheat, cheese... right now we don't have those available, but we are actively working on the bread. One more polished stone and their blacksmith comes online. Okay, planks still have 10. The stone's done. We need 2 more tools. They're starting to bring in the wood. I do have all the builders assigned, right? Yeah, builders all assigned. It'll be interesting to see how much everything changes once all this is up. Oh, right, you got more houses way back there. They know what's up. So, in the future, I wonder if the idea is you build just the main building and don't worry about the rest, let it get built, then edit, then add all the other ancillary stuff, just to get those buildings online and operating as quickly as possible. Because that's what's basically gridlocked our entire place right now, is this building here. Just as a joke, we kept making it bigger and more interesting. And as such, it is incredibly costly building. But it's got a really high splendor multiplier. That's fine. I'll need the iron smelter to get the blacksmith. As long as those are being worked on, we're good. Yeah, so like I said, we are seeing a minor deficit in money right now, but it should take us 13 cycles of time to get that sorted, for that to be a problem, I mean. And in that meantime, we should be able to get all this other stuff online and hopefully get our taxes online, which should then very much overwhelm it. Because we only need one more tool, 5 more planks, and then just wood. And I'm assuming the wood is for this outer perimeter, and the other ones are for the taxation place. So we'll get there. Cool. Ooh. Alright, hear me out. That's 50. We paused real fast. I can grab another thing here. So, ideally, I want something that's not going to cost us very much in actual production. Let's just do the edict thing. Because that's got no upfront cost to, like, do that. So we can check our edicts. That's not where the edicts are. The edicts were in here. Okay. Decrease the cost of every mandate by 50%. Decrease the time of every mandate by 15%. Stonework promotion yields stone, iron, gold ore, and question mark, and each increased rate yields of berries, fish, and wheat are decreased. Sturdy material, upkeep production and building parts. Upkeep of production building parts are decreased by 50%. Careful planning. Refund 50% of tools after constructing a building part. Trade quantity bonus 80% from... Okay. So, it'll be between these two. I say careful planning. So that means I should get some tools back after each construction. Advice, edicts, and privileges. Villagers believe we have achieved enough prosperity to implement our first edict. These are laws and policies that help shape the village in new ways. Additionally, you can enable privileges which benefit grants by each of the estates. Once edicts and privileges are enacted, they must be revised with a mandate to be removed. Let's ratify an edict. And then we've completed the thing where we put in an edict because we did so immediately. Okay, it's literally just wood is all this building is missing, and then it's done. And you're both waiting on the polished stone, that's fine. Let's look at the buildings. Alright. So you could add transport to these buildings. I don't know how important it is for us right now. But I got spare workers, so I'm just going to toss a couple extra spare workers on it for the moment. Because they are moving around planks and all that. And the good news is I'm now getting a really large number of planks there, so the next time we go and have the trader come by, I should get a good chunk of change. So our money is very quickly burning down. That should improve here soon. Yeah, now I have to increase the taxation, and that should get us some pretty good income. Now I'll take that off our list. That's waiting on our farm. That's waiting on our farm, and that's waiting effectively our taxes. What are you waiting on? You're waiting on a handful of tools, planks, and wood. So both those buildings are getting close to done. Both of these are just waiting on, between the two of them, 7 polished stone, which we're producing. And this I don't even know if it's begun being worked on at all. Yeah, no, it's not being worked on at all because people are busy on the other projects, which I do think are the higher priority. Because we actually do have plenty of logs. You know, bringing in all the tools and all that, that's fine. -3 because our upkeep has gone up. That's not good, honestly. But our people are slightly happier for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, I guess technically my unemployment is lower. Even though a lot of people are assigned to businesses that aren't open yet. Now we're down to 6. But don't worry, we're about to get more villagers, so we can go ahead and get our unemployment higher again. Alright. Progressing with estates. Your village has caught the interest of estates of the realm. They anticipate splendid monuments which will undoubtedly define your future. Who will you oblige first? The kingdom, the clergy, or the labor? Our monasteries are the pride of the clergy. Our manor houses will serve the laborers. Our castle will be the vanguards of the kingdom. I'm going to go with the laborers. Because we're already building this. We already have the weather vane. We just need to get the splendor up to 25. We're already at 15. So, and we've already got the most rep with the laborers. So let's side with the laborers. So everything we do will say for the people. And we're going to charge them like an 80% tax. Not really, because I don't think mechanically they'll let us do that. Oh, so they will only buy up to 25 planks per round. I understand. I was about to be like, it's Maddie, you're going to buy like that 70 planks to get me back down to 20. That's going to be bankrolling me. That makes sense. Also somewhat disappointing. But does make sense. The good point is we are back into the positives for right now. While we wrap up building this building. Do you go faster? Okay, so 3 times is as fast as it goes. Alright, so you're down to 4. So we got 5 polished stone left till we can get that all done. And this isn't being worked on at all, which is fine. I think that's the lowest priority right now, because even if I start the wheat farm, I still need, I believe it was the the windmill or whatever, and the bakery, and I'll probably need a granary as well. So realistically, that one's going to take a lot more work to get up than everything else. We also have all these extra houses popping in here. I'm honestly surprised we're not out of tools at this point. So it definitely feels like there's a give and take with your ability to expand as well, that every territory you buy basically has an upkeep that keeps, you know, kind of keeps going. So you have to make sure you're good for it money-wise to keep the upkeep. Yeah, we'll keep building houses here. The bishop is planning to increase the seasoned wine sales, but there's a dire need for iron ore for barrel bands. One of his merchants has seen your quarry and wants to make you an offer. Yeah, so you're gonna go ahead and give me... Yeah, we'll take that instantly. No questions asked. Give me the money. I need the money. Now, before I go and I unlocked another edict, we aren't... I don't think there's a thing I can get here right now that's gonna help me. And the reason I say that is all these will give me more materials, but I need to build things first. So what I'd like is we are gradually starting to work our way up on the manor stuff to start pursuing the labor. That's the route we're looking at. I'll probably pay off this 200 first to get the reputation with the labor as well. Yes, you're just waiting on wood. You're waiting on planks, wooden tools. You just need 3 more polished stone and 1 more polished stone. So 4 more polished stone. Little by little, we're getting that polished stone. If I would have realized I needed the polished stone earlier, we would have been just set on that. But, you know, that's always the catch when you play a new game, especially like these city builders and all that. You'll realize you didn't have enough wood cutters, or you didn't have enough of that, the balance of stuff is off, or the way you positioned your buildings was really, really poor for what they need to do, and yada yada. Yep, we're getting the outline fence there done. Oh, interesting. That building there, the tax collector, is not being included on what I'm being quoted here. That sucks. So we actually do need more tools to build the tax collector building. I will prioritize the tax collector building, though, because none of those are the tools I need for these. So we're down to 3. So I want to make sure that's the very next thing after the blacksmith and all that. Because like I said, that's going to be our money. Now once we get that resolved, that'll get this one off our list. Indirectly, that'll get that one off our list. As those resources get freed up, we'll be able to get the bread being produced. That should get everything back and square away. You'll also be able to get upgraded finally. Yeah, so they've already got all their stone, and stone's still doing amazing. Alright, 2 and 1. Almost there. This is a fun game, a little tweaking needed still. Well, to be clear, I don't think the game had a problem here. What my assumption of what happened here is just I missed that these required the resource from that. And I think that's fair. You know, certainly they could have done something to been like, hey, by the way, you're building something you don't have the resources for. That could be a fair alert. But I think this was player issue. Haven't really run into anything else here that I'd be like, this, you know, just not there yet or anything. I'm curious if the more and more people we have running around, if we can make out where this path goes. Yeah, so they just walk off the side of the map, which is kind of what I figured once we didn't see like a little village on the other side, which makes sense. Because otherwise I'd have to run the simulation and have AI do all their stuff. And usually when you have that, they kind of hand wave everything. Gave me more money, so we're looking at 100 here. So we're getting there. 200 to get to pay this off. Or if we hit the point that I've built these and we're not waiting on a bunch of stuff. Okay, cool. So we've got you, 2 employees there. So that means 1 more polished stone, and then we'll have our blacksmith online. And then the tools will start flowing, which is good because I'm out of tools. I have 0 tools left. The good news is I did get enough tools somehow to do the tax office. So it's literally just waiting on the planks, which I've got more than enough. They just got to physically carry them there. Oh, I thought those would be multiple trips. I didn't expect them to carry them all in one go. Okay, so tax office is being constructed right now. Which means the money shall flow. Once they finish building that, which will take a little while. Okay, so we have enough polished stone. They just physically have to put in the blacksmith, and then that's done. And I've already got the warehouse set up for the tools and everything. And you still need tools, so you're not going to get done, but that's okay. We're physically making the thing that'll fix our income. And they're actively building the blacksmith now, so that'll be good. And Jaywalker under 25 streak. Catch the last 25 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. I'm liking all the hilltop houses where they're just kind of haphazardly wedged in there wherever they could get them. You know, versus a much more logical, like, following the shore down here. It's just, yeah, it's flattish. Shove the house there. Yeah, we need the bread online for the trade route. You're 98% done. It's like downloading thing on Windows in the 90s, where it's like you zip to the end, you get to that last like 2-3%, it's like 99% or whatever, and it's like 10 minutes. You're like, what do you mean 10 minutes? I've been sitting this whole time. Like, this sped along. Why is it suddenly gonna take that long for the last percent? Come on, man, don't do this to me. I think that's her builder right there. I don't know if it's actually her, but I think that's her. It is! And it's done. First tools forged. In industrious clang, metal echoes through the village. Tools are now crafted, not bought. Your villagers are eager to build, create, and thrive their sturdy instruments. Cool. There's your 2 employees. And there's our new villager. Advice. Buying resources. You ran out of tools. These precious goods are necessary for most construction efforts. Your people suggest that you buy some from neighboring villages. They won't come cheap, but it's the best you could do until you acquire a blacksmith. I will continue on my own. I am not buying your tools. Would you look at that? The glorious tax office. First tax office. The tax office now stands in the village, promising order and prosperity. Though some villagers might grumble, they know their coins paved the way to a brighter, safer future for all. Very well, and we gained reputation with labor. Taxation. Taxation is a type of income available from for a labor estate. You can dispatch tax collectors from the tax office to collect coins from your villagers. The weight of each residential tax can be set in the taxes page in the royal book. Increasing taxes will let you earn more coins at the cost of villagers' happiness. Higher status villagers mean higher revenue, while higher density housing means more coins accumulating in one place. Okay, so we're absolutely very first thing gonna go taxes, you say? Up to 6 coins per serf. And we have 47 serfs. That should be a decent amount of money. Right? Oh, I can go up to 6 here. I see. That's fine. So we are going to increase it. Let's see. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go 1 tick up on the taxes, so we don't nuke our happiness from orbit. And that should make us a very lucrative place, as we're making like 50 something per month in profits to fund whatever the heck we decide to fund. So let me pay them back. We're doing good on here. So we definitely have enough prosperity. I still need some labor splendor to get this higher. We'll be able to unlock those. I'm gonna wait till we pay off our existing tool thing to get ourselves some more points of labor. And not to have this many quests that I gotta scroll on the left side. And the manor's just down to the wood fence. So that's good. You should be getting your tools now, which is good. And I've still got a bunch of extra workers. And more coming. And the beauty is it, as well, every additional worker I get ultimately just means, you know, more people working, more money. Yeah, so all the ones that are unassigned is just the transportation stuff, and that seems to be doing okay. You're still being built. Should get sorted. As we finish up projects, we'll be in better shape. Yep, so we got more money from that. So I have to actually click the button to say send out the taxes. Oh, we can have a second tax collector. Excellent. It's very important we have additional people collecting taxes. We didn't even need tools to build that tower. I know, right? Yeah, so it looks like the next thing I will need here is beautification. Stored taxes. Amount of tax stored in the building. Once capacity reached, tax generation will halt until tax collector visits. Gotcha. So they will continue to do that. I'm seeing there's a size setting and all that, which makes me curious about a lot of that. That's a granary. I forgot that was even there. Housing insufficient, which they are actively working on. Yep, that's just waiting on planks and wood. Our tool supply is rapidly going up, which I love to see. Let's check our resources to see if there's more stuff I can trade now. Yes, you need all the... Ooh, actually... Okay, so I can unlock this trade route using my labor reputation because we're allied with laborers. And they will buy goods from me. Not much I could sell, but there's stuff there. I can also... Okay, so let's unlock these. So now I can go to the Royal Book. Resources. Okay. So, let's set the value to 100 berries. If we have more than 100 berries, we sell them. For fish, same deal. Let's see what else do we have here that I'm actually producing. Can't sell the wood. I can sell polished stone. So same deal. Actually, for polished stone, let's make it just 20. Alright. So basically we got more trade goods now. So that should help with their income as well. I didn't realize they'd have trade routes that were going to be available just for reputation. Surf and turf. We successfully taxed a villager. Ah, that's the feudal system coming into play. There you are. So you need more iron ore. One of these was the iron camp. It's a charcoal. Ah, we already have people. It's fine, they'll figure it out. But excellent, we have collect a tax. So right now we haven't been bringing in any of the real money yet. It's just gonna take a little delay for everyone to have their money rolling in. We got those going. You're almost done. You got 50 wood left. You've got 40 wood left. The planks are coming along fine. Do I need to get more builder stuff? Can I get more builder stuff? There's no more builder stuff we can do. That's fine. Okay. Advice followed. Excellent. We have successfully done a taxation. As it was meant to be. Okay. Advice. Profiting from taxation. It seems your treasury has been low in coins lately. Some of your villages suggest temporarily increasing taxes until the treasury improve. Let's increase taxation. Have a monthly profit from taxes above 100 coins. Okay. What villager was saying yes, please taxes? I'm not gonna do that. We're already not great on our happiness. I'm a little worried I'm gonna turn that up. It's gonna be that one villager who's gonna turn around and be like, you see what I'm saying, people? You see these aristocratic politicians up here taxing the little guy, squeezing us. Who would turn it up that much? And that'd be the exact same person who told us we should. They were asking for it, quite literally. It's fine. Pretty soon we'll have that paid off. This should start getting built soon as well, which will be pretty good. And we can start getting our wheat production on. Because honestly, it seems like the problem right now is just my builders are being overworked. That's because we have those grandiose projects. I imagine that's what's going to be, is stuff like this are going to be your really massive project you work on, and then they don't have that big project for a good while, and they just do all like the little stuff all over the place. We also have all these houses being built in here. Yeah, so we're continuing to get that. We did knock our labor down, so the good news is these only cost like 5. The thing is I have to hit the prestige. So we'd be able to get a tavern. We'd be able to get a village architect, which lets us build up the splendor more. Village fortifications, which would allow us to have villager patrols. We would have the bailiff office, which lets you, do a bunch of stuff. And we'd have our treasury, which then, is where we store our money. We keep getting reports of insufficient housing. I'm imagining part of it is we are accepting literally that everyone shows up. And how do our 2 little tents, how are they doing down here? You're fine. Yeah, so we're waiting on builders. But this is almost done. And this is getting real close to done. Like, I'm noticing all the grave markers are built here. We're just waiting on a couple of tools, which I have already made. And then just getting the last bit of construction. So it's honestly the fences on both of those are a delayer. That's like they're working on right now. You think a negative fish? We had 100 earlier? Maybe. Yeah, no, they, she doesn't have more fish going. Let's go ahead and queue that up. Gotcha. So you're gonna be unhappy, and unfortunately, I didn't leave myself room on the shore to do more. Later on, when we get over here, I can plunk down more fish somewhere along the water's edge. Is there, like, an overfishing? No, you can't select the fish. The message about housings are one issue you've seen. It does a split-second check to see if there's an issue and flags it, but then you check and there's no problem. It ends up being a message spam. Yeah. So, okay, so I see what you're saying, the insufficient housing. I don't actually know if I have legitimately insufficient housing or not. I have noticed I'll get the warning that people couldn't figure out how to pass somewhere, but then they don't have a problem. And so it is kind of a shrug. Alright, so our taxes are going good. The trade is going good. We've almost got enough to pay this off, which will give us more labor currency. They'll drop this down to here. Once I get all this built, and I'll get our bread online, then I'm going to go and work on getting that up to 25 splendor. We could also, on top of that, it wouldn't be a bad idea if I have got the room to potentially get clothing online. I just got to see what material clothing requires, because I have a feeling it's going to require... thing. It's blocked, but then it isn't. Yeah. So it seems like they need to have, like, the checks for that to be either less aggressive or whatever. I've got some stuff with too much supply and a bunch of stuff with not enough supply we got to get sorted. Yeah, we've got lots of people running back and forth here. Oh, it's actually open. We have people in attendance at the church. Would you look at that? The church is actually churching. We can actually have bell towers and all that. And that's open, it's just literally getting a fence put around it. I'm assuming that'll boost its splendor. Got the villager rolling in, or not villager, the merchant rolling in. Wood for the king. The king is planning a new outpost at the border. You want 100 wood. You're willing to pay me a small fortune. I have 15 days to do it. We are at 73 wood, and we are about to finish those projects. I'm going to sound good because I feel like we can make that happen. And it doesn't imply there's a big negative if you fail. So it's worth figuring that out. I wonder if I set literally all of this to have the trees chopped down and replanted, how that would even work. Because, yeah, you're pretty close to done with your woodwork. You are pretty close to done with your woodwork. Yeah, so we are in a net gain on wood right now. I think a big part of that is I'm expecting the sawmill to shut down for being just overloaded with plank soon. Granted, this guy's going to roll in and buy like 25. Alright, we're almost there. We're at 91 wood. No access to housing. $95 wood. $78 wood, that's fine. Oh, it's already been a bunch of days. Hey, you know what? Pause those two projects. And for that matter, pause that. We're going to pause our wood consumption to try and get this sorted, because getting the extra 150 cash real fast would be a really big win. I may have already botched it, so we might get to see what happens when I fail one of those conditions. Because you need planks, not actual wood. I don't think I have any other major constructions going on right now, just those two and that building there. So now it's just a matter of whether or not we get the wood fast enough. Now, the other thing they might do is build this. I'm okay if they spend the wood on the camp, because the hope would be that we get that wood back. Alright, so already back up to 82, so we might be okay. And they bought some of our berries. Love to see it. Every little bit of money is my friend. Down to 6 days. Yeah, so gotta keep in mind, days are very short in this game. The good news is we're now at plus 17 for whatever cycle so far as mine. Let's see, so searching for a work-from-home job and seeing esports English teacher. Look kinda nice, but game or Minecraft and Fortnite. Oh yeah, no, I've seen stuff like that listed before, and you're like, I don't think that's like a real offering. Improving your trade with kinstones. Abbey Kinstone seeks a patron to endow new trading counters and improve business relation. They hope you'll provide such influence. We will see to it. Cool. Come on, man, I'm down to 4 days. I'm begging you. I just need more wood. That's so much money on the table. Get to it, woodcutters. I need you to not sleep. Oh, good. More woodcutters. They finished their expansion. So we've not quite doubled our number of woodcutters. So that should help us out. We've got 2 days left to fulfill this thing. And you're waiting. We've got 1 day left. I don't think we're gonna get it. Like, unless this jumps a lot. We did not succeed. You could get that off my screen. The words of your village's first church have reached the clergy. They appreciate your dedication to the faith, thus hold you in high regard. Very well. They gave me some reputation. So with that, we can unpause you. We can unpause you. And we can unpause you. Because we did fail the the wood. Yeah, no, I'm assuming they do something like use it for heating or something. But yeah, no, it just couldn't make the wood happen fast enough. More people, always and forever. Give me them tax dollars. It's fine. We're making good money now. We're about to get these buildings done. We're almost done building the wheat farm. At which point, then we'll paint whatever the actual like farmland is. Then it'll be time to get the I believe it was a windmill and the baker made. And that should give us a lot more happiness, it should give us a new trade partner, and it should be another source of income. Yeah, so you've got the last of your wood. You're just now assembling the building. You're almost there. But yeah, so I'm liking Foundation a lot in the way the city building is here without the grids. Because if you looked at like this with Banished, instead of having this kind of more like organic looking neighborhood down here, you'd just have the whole thing where it's like line of houses, road, line of houses, road, line of houses, road, line of houses, well, marketplace, other amenities, and like it's just that grid that's like, yeah, but that's, you know, you'll have like pre-planned cities that the main early phase of the pre-planning part will look like that, but any type of like actual community usually doesn't develop in that manner. All right, cool. So we do have that building all done finally. You're right about to be done. You know where the wood was going? Is building houses. That's where it was all going, is building houses. Because they just build houses as they need them, once you like allocated an area for them to do it. But yeah, no, the organic growth is one of the best features, where you don't have to, like, tell the roads where to go. They just kind of walk until they make roads. Now, we can pave a road, and I'm curious how that's going to work. Like, if I'll just draw the road, or how that'll work. Or if I go, this road here, make it paved. We'll see how that all plays out. Okay, so they bought my berries. We're almost at the 200 to get that one off our list. We're just waiting for this building to get finished here. I do wonder if I acquire this territory here, if suddenly everyone will reroute to go around that way versus going around this way. And like we'll just see a massive change in the pedestrian traffic. Alright, so one more of whatever these turns are should get our debt paid off. And then I don't have to worry about that for a while. Meanwhile, what a cake... Well, we're still... So yeah, so we have the windmill... And then we have the bakery. So both those are just planks and stone. So neither of those are particularly hard to build. So I'm just waiting in this, because I just don't know what's going to happen with the field situation. Like, if I'm restricted on the field on this side, that's fine. You're down just a couple wood, and then you're done as well. Alright. And you're hurting for iron. Is there an upgrade that can do the iron place? There is not. At least not yet. I imagine it'll be like the lumber place where you make like a little work camp and get extra iron workers and such and such. Surprised it's taking that so long to get finished. The builders are having to travel all the way over there on foot, so it's not entirely unexpected that's taking time. And our happiness is going up because we finally have the point where we're not missing out on services. So then the next thing is the refined food, which is what this is about. So we'll be able to get our people way happier. Gotcha. So for the emissary, I could literally just use my influence they have to make the trade route with the emissary better. My assumption of a lot of these things here is that improving the trade route just means they can buy more each lap and all that. And then you can tax them more. Exactly. We could do the whole juggle where we just suppress them more and more with crippling taxes. But they're happy enough that they, you know, put up with it. As it was meant to be. Yeah, so we got 2 more tiles of the hedge, and then they're good. I'm curious what all additional buildings we'll end up getting up here and having to worry about. It's also curious that it didn't look like I necessarily had to buy tiles adjacent to my own. I could be wrong about that, which brings up all sorts of implications. I probably did, and I just didn't notice. I do like the idea that we'll work our way around the lake and slowly spread out the town. I also want to backfill this wooded area because it'll be just convenient to get my villagers up here. Alright, that last trade should be what we need to reimburse for the tools and get our extra 5 labor points. Now we can start working on our labor splendor. And at more than 200, pay. Alright, so we paid off our loan. That's another one off the list. Cool. Okay. So, to build Splendor here... Right, so each of these gives Splendor, and I need 25. This is basically the stables in that. So that's 3. Six. 9. And that puts us at 24. And a stable. Influential village. Your influence with the clergy has struck a chord with traders from the estate. Are keen to win favor by temporarily offering more generous and advantageous terms. Trade quantity bonus from village with the clergy allegiance. Cool. So that should get us up to the 25 Splendor with labor, which will let us start unlocking their tech down here, which is the tavern and everything. The other good news we have is now anytime I hit over 50 or whatever the big cost is. Oh, I can have a second person working that? Sure. I got spare people. Get to work. Yeah, and we're definitely on a deficit on the fish. No question about that. Yeah, so you're all built. We just add those handful of buildings. It's not much there. We have this, so paint the crop. Can I shrink the brush? Yes, so L. Oh, where's L on a QWERTY keyboard? There we go. Let's remove this spot because it's complaining that's too large. So keep to that side. Too large, too large, too large, too large. Adequately sized. Perfect. Cool. The farm state is resting and they're working fine, so they should get the farmland going on over there. So let's go in here and we go to food. We've got the food production from the windmill. Just gonna tuck that right there. Let's turn that towards the town to look better. Doesn't really matter. Cannot build. Cannot start construction because requirements have not been met. Oh, I need straight up cash to build it. And then a bakery. Alright, and we are now labor level 2. And then we would also need storage. Granary, where's the front of you? On the other side there. Alright, so I have to wait till we have some more money and then we can do that. And if you did see, we did not there. We did unlock that I could get these here. Oh, right, these don't use cash, they use that. Okay. So let's see. Manor passage functions for your monument, stone entrance, manor gate, stone observatory, increased chimney. So that's a whole bunch of things that make it like look nicer. Basic village fortifications. The bailiff office, which we can add to our manor or great hall or whatever, the treasury, and the tier 2 labor privilege unlocks an estate privilege slot in your village. I don't know what that means, so I'm going to hit this one. So I can grab that. That's 5 points. I'm going to grab the treasury. I'm going to grab the bailiff. And the tavern. Because I happen to have a whole lot of those points. Okay. Mandating the bailiff. Villagers believe they are prosperous enough to be supported by a bailiff. This nominated person will handle critical cases such as prospecting nearby deposit and petitioning the estates on your behalf. Let's have a bailiff. Okay, so we need to get the bailiff's office and all that going here. So we can go edit plus bailiff's office. Okay. So that'll serve as the bailiff's office. Add. We have the tax office. And the treasury. The treasury needs a room. It needs to have interior access. And requires light fortification. So, we can go to rooms. And that'll be for the treasury. Grandiose markets. The elders feel your village is almost ready to host trading fair. However, they are uneasy about receiving visitors with such a market. They would like you to improve its appearance. A few colorful tents wouldn't hurt your business, now would it? Sure. Reach 5 laborers spending on the village market. Okay. Yes, we're making the bailiff's office so that we can start using them to boost our trade and everything. We are starting to get our wheat farm online. Right now, these are waiting on money. That I would like to build all these things, but they all cost 50 apiece, and I don't have 50 apiece. So, if you approach the judge, the bailiff will tackle you. Yes. Leave me be. Yeah, once I get the refined food, we're gonna probably bump the taxes up a little. Alright. So with that, we've got our manor going. We don't have enough of that to add more there. All that's gonna require more money. So we can... these unlocking those would be that. So how much was it for the tavern? What was that even under? Oh, the tavern is a monument. Oh no. It's another customizable building that we can make entirely too big. Well, that's going to be going over here somewhere where I actually have room. Because we're going to build... Oh, actually, no, we'll probably buy one of these lands up here and we'll make the big tavern up here. Because we got a public lounge, a service counter, a berry brewery... Yeah, it also needs to be near a well, so yeah. So once we get some more money, we could do that. First though, alright, we'll have to add one person to that. Hi. How's it going?
Hi.
What are you doing? Yeah, that's fine. She was just here for my chips.
I'll kiss you too.
Like, fine, I'll pay the tax to get the food. She knows I tend to grab a package of, like, the tortilla chips when we buy them and bring it up here and put them over there in the corner. That way, after stream, a lot of times. This is a taxation-only stream now. Exactly. Everything is transactional. Everything is transactional. Oh, okay. So the bailiff opened a lot of stuff. Okay, so the bailiff can do some pretty messed up things. So the bailiff can bring in a like higher class villager or whatever. And they can also evict people who are unemployed. That's certainly a thing. You're unemployed, get the hell out of my town. That's pretty harsh. Especially when there's literally no jobs available. Just little kids born in the town, the moment they hit adulthood, sorry man, we don't have jobs for you. Yes, you've lived here your whole life, but we're gonna need you to leave. Okay, there's nothing I could add to the wheat farm yet, but that's fine. Yeah, we're just stuck waiting on this real quick. We should be able to get some pretty good money in here. Ooh, we already had the bailiff. Click to assign bailiff. Alright, so we can name one of these three to be the bailiff. All three of them have job learning speed increase. Sure, it's literally they have the same for every one of them. Bailiff appointed. A sense of duty sweeps through the village as your bailiff steps into office. As your trusted right hand, they are sworn to enforce the laws and uphold your will across the land. Happiness bonus for 10% of villagers with the village profile. Very well. Did you say they're 10% happier now? Oh, you should not have told me that. 10% happy. Look, man, as soon as I remember where the heck... Ah, there you are. There we go. So everyone's 10% happy due to our bailiff. And then immediately 10% sadder due to the adjusted taxes. As it was meant to be. If only there were a tavern with more chips. Exactly. So reach 5 labor splendor with the village market. Well, here's a question. Okay. Alright, so they are being assigned to that. Alright, so let's go here. So, village market. So, those increase the splendor by 1. You need 5, so there's 1 splendor. Put you back here. That means a lot of tents. But as far as I could tell, the market gets assigned 1 resource. So that's 3 splendor, so I'll need 2 more tents. Trying to turn the whole thing. And I don't have the money to apply the changes.
Take a sip.
Okay. Let's see. Happiness, the leading cause of taxes? Yes. There's a whole other side of a lake they can go to? Yeah. So, we're still sitting here waiting on the money. That's fine. Let's see. Complete the mandate. Influence labor estate in your favor. Let's see. Influence labor estate in your favor. That requires 50 money. We'll deal with that later. Alright. So right now, what we need to do is I need to get these 2 online. Both this and the marketplace are objectives we have right now. That both cost me 100 to do. The difference is this one here I get the benefit of having the refined food. Meanwhile, you will need the wheat. You will want the flour. You'll want bread. Is there something else I want to throw in here? Because we have an extra one. Oh, yeah. We'll probably need these 3 for when we do the tavern. Maybe that as well. Honestly, we'll just leave it at that for now. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we're basically waiting on money again. We're spending quite a bit on upkeep right now. But we are turning a profit. We did increase the taxes. As it was meant to be. Because we should be making 148 per month in taxes. Trade routes. We've got the trade routes going. Once I get the bread made, that'll be another good I could sell at the trade routes. But here comes one of the traders rolling in right now. I am amused that, like, instead of going the other way around the lake or anything like that, they do go the long way around to pretty much as far away as they can go. Cool, so with that, we can go here and build the windmill. Alright, cool. So that should get the windmill under construction, which will then get us our flour starting to flow. Once we get the flour starting to roll on there, we'll be able to get the next thing online, which will be then the bread. This is going to take some work. Our tools are doing fine. We are at a deficit so far as our coal goes. Go ahead and put another person on production of coal. Unfortunately, neither of them were able to buy anything because I have the amounts I'm willing to trade, and we are exceeding those now. Or sorry, we're consuming enough that I'm not getting that. I need to get basically another fishing location done, or get the bread online. But the problem is getting our fishing area online. I'm going to need to buy this territory down here so I can get fishing right now, because they have a negative on houses nearby, and this I don't own down here, so I can't put it over here yet. I have to buy it, because then I'll plunk one down in this area to serve that. That said, we're getting really close to getting the money I need for the bakery as well. And that brings our bread online. Oh. The windmill, okay, I guess the windmill could apparently have a lot of people working at it. I was surprised that, like, the farm has not as many people compared to the windmill. You keep working, but I keep never seeing... Oh, you already grabbed the flour. You need a bunch of people to generate wind. This is true. I'm assuming here I am going to need multiple farms going to handle one windmill. But that's okay, because we can always do that down the road, right? Build more farmland up here to feed the windmill. Let's actually reduce the number of workers here. We'll leave it at 3 and see if that's enough to handle it. So next time the trader rolls through, we should be good there. Because then after that, we can go ahead and get our, we can get the market stuff here. We can get the... Yeah, the bailiff is waiting on bread as well. Yeah, so we should be able to improve the trade route to the people to the north, which should give us a higher rate of selling the planks, which should be more money. We should be able to get all of those done from just getting that bread online. So what's interesting is they aren't cutting down the trees here. So it feels like we should be getting more crop out of here. Let's see, can you have your lumberjacks harvest a tree in the farmland to get more crop grow area? That's what is just actually coming up with the same thing, is that I had noticed that despite marking this whole area, they didn't clear the land. And I don't see a thing here that's like, oh yeah, do that. So what we might try doing is... wood cutting this area. And then not regrowing it, not replanting it. And see if that increases the yield of that farm. Alright, we're one coin, we were 1 coin shy of being able to build the bakery. We probably went over and I didn't notice it because I was painting that. But we'll see if our lumber people walk up here. So I think the next piece of land we get is, like I said, this one. We can go for the tavern. I could also expand where we can cut down and plant trees more as well. Because they seem to be doing relatively good on housing. Like, I wish I could see here. I mean, the housing says -1%, which I'm assuming means the housing is, like, relatively an okay place. We'll figure it out. Villagers are leaving. Some villagers in your community are unhappy. They have their reasons, but one thing is clear. They will leave if life in your village does not improve. Check to see what's bothering them. Let's help them out. Raise the happiness of all villagers to 25%. Currently, all but 1 villager. So there is 1 villager in my town who's like, I am displeased. Honestly, that refined food will probably fix it. Foundation's been fun. I really like the organic way things think. Find the 1 mad one and kick them out. That is more than likely a very viable thing. Or you just let them leave on their own and it solves itself. Like, that's just it. Literally, I think that's going to be a self-solving problem. Either that 1 villager will leave and then no villagers will be unhappy here. Or whatever. Can I expand your operation? Nope. All right. Yep, so we're going to get the 20 planks and we'll get the bakery online. And that should fix a lot of stuff. After that, I need to decide, do I spend the money on buying the territory to build our tavern and doing all that? Oh no, we need to do the marketplace still. That's what we need to do. Because that's 100 coins or something like that we needed to do that one. But little by little, we'll get there. Okay, and they are starting to cut down the trees to make room. And we'll see if that, like, massively increases the yield of the farm. Common Path 3, Tier 3 reached. Look, I'm still working on the previous one. So basically we got... Oh, most of these appeared to be... Like, we got improvements to a lot of buildings. Yeah, so a lot of these aren't even, Okay, yeah, a lot of those aren't even new buildings. Those are improvements to existing buildings. Okay. That's not that bad. Alright, so just waiting for that. That'll get the bread production online. Cool. Some of the paths are interesting, just look at the way they choose to route through different areas. Yeah, so they're clearing that out because this area wasn't there. So yeah, it looks like they will be gradually expanding the farmland as we cut down those trees. So that's good. Because that should keep that running more, which should give us more bread, which should be able to have more bread to sell, and yada yada. I now have 2 villagers who aren't at maximum happiness. I'm willing to bet it's something like one of these ones as a negative thing is reaching just far enough out to overlap a house. Probably that house right there, specific and individually. I wish there's a way to see where things are unhappy. Still hasn't marked as desirable, so... Whatever. We'll figure it out eventually, or not. Don't really care. Yeah, the farm is definitely expanding. Okay, bakers. Ooh, we probably want to get you a well that's close than that. Does a well have a meaningful upkeep? Nope. Because that's a real far away well. All right. The elders are looking to repair a few bridges. Cool, so it's a trade deal. They want 100 wood. I have 100 wood and are willing to give us money. I like money. There you go, elders. Thank you for the money. I appreciate it. And with that money, I'm immediately going to go pop down here and say, hey, you remember that thing we've been waiting on? Do that. And the money is gone. So let's see here. We could unlock more of this stuff. I think right now I'm going to leave that alone. We could sell goods to the villagers. We can unlock higher decorations. We can do the clothing. I might wait on a lot of this stuff. And the reason I might wait on some of that is I don't have much room to build that we're not already shoving houses in. I think we might need to expand our territory first. Yeah, so all of this is waiting on resources. First bakery. A delicious aroma drifts upon the warm wind in the morning of your village's first bundle of bread. Fresh out of the oven. It was burnt, and kinda hard, and poorly made. But it's an improvement, to the delight of every villager with tingling taste buds. Cool. Happiness bonus, 10% for all villagers. Alright, well we're still at 60%, so just... Why? You are unable to find find a house close to your workplace. View workplace. You're way over here. You do not have a home. You know what? That is fair. That is fair. If you do not have a home, it is certainly not by your workplace. But they're still building houses over here on this end, so it's looking like I am going to need to locate some houses in this area when we do our expansion. We're already talking about expanding up this way. Yeah, so let's expand up here when we get our 100. And then the intent would be with this is we build our tavern up here. We can build some housing in the area as well. And that should give us more housing towards that. That's a real big area. That's also a big one that would also not be a bad choice either. Yeah, so probably get that one. So we can get our tavern online and go from there. So they are making bread. Progress is happening. We're down to only one unhappy villager. And we're actively making this nicer. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Oh! I see. I understand now. So with that, so basically, when I build the multiple tents, they will let me get multiple different types of goods in there. Because before, when I tried to do it and I put down the second tent, it was acting like I could just do the one resource. That was just UI confusion. But that'll be good, because then I'll have just one marketplace instead of weirdly like two marketplaces next to each other. How's the game? It's been pretty good so far. We ran into a few places where like confusion slowed us down, or like just not doing things in the right operation order, or just like being way too ambitious on one project or another have kind of bit us in the butt. But we managed to get through them all. They just kind of slowed down progress for a little while. As it do. Our farm's getting to be bigger. This is pretty good. So pretty soon we should be able to get that 100 to buy the next chunk of land up here. And then we will need to deal with getting that tavern set up, which I'm sure will be obnoxiously expensive on resources and money. But once I get that location figured out, we can paint more houses around it. Okay. We can add bread on there. Food is getting honestly very low, which is a bit worrisome. So, I wish... Your villagers are now eligible for a new status of commoner. Heck yeah, man. Moving up in the world. Getting that commoner life. Alright. Let's see, produce at least one different refined food. Currently, thing. Fill refined food need for your serfs. We're currently working on that. And that should get that out of there. As soon as we get our next payout of stuff, we should be good there. We're ultimately going to need cloth soon. Which another thing we need to do is once I buy the new tile, figure out what we need to support cloth and make that happen. Hey, we got ourselves... Oh, that was the one where we had people unhappy. We no longer have anyone unhappy. We have solved it with bread.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
This game seems to have a lot of downtime where you just wait for my... Well, the problem was I did a lot of stuff in a bad way early on, and I think that's hurt me on my money side. So I do think that is one thing to keep in mind, is this is my first time playing this on a real level in a long, long time. So we have made mistakes along the way that likely you could make things go much faster. That said, I honestly don't think it's bad for games to have those kind of moments. Alright, so Monument, Tavern, Public Lounge. Service counter. Cool. Berry Brewery. And we already have a Great Hall, so not gonna worry about that. Can I cancel? Okay. Alright, so we've got the public lounge here. Got a pair of chimneys in the back. A welcoming entrance. We can add seating out front and all that. There's no anchor points there. Alright, so we've got this one. I'm not going to bother putting a whole big wall around the outside. But yeah, and that's actually not uncommon for city builders to have downtime as well. And like I said, I don't think that's a bad thing. A lot of these types of game are what I usually refer to as an ant farm game. They're the kind of game that you don't need to sit there and babysit at all times to make sure everything runs smoothly. And I do actually like that to be in a lot of these kind of games. That's genuinely nice to be able to sit there and have a game where you can kind of chill and just like work on your stuff for a little bit, then take a little bit of break doing something else, then come back and pick up where you left off. I very much like those games, especially when I'm working on stuff and I just, you know, again, need to give myself the occasional break. So put this here. Put a fence back there. Shed out back. Alright. So I've got the tavern up there. Gotta take some time to watch ants every now and then? Yeah. Alright. So I've got tons of resources we can assign and a bunch of people we can assign to stuff like that. Not gonna worry about that too much. Food is getting plenty scarce though. We definitely need to deal with that. So let's see here real fast if we can expand some of our food stuff going on. So I can make improvements to the wheat farm if I get 100 gold. Otherwise, that's what we're going to be dealing with. We can also get a hunter's place for boar. I haven't seen any marks or anything that looks like a boar on the map. So that's a little worrisome. And none of the other ones imply they'll give me more food. So I guess we're probably looking at needing to build ourselves another gatherer's place. Which should be okay. I could probably just tuck that right up here. That'll give us more of that to work with. Now bring those in. The next expansion land-wise is going to need to be down here so I can get out more fish. In the meantime, take this residential zone and we're just going to bring it up right around all of this right now. So that starts residentialing into that area. But likely I'll need to put more places for us to get food in here. Because as you can see, our food is dwindling fast. So we need to get ahead of that in a big way. No one's starving so far, luckily, but a lot to go there. Oh, we need common wares. Well, crap. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so I got that built. There's 3 more people gathering berries. So that should increase that. The farm is continuing to grow, so that should help out with that as well. Alright, what else do we want to work on? Do we spend the 50 right now to get the clothing online? I feel like we do, because then I can sell the clothing as another source of income. Let's do that. So clothing is done. It's another one that takes 3 separate things. That's not what I was hoping for, but it's what it is. So sheep farm, weaver hut, and tailors. Crap. Alright. And people don't like the sheep's farm. It's not exactly what I was hoping to see. So let's quickly go. Before we get too far, I need to go back to the paint tool in the residential. Let's carve this area out over here. I'll carve that over there for right now, since they don't like that. So we got room to build that out a little bit. But also in these games, it usually ends up being a thing that as you go along the game, you'll start making more and more money. Because if you remember, I was making only like 1 or 2 gold per time segment, and that number is slowly climbing. That we should be able to build stuff faster and faster as the game goes on. And you are 25, so you can be built now. Alright. This should help where people weren't able to find housing nearby here previously. So you get a little bit of construction there. Alright, and pretty soon we'll be hitting the halfway point to the stream, which, like I said, at the halfway point of the stream, I'm going to do a poll. It is not going to be featuring Product Zomboid. We are doing a variety day today. Product Zomboid will be back on Saturday. Maybe Thursday or Friday if I do a bonus stream. But it'll definitely be back on Saturday. I am a variety streamer, so I want to make sure to vary my content. Because it is one of those things that when games come out, have major updates, you see that spike up in watching, and then they kind of go like this. And you can't commit to a game forever unless it's one of those games, well, not even forever. Can't commit to a game long term unless it's a game that like has like a very long shelf life without ever like dipping really low in viewership, which Product Zomboid does not fall in that category. And I also never want to be a one game streamer where I ride or die with one game. That, you know, I'm at the mercy of the ebbs and flows, because I've watched so many content creators who had their game, something happens, that game falls out of favor, and then suddenly they don't have a channel anymore. But we are continuing to do Product Zomboid. There's nothing wrong with the game. I'm just a variety streamer. But I'm going to go ahead and get a poll going for another one of these games to kind of revisit. We will keep this on the list as one of the options. So what are we doing now? Let's see. Continue Foundation. So that's just basically keep doing what we're doing. We can put on the list here Exogate Initiative. Do I actually want... Alright. I might make it a very short list. Exogate Initiative, because I think I want to wait on Surviving the Abyss to like kind of look at it a little bit more before we go there. Because that's one that also released. Plan B didn't go full release yet. And I had like two others. It was Exogate Initiative. Let's see, that one's for later. Beyond Contact, which is a survival craft. We'll put that on the list. Beyond Contact. And we might leave it at just those right now. Yeah, I wanna take a peek at Surviving the Abyss, because Surviving the Abyss had a more mixed mixed response when we first got to check it out. Have I played Zero Sievert? Yeah, no, I played everything Zero Sievert had at the time when I last played it. Yeah, no, we can add it to the games to check out. Too small for the number of workers. Ooh, someone might be losing their house. Yeah, we might check that out. Alright, person back here. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But the sheep have demanded your home. Okay. You're complaining that you don't have missing raw material. Missing mature livestock. I understand. But yeah, so, alright, I should probably explain what those games are. So, the games we've got is we can continue playing Foundation, which is what we're doing right now. We have Exogate Initiative. If you ever seen the game Evil Genius, which is where you play as a supervillain, like cartoonish supervillain, and you build your little base and you expand it, and you have like your minions' needs and all that, and your research or whatever. And then you'd send them out into the world and then do stuff like steal the Statue of Liberty and retrieve it and stuff like all that. Now, this one, mechanically, gameplay-wise, is the same, or similar, I should say. But instead of being, you know, the whole, like, supervillain, it's more like you're playing Stargate. And all that. Beyond Contact is a survival crafter, and I don't remember exactly the setup. I think you like land on an alien planet or whatever, and you have to like research stuff to build stuff and all that. So it's kind of in the same realm as stuff like Lens Island and all that, but again, more of a sci-fi theme. We played it way, way, way back, and we had a relatively good time, but it was one of those things that was like a very early version of the game, and at that time, it was very, very limited content. So like, good game just was a bit dry on the content side at the time. That's also fully released. I have not played... No, actually, did we do a demo of Exogate Initiative? I think we did. But either way, that one went full release as well. And then the last game I was considering that I didn't put on the list was Surviving the Abyss, which is another city builder, but it's at the bottom of the ocean, and there's like Cthulhu's monster kind of thing that you have to have these UV lights to protect your base, otherwise these tentacles come down, they just smash your buildings. And it was a neat idea, but like that one was a little bit more of a mixed bag when we played it, that there's a lot of cool stuff in it, but then there's a lot of stuff that was like really not in that good of shape. Which is a reason I opted to not put it there. I'm like, yeah, let me look at that one a bit more. Because if it comes back that's like still very mediocre, I'll just spare everyone the time. Oh, you know what we're going to need to do here? Oh, right. So if we go to our resources, I'm willing to bet we can buy the sheep. Or not. So we get the wool. Where do I get the sheep from, though? Oh, we have a thing here. Merchant League. Trade prices, a bonus 10% from villager labor allegiance. Civic chores, labor buildings upkeep reduced by 25%. Fair reputation, newcomers ignore happiness with immigrating. Additional taxation, you can have one more concurring taxes without penalty. Dutiful payers, residential taxation happiness effect is decreased by 25%. Family business, every time you trade with a village of labor allegiance, you gain one influence with its estate. Ooh. Alright. Okay. That's an interesting one. There's a lot of good options here. So if we reduce the upkeep, that should give us a lot more money. Yeah, so trade price, upkeep, and the additional taxes will all help. I feel like the taxes I'll be able to make the most money off of it, because basically that's going to reduce the penalty to the happiness. So I assume if we go here, yeah, we'll be able to go one more notch without as much penalty. You've been watching a new game recently, you should check out. It's the Isle at some point, you see it's interesting, a bit like DayZ but with dinosaurs. Do you mean Ark? Okay, what I was going to do here... No, it's called the Isle. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see, because DayZ didn't end up being my cup of tea. Not saying it's a bad game or anything, but like the DayZ Rust-esque games just never were a thing that I super got into. Now you play as the dinosaurs. Gotcha. And I'm assuming the poll went to the game, because I saw it was leading, then I looked down, and now I can't see the results. But it looked like this was leading. We can do, for the next week, we can do Beyond Contact. Because that's what I'm curious about, because that was one of those ones that felt like it was in a really good place when it came out. There just wasn't much there. Like, you met, like, the first, like, major alien faction, you met the, like, first enemy group and all that. But, you kind of got there, and then, like, you ran out of story. Alright, so let me go ahead and remove where it says the stream vote later. So that way I'm not misleading people. And thank you that follow. Welcome to stream. And like I said, for those who are just really interested in Product Zomboid, it's not off the channel forever or anything like that. I do plan on being back into it on Saturday. Alright, so we're about to hit another $100. So we'll be able to do stuff with that. We can get this off the list. So let's check our mandates. So we can put it to their favor. It wants us to do that. That costs money. We're just going to do it. So I'll get that knocked out. And we still need more refined food, which is just a matter of getting more bread being produced. You're not building the tents on this? What's going on here? Oh, they don't have cloth. Right. Okay, so they seem to be making wool relatively quickly. Let's see. So what is Foundation about here? You just got here late. So it is a like city building style game. The big thing that's different about it versus a lot of other city-style building games is it's not where you plunk down this house here, you plunk that down here, this is a 2x3, and that's a 2x3, and that's a 2x3, like that kind of thing. It's far more organic in that I say this is a residential just area, and it kind of mixes the houses in, they figure out how to path it. Like, this isn't a building, you can see this building's actually broken up into a bit different parts that I can go and customize and all that, and they all have stats. So it's a far more, like, organic building game in regards to... It's just not all gridded out, where, you know... I talked about, like, you'd play a game like Banished, and, you know, you do, like, your row of houses, it'd have a street, you'd have your row of houses, street, row of houses, there's a well, there's a tavern, there's the church. Like, you get the ideas. It all ends up being this very grid thing. Versus, as you can see here, it kind of just way more flows like a thing. Do you see yourself playing more Timberborn? Yeah, no, absolutely I'll be playing some Timberborn. I usually wait for another major update to happen, and then we revisit it again and again. So, like, up here, for example, I'm in progress of building a tavern. I just need common wares, and I don't know where to get those. Alright. So we got a little bit more money. Let's go ahead and see what we can unlock here that might help. So if we get just a tiny bit more money, we might be able to go and do the goods market. We could also check on the butcher. Oh, you know what I should do? I shouldn't do those things. What I should do is get the next thing for this line. So that'd be the Weaver's Hut. Okay, so the people don't care about the Weaver's Hut. The Weaver's Hut does not upset them. That's good to know. So we could probably wedge it in here somewhere and not upset anyone. Alright. Yeah, no, Timberborn I could definitely see going back to playing. Usually it's every major update I play it. Because, like, for the record, of games that have sponsored this channel, Timberborn has sponsored this channel more than any other game. They've sponsored us on 4 separate occasions. Which blows my mind, that they're like, we love what you did with our last sponsorship. Major update came out, we'd love for you to play it again. So even though it's one of those games that, like, the numbers it pulls in are just okay, that definitely changes the algebra with that kind of stuff, that, you know, when someone's willing to throw some money at you, you're like, alright, so I'm going to be a little bit low viewership today, but it's a really good game that I stand behind, and I get directly paid for doing it. That's even better. And I've also played it where I wasn't being sponsored too. They haven't sponsored me, like, every time I played or anything. But it's just definitely one of those things that helps out as a creator. Those are, like outside of, getting subs and bits and all those kind of things, it's one of those things that has helped me more than anything else is game sponsorships. Those are my favorite ones to do because it makes me not have to sweat about the numbers nearly as much. Usually when I do one of those sponsored streams, I'd have to like do the numbers now because you change your rates based on your viewership and all that. But usually just one or two of those sponsors would end up being the same amount of money I'd get in subs for an entire month. So it ended up being like a real big deal that we get one or two of those and it's almost like doubling my pay for the month. So that really, really helps. And I think in the entire time we've done those, I think we've only had like one or two games that we've that we've done that like I looked at, I'm like, oh, that game looks interesting, let's check it out. And then you're like, oh, this was really not a good game. We definitely had like one that it was just, the server was barely functional while they did the sponsored thing and they gave me the wrong time. It's like, all right, I mean, the physics are good in the game. It's like the game part of the game I can't answer because I can't play. We had that happen one time. And then there was a game that was like, it was okay, but it was kind of one of those things that took kind of a really established and busy genre, but really didn't add anything to it. And so it's those things like, okay, the game, like, it's not bad, it's just mediocre kind of thing. It was just okay. But, they were charging a pretty high premium and everything, and we didn't know going into it. Like, it looked good on paper, then you play, it's like, oh, it's alright. But yeah. Because I usually do my best to vet sponsors first. Like, I have tons of ones that reach out like, hey, we'd love to sponsor you. Generative AI, nope. Crypto, nope. NFTs, Mobile game, I wouldn't be against doing a mobile game, but all the ones we see are...
Thank you, Cody Husky, for subscribing for 2 months.
Thank Cody Husky for the Prime Gaming sub.
Closing parenthesis.
Thank you, Cody Husky, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month. You used it here, and that really means a lot, so I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for that support. I hope you continue to enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, like, I wouldn't be against a mobile game if one of them approached me. It wasn't a huge pain in the butt to do, which is one of the big holdbacks, and it wasn't just a cesspool of microtransaction and gotcha mechanics. Because that's always the thing. Is the only mobile games I've had approach me are all like, oh, this is some real predatory monetization. Nah, man, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. That's a big old no in my book. Like, I have very, very strong opinions about some of the shady things that a lot of those games do to foster addiction and all that. It's gonna be a solid no in my book. Alright, so did we get the other tents? No, I went with the, I actually don't remember. Oh no, we didn't go with the new edict, or a new prosperity thing. We went and build your stuff there, because what I'm thinking in hindsight here is I'll probably end up replacing these booths back here with goods booths. Because if we do that, as opposed to the food booths, then I should be able to make more money selling the goods we're making back to our own villagers. Yeah, we keep getting no access to refined food. We're trying. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, I've had a couple mobile games reach out to me over the years, but almost all of them, it's like you looked at us like, no, man, just no. I'm not dead set against doing it. It's just all the ones that have reached out were real scummy ones in my personal opinion. I was like, nah, I'm not doing it. We've also done some wild games over the years I got keys for that, there's games that look really good, then you play them and go, it's not as good as I hoped. This comes up almost every time. I still remember I was getting a bunch of keys for a bunch of like these little indie games that, there's good ones. We get lots of good indie games, and I play a lot of the good indie games, and we play them a bunch. But then I get a lot of keys that are like, very shovelware kind of games where that's just, asset rips. They see a game that's, popular at the time, and they make their game that very, very, very closely copies it to a point you're like, all right, hang on, you're just really, like, you're definitely pushing the point of ripping this game off. Like, you're not, like, you basically took their mechanics and duplicated them and didn't try and do anything new or interesting with it. But I had one I got, which was, like, Crypto Miner Tycoon or something like that. And I was like, this game is probably going to be utterly terrible. And I was like, you know what? These people tried to give me a key like 3 or 4 times and just like sent it to you with the key in there so they can't take it back kind of thing and like use it for someone else in case you used it. And I was going to do it as like a meme that's like, hey, let's check out the game. Like, I don't have high expectations, but let's check it out. And actually, low-key was pretty decent. It really reminded you of Game Dev Tycoon, except it was all about cryptocurrency, which is one of the reasons I wanted to pick fun at it, is because half the time anything crypto that comes across the table is a big smoldering pile of hot garbage with, like, their crypto market gimmicks and all that. And it was just, no, it was like a Game Dev Tycoon game with that. It had some pretty bad balance issues, and so, like, people was like, oh, would you recommend the game? No, probably not. But considering as I was expecting to be like a flaming tire fire kind of thing, it's like, you know what? I'm actually kind of enjoying this. Do you plan to play the new Civ 7 coming out soon? Probably not on stream. 4X strategy games are really difficult to stream. They're very much leaned towards like the storyteller's type of content creator, which I'm not really good at that type of content. And then on top of that, like, it just is a very large departure from my audience norm. They finished all the parts of clothing? Not yet. We've got the fabric being produced, and I was just giving it a moment. We're going to get the tailor shop. Okay. So our people don't mind the tailoring shop either. So I will go ahead and put that over here. Tuck those in nice and close to each other. And I'm gonna need another warehouse somewhere. I'm not really sure where I want to wedge this in. I guess... because I'm trying to not cut apart the actual place there. We got a house there. Nah, I'm sorry. Someone's losing their house. It's just gotta be. So put transporter here. You already got that. Alright. So that should be everything we need to get that online. Money's doing relatively well, so let's go ahead and get, at this point, the goods market. Because my expectation is... yes, that's what's happened here. So let's go to edit. So, the question here... is take that out. You cost 25. That's fine. When we get 50... okay, we still had enough here. When we get 50, we will get a goods booth going on here. And I assume that'll be able to sell some of the clothes. We'll expand this market. You know, I keep avoiding the houses like in other games because of the cost. I do think genuinely it's probably in this game just the way it is. You do end up occasionally knocking down a house to spread this out and just, you know, finagling the residential around it kind of thing. Alright. So, prosperity-wise, the next thing we're going to build... so it just says additional storage space. That might be good. And then the butchering stuff. We can also get the improvements to this. Those just cost me my stuff here. Providing fortification. Fortification is required by housing to increase their density. And by certain workplaces to function properly. By enclosing an area in walls, it provides the type of fortification needed. By building watchtowers, you need watchmen to occupy it. They can be hired at the watch post. I understand. And then more stuff there. Because it looks like I might have a cap of 50 here. That once I hit... Oh, there is a cap. Okay, so we need to start doing stuff with our clergy because we've hit the cap there. Increase housing density. The villagers are happy to learn about your plans to enhance fortifications and carry out patrols. They believe this will increase the village density and foster prosperity for the entire community. Let's make the city out of this village. Okay. Alright, regardless, I'm gonna have to wait on money a little bit because we've been spending it as it comes in. The elders are looking to increase the nearby settlement's clothing stockpile. So we have 15 days. So I don't think there's a penalty for not doing this. I'm gonna say yes. I have zero expectations of being able to meet that. Oh. Oh, right. Okay, so we got the bailiff thing here. So we got our next mandate. So once we hit the point of having 50 bread, which we're struggling to have any surplus at all, I can improve the trade relations. And I believe once we improve those trade relations, we can do a bunch of stuff with that. Alright, so let's get the tailor shop online. And that's still missing the common wares. I think we probably have to trade for those. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go ahead and do that just to get that happening. So resources. I'm not see. Oh, wait, there we go. Well, we can't physically buy it. We don't have a trade route with anyone who can. Also, let's check here. What do we get now? Right, so we can get the watchtower. And then we can start building village fortifications. So we go here. Watch post. And the watch post needs a room with interior access. Alright, so I'll get us our watch post. Now, the catch is it says I'm supposed to surround my village with that. You can't even find the login page to use Prime to the sub for your phone. It's so frustrating. Oh, yeah, no, they buried that thing real deep in there. It's like you have to go to where you go to resub, and there's like a tick box near the bottom or something like that. But it's like 2 clicks deep, and I'm always timid to like tell people how to go through it just because I'm really scared they'll accidentally do a page sub. Because I don't sub through mobile. Because here's one thing I'll warn you: if you sub through mobile, you will be charged more than if you sub through the website. You'll get the exact same thing, but you will be paying a surcharge for that. It is more expensive on mobile because whether you're on Android or Apple, they do fork on a 30% increased price against Twitch, which means they pass that cost on to you. It is genuinely worth it to take 2 seconds to pop on your computer, sub there. It will still work on mobile, and you won't pay that extra $2-3 or whatever it is. That's crazy? No, that's literally anything you buy on mobile versus other means, you are going to pay a surcharge. That's not just Twitch. That's literally any transaction that they have a not mobile and mobile version. The mobile version, you're going to be paying anywhere from 15 to 30% extra because Apple and Android do take a cut of 30%. And therefore, if I'm trying to sell you my good at $5 and I have to get like a 30% cut, I am going to pass that cost on to you because I still need to make the amount of money I need to make to keep my lights on. That's literally everything. YouTube, Twitch, even games that have both like a PC and a mobile version. Yeah, do not go through the mobile version. Log on to your browser, hit the sub button, do that. It won't affect... Actually, you know what? I wonder if maybe you can't do Prime on mobile because of that. That's a way of circumventing that. I'm curious. I have never tried to use my Prime on mobile. But yeah. Like, if you're ever going to buy, like, and that's true of bits and everything. All of them will have it's roughly a 30% surcharge. Because, again, that is literally what Apple and Android charge Twitch. But that's everything. Like, there is, if you get, like, for example, sometimes you get, like, the Domino's Pizza or, like, whatever, if you get their mobile app, that'll even be there, too. That if you go to their website and you buy a pizza and it's, like, $18.99 or whatever, and then you go to, like, the phone, and it ends up being, like, 21 bucks. Yeah, I 100% expected to fail that. We're playing catch-up on the clothes and all that. Or at least load the Twitch page. Yeah, no, if you load the Twitch website... Yeah, if you load the Twitch website on your phone, not the mobile app, I believe you can get around the surcharge. Because the surcharge comes with it being an app that you get from, like, again, Android or iPhone's marketplace. You didn't know about pizza? Yeah, it's if you're going through their app, to be clear. If you get, like, a Domino's or whatever pizza app, if you're going through their website, you're fine. They don't have to pay the surcharge, they don't pass that cost on to you. I have no idea where it should and shouldn't be painting that. You just realized that Spotify is charging you more because you're renewed on your phone? Yep. And don't get App Store surcharges are on digital goods, not pizza. I thought they would still do that if you did the transaction through the phone. Apple surcharge on app purchases. Let's see. Explain how much went when fees that apply for 30 start for apps and in-app purchases. However, does not apply to free apps. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you're correct. They said, generally speaking, this applies to digital goods and services, so excludes most but not all physical goods. Yeah, so I'm wrong about the pizza one. But the point is more be very, very, very careful when you're buying stuff on the mobile app. So I am wrong about the pizza one. My apologies. They did say some physical goods. They didn't outline in what is popping up real fast, but it does seem like the bulk of physical goods are fine. It's probably stuff like when you go to buy a game and there's a digital version and a physical version, you buy the physical version, that they probably have some like loophole clause kind of thing that you can't just work your way around it. But either way, still be real careful buying stuff using mobile apps. Because most of the time there'll be a surcharge. Alright, so we've got that. We are brewing. I can't get the common stuff yet. So what did I need to unlock the other trade routes? We should be about there. Because I know it had to do with producing the clothes. I don't remember if I have to actually have the clothes. Unlock trade route. Cool, new trade route opened. And so the other one is I need to have the bread surplus. I need surplus bread to unlock that trade route. And I need Kingdom, whatever rep to unlock that. And that would be unlocking all the trade routes at that point. Let's go check our resources and see what else we want to set up for potentially trying to sell. So other things that we're producing now. So we are producing flour and wheat. I don't care about that. We will say if I have over 100 bread, then sell our surplus. Obviously, we're not going to have that. If we have over 100 wool, no one's buying it, so I don't know why I bothered with that. Just forget I typed that in. If we have over 100 clothes, actually over 20 clothes, that's good. We don't have anyone I can buy that from. If we have over 100 booze, sell the surplus. We don't have anyone who'll buy those. If we have over 20 tools, sell the surplus. Okay. So that should give us more income rolling in. We are slowly giving ourselves more area for the sheep. So the big question we're going to end up having, well, actually got two things. One of those is, as I was starting to say, that we need to have our village behind fortifications to allow to have higher density. But with how much I've got this sprawled out, I don't think it's going to be a thing that I'm going to be able to, like, build a wall around all of this easily. So, like, in real life, you could, like, wall this area off. And then I need to enclose this area back here. And that would suffice. Like, this would be its own barrier, and that would be a natural barrier. I don't know. I'm assuming what I would need to do is, say, like, I wanted to make this neighborhood higher density. I would wall off the neighborhood and put some gates in and out. Which might be what we have to do. I feel I'm moving this a lot over time. What are you? Are you a house? I think you're a granary or warehouse. Okay. So start doing that. That's the farm. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, so start by enclosing this area and letting that kind of build up its density and see what happens. That's going to be a pretty good investment of supplies. Alright, so the question is, do I snag another thing for prosperity? Or do get the... Oh, wait. Don't do anything with that. The market. The market, we were going to upgrade that. So we can go here to a goods tent. That house built there, which kinda sucks for this purpose. Alright, so we're gonna go and expand the market a little bit there. Get some goods on the list. We do have a little bit of surplus bread. And it still left us with a lot of money. So part of me is tempted to snag the wheat field improvements to get that going. Oh, common wares. We need the common wares for our tavern, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. So common wares. You cost 200. You're gonna be a while. Yeah, so you get vegetables and meat later. So I'm gonna slowly replace some of these ones with other tents since I put too much food options there. So good news is the food has stabilized. Things are looking good there. Once we get those commonware, we'll get the tavern finished. And we'll be able to start making ourselves some wine and all that to benefit ourselves monetarily and all that, make our people happier. Let's look at our buildings, jobs-wise. We can put a second one on the granary. I've got the spare workers. The treasury has no worker space available. I guess it just doesn't need workers. It's weird it's listed if that's the case. Alright, so we got people working all the stalls. Yeah, and these two, we just don't have enough stuff coming in here. Which is where I'm debating when we get another 100 gold. Maybe, well, first, when we get 200 gold, getting the common stuff to get our tavern online, because I imagine that'll be lucrative. But, also, when we get an extra 100 gold, see what we can do for improving our farm. My suspicion is I'll be able to make, like, a workers building or something like that. And we could tuck that up here and have the farm go the whole way around like we had originally. Yeah, and we're enclosing this to see if we can't have it increase the density and all that. It still wants to have beautification of the area. Ah, you also need light fortification and patrol coverage. Okay, so in that case, patrol coverage. So I'm patrol that area. So I'll put 2 patrollers. And 2 watchmen. And that should help with that. This will also affect the pathing of a lot of the people. So we'll be curious to see how we see that change. Because I'll have to go through this gate, or that gate. Can you quickly explain the game, what type of game it is? Sure, it is a city building game, so if you ever played a game like, say, for example, Banished or anything like that, very much in that same realm of game, where basically you start out, you have to keep your people alive and happy by keeping them fed and all that. There's lots of like goods to be moved around. I'll go ahead and put the commonware in here, even though it doesn't really align, it's not nearby. So there's like the survival thing. You don't need Watchmen if you don't have watch posts. Yeah, but I got spare workers, and they just keep showing up, so... Let's see. With so many berries in storage, the elders would like you to host a trading fair dedicated to the tasty little red fruits. If you can ensure everyone has a good time, there's a good chance the trading value of this resource will improve. Raise the happiness of your village to 75. It's currently 62. Wait for the fair to be over. If you succeed, lots of good things. If you fail, you'll take a pretty bad penalty. Order foragers to work double time. So let's host it. 21 days, which means we're gonna turn down our taxes. You all better thank me. How is 1.0? It's really good. But yeah, so one of the big things about this one, though, is it's not just a grid system where you have, like, your house is 2x3, and then this is 2x2, and that's 1x1, so you have, like, your house in these neat rows with a neat little road in between another neat road. You kind of, like, zone this area as, like, residential, and they'll plop houses wherever they can fit it. Gotta kick everyone out the mad last day. I'm curious how it'll actually work in practice. So we're gonna take a hit on our taxes. Like a pretty big hit. So what can we do to make our villagers happier? It's a lack of access to refined food, which is mostly boiling down to the fact I just don't have enough farming goods. To do that. Which you've been sitting here the whole time on, like, get the needs. Yeah, that's medium quality, medium density. Requires the light fortification, which we're working on. Wood for the elders. They would like 100 wood. I have more than 100 wood, so there you go. Give me the money. Alright, and with the money solved, we can go ahead and build. This building has an unfilled requirement. Are you sure you want to build without filling all the requirements? Buildings can only be used when all the requirements are met. Oh! You have to be inside fortifications. I missed that part. Thank you for the prompt, game. We could shove it up there in those trees. There we go. We'll give you the title so it says Project Zomboid. If it does say Project Zomboid for you, refresh. Because the title's definitely not Project Zomboid. Not in the title or the category. Yeah, so I'll get our tavern online. Yeah, this is Foundation. So we can get just a little bit more money. Then I will see if we can expand our farm. Try and help that. Okay, so we have actually gone over the 75% just a little. My assumption is once we enclose this and it's qualified as garden and everything, it will make our people happier. We also do need to increase the beautification of the area, which is just going to be a lot of cosmetic nonsense. They'll probably cost us gold and wood and all that to do it. Okay, so let's go here. And let's get the wheat farm improvements. I can go here. Alright, so we can store more output. We can get 2 additional workers, more output. These are decorations. I don't even know how important that is. So we'll want the extra workers. Some visitors had a terrible time and upset your villagers. Okay. I don't know what you want me to do about that, like, I'm providing what you asked. Okay. So I've got that building. So just make the extra workers place. I mean, mute my microphone for a second and eat a little bit of my food, but I'll keep the game running. We keep having annoyed visitors, and I don't see a way I can do anything about that. Like, I've got a huge surplus of the berries. So not sure what the deal there is. But that's the idea, is I want to add this on. And then once that gets built on there, I should be able to add 2 more workers, so my assumption is to be able to make the farm that much larger. Yeah, so downside is, with those annoyed ones, that's a minus 13%. It's fading off, but I don't think we're going to recover in time to get rid of that. We might be able to pop in here like the last day and just eliminate our taxes entirely to boost ourselves like an extra 5% on our happiness. I don't think that'll be enough, though. But I want to wait till... Okay, we're right at the end. Alright. So that's going to hurt us a lot in the money department. Let's give that a minute to do its thing. And see if we can't manage to get that recovered. New title unlocked, Elder, because it is now a town, not a village. The roads are finally safe. We've made a denser house. Hey, would you look at that? We're getting newer, fancier. Jeez, those houses carry more people in them. Okay, so those are worth making. A bleak failure. The fair did not go as well as people hoped. The trading will not improve anytime soon. The people still appreciate the effort. They want to give another fair a try later, should you desire to do so. Alright, well in that case, you all suck. Take your taxes back. Take your taxes back just a little. I failed to notice there was a 25% hit to our morale. So let's not jump too hard down that tunnel real quick. So the city builder, what's the angular twist? It's not grid-based. Is the big angular twist. So your cities end up being far more organic versus just everything being a grid. Improving trade with the Weidel. So trade is booming. Yeah, so they want us to boost that. Yeah, so we need to keep getting our stuff here. We're still waiting on that to get built. But yeah, so it's like so in concept, it's the same as a lot of the other ones. The big, like they're saying, the big difference is a lot of these games historically, they're just a grid. So you have like your line of houses, the road in between, the line of houses, the line of houses, the road in between, the line of houses. There's a well, there's a well. Here's your building, here's your building. It's like everything is in a rigid grid. Whereas this one you can see like there's no grid. There's a far more like organic design of the city where things just kind of pick up and end up getting developed wherever they get developed, kind of thing. Like you place the buildings, but like the houses and that, you just say put houses here, and they kind of fill in the gaps. Yeah, so medium density houses. Love to see it. So we've got a bit of extra cash. So let's go ahead and unlock sort of beautification stuff. And see if we can't get this to be the medium quality with that. Village decorations. Your villagers enjoy decorations. They will increase the desirability of an area for better housing and provide beautification, which improves your prosperity. Cool. So the goal is clear to make the inefficient and ugliest town ever? No, it's to make a town that actually looks like a town versus what you normally get in a lot of these games. Put a rose bush there. You want a terracotta bench? And you want a young oak planter. And you want a road sign. And you want a rope fence. Alright, so we got that out of the way. But, so what we like to do is one of these houses. Yeah, so we've got beautification in the area. So it seems like we probably want to add just some beautification nonsense all over the place. I like the idea of adding these. I'm assuming those will add light during the night. I forgot I can just hold shift. I'm just trying to kind of put these by some of these street corners and all that. I'm hoping these, like, the lighting on these will be very noticeable. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because if not that, that'd be pretty disappointing. Okay, so we officially hit the point where I couldn't build more. But you haven't played it, but the timeline, time period feels like Manor Lords. Have you played that? How would you compare it? Alright, so the thing is, when you look at these games, like Manor Lords is the same timeline, Farthest Frontier is the same timeline, this is the same timeline, Banished is the same timeline. This entire genre, for the most part, is that same timeline, that same time frame. Manor Lords is a far more gridded out system. Manor Lords also, while it's got a lot of promise from the early game, is also very, 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 very nowhere near done, with a lot of kind of key functionality missing from it. That said, Manor Lords does have the interesting thing where you can kind of like drag out the buildings and it kind of like slots them in, which is a really cool function it has. It also has the modular building. It's not, from what I recall at least, it's not quite as freeform in what you can do as that. But they are games that, thematically, whatever you want to call it, are similar. Why are you complaining right now? What's going on here? Oh, it's saying there's not enough coverage. I see. But yeah, they're very similar games so far as what they got going on with them. But I would say this is like a fleshed out and functional and like complete game, whereas Manor Lords is still, you know, it's not there yet. It's cool. It's got a lot of neat stuff, but it's still early access and feels early access. Let's see. You think Managed has warfighting? You think Manor Lord has warfighting? This? Is this a protector village or build your village kind of game like SimCity Build One? So they do allude to the fact that there's safety and all that kind of stuff going on, like security and all that. I haven't seen combat yet. I don't believe it's the main focus of the game, but they have talked about getting troops and all that kind of stuff. So I assume there's some nature of that there. Let's see. Tropper sees potential in a fleet of carriages. They want to trade more goods with your village and would like to help you crafting such vehicles by supplying them with tools. I'll see what I can do. Alright, so let's see if we add 2 more workers. That we can now expand this farm. Okay. Now I want to go here and say wood cutting. Keep on cutting those trees. But yeah, they're just different approaches. Like I said, I can't speak for the combat. There is, like, if we look at our prosperity, there's an entire thing about the kingdom about, yeah, so like bow warfare and spear warfare and sword warfare. So I can only assume there is combat. Yeah, there's got to be combat because they got all sorts of like weapons and defenses and all that. We are building security around here. There's got to be combat of some. You're right. And there was even one of the starts that said, "Do you want to focus more on military?" There's like one that was like an economic run. There was one that was a military run. There was one that was like whatever the clergy and trade was. And then there was one that was kind of a just broad, like, you know, there was one that's basically let it be what it be kind of goes. That seemed like the neutral run or whatever, that you didn't have a specific thing in mind. Which is the one we chose. It wasn't one of the ones that had like a specific focus. We chose the default, which is like makes your own story or whatever. All right. So people are getting pretty upset about the refined food shortage, which is still this. I'll probably need to make another field. Yeah, so if we can get the comment, so let's see. Houses need to be protected by patrols. Make sure to paint the patrolled area in the houses. I mean, you are? Oh, I see. The green ones mean that they're patrolled well, and the red ones mean they're not. So, my suspicion is, if we look under our services, wherever that was. Basically, I need to go in wherever the, I'm assuming since it says patrols will spend time here that they'll go from here being more efficient. We'll have to see. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of we've got the security here, but we just don't have the actual patrols walking around. Because that's what these are. Some of these guys going around. We got patrolling people. I'm also curious if maybe it's one of these things that over here where I've got our patrol people. That to get more patrol people. Yeah, so Manor's getting fancier. So the question is, if I build that, will I get the option to have two more patrolling people to help support the patrols? Yeah, so I should be working on that. When we get the money, what I probably need to do is expand our territory again and just set up another farm. Or it could even be that from here, if I buy, like, the next territory up... Well, actually, there's not another territory up there, so I won't be doing that. I would say I'd buy the next territory up here and then expand the farm, but it looks like we've hit the limit on the territory in that direction we can buy. So this will be our next piece of territory where I could get more fishing. Yeah, so I've purchased all the territory except that one up in this direction. And I think this is far enough away from the granary and all that, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense for me to put the farm over here. This would probably be much better served. I mean, what I could do is I could actually shift the sheep farm to go over this way, and then have this farm spread out that way. It's not honestly a bad idea. Warning, too far from any watch post. Okay. Well, my watch post is over here. Yeah, so we've got our guards moving around, boosting these back up. And as they circle around there, it gets these ones that are too low up. Alright, well, let's figure that out. Huh. They're doing okay on money so far with all that. Oh, good. We finally got the trade goods stuff starting to produce goods. We got that. We are making our common stuff now. So let's go in here. Trying to see where I can prioritize its construction. prioritize that so as we get our common wares, which is all we're missing, we can get those online, which will give us the wine and all that at our tavern, which should improve our money. Probably make our people happier. The good news is our happiness is recovering. The bleak fare is falling off. We are running into a refined food shortage, which is the bread. So we'll try and get that resolved. The interesting thing is the only thing we're missing to go to heavy fortification would be to, like, upgrade our walls and all that. Yeah, because if we fix our refined food, that should really make a big deal. Oh, our woodcutter is full. Ah, that's a problem. That's a problem. So the reason why we're not getting any of that cleared for more farmland is because we literally are over hooked up on lumber. Which should be a self-solving problem as we expand. Yeah, those are all taking planks, so our sawmill's going as hard as it can. What are we doing next here? The luxury market would be luxury goods. Beer production. We can make a hop farm that'll produce hops, and we can use that with wheat to produce beer. That should help a lot. Probably the edict would be our next one. The edicts are just a straight up thing where you can change a stat to make your life easier. Or to get bonuses, whatever you want to say. And you're struggling with iron. You're struggling with iron. You're struggling with, the iron ore. I can't expand you. Is there something here that'll allow us to expand? That's the stone hut improvement. That doesn't help us. So it looks like there's not another layer we can get for iron production that I'm seeing here. Let's see. Let's see. Is it good to upgrade villagers to commoners? Oh, I forgot. Do we literally just get to upgrade them? Like, just click on a villager and upgrade? Ah, you can. You straight up promote a villager. I misunderstood that. Okay. So we can just straight up upgrade a villager to make them a better villager. Do villagers still walk through fences? Not that I've seen. The villagers I've had have walked around them. Now, some of them, the around them is a little tenuous. But okay. So let's go to our mandate, select mandate. Promote villagers to a higher status. Oh, you can promote literally everybody. I just chose two that... Gotcha. Conclude. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. We do have villagers we can promote to being commoners. That those villagers are in certain roles that'll benefit from that. So let's try and do that to improve efficiency and all that. So the refined food shortage is going down, and our refined food is improving. It's still not where we need it, but we are seeing improvement there, so that's good news. The big thing is I really have got to get our logging, basically use more logs or sell more logs to keep the logging happening. Let's check to see if we have anyone I could trade with who it's... Labor tier 3 reached. Alright, well, let's take a peek. So we can make the manor house better. We can get the tavern to be better. We can unlock a estate privilege thing, which is good. We can make an inn. Unlocks additional taxation of your village and paved roads. Okay. So we can grab you, and we'll come back for the paved roads. Alright. So, with this, let's slow down time because things are not doing great. Oh, actually, no, we're positive. Let's see here. We can go here. We get ourselves another edict spot. So we can reduce the upkeep of buildings or increase the trade price. Let's reduce the upkeep of buildings. That should save me a lot of money. Have you tried moving buildings like the lumber camp? Is it good? I have not tried moving a building. Like an existing building, I've only seen the ability to destroy and all that, not pick it up and move it. I have been able to move, modifications to buildings. So like these ones, I can go to edit building and move that. I'm assuming it knocks it down and puts it back up. Alright. And I've already forgotten the other thing we unlocked. We unlocked the milling tax. Unlocks an additional tax on your village. So let's go look at this. Up to 25 gold per windmill. Is that going to massively hurt my thing, or is that just an extra tax I could toss on the windmill and be like, deal with it? Alright. So we're struggling on the money front a big way. How close are you getting to done? I'm not seeing. I guess it wasn't actually queued? Alright, well apparently it wasn't queued this whole time. I don't know. It's fine, they'll get that sorted out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is I think maybe I was short on gold when I tried to build it, and so it didn't actually do the building. Bottlenecked on planks? Yeah, no, we're definitely bottlenecked on planks, too. Oh, right, so I wanted to check. Ah, good. So it does appear we can assign more people to patrol by adding more onto that building. That's good. That's kind of what I figured. Select mandate. Promote a villager. There you go. Conclude promotions. Get out of here. Do that. Because also, by promoting them, you charge the commoners more money than you do for the serfs. So I need to be doing that to increase our revenue as well. But that should help with the patrols. To try and keep these up, because it is one of those things that the more buildings we have going through, the better. Okay, so you don't... Oh, they're still working on the beautification. Oh, a lot of those didn't actually start. When I was shift-clicking, it didn't have the money for them. Because we keep getting those up, that's more money for us. Because it feels like right now I should be pushing up the density in the area, because that'll give me more money for the set area. No access to rustic food. What? You've got berries and fish. Lad, berries, fish, bread. Figure it out. Alright. And little by little, they are expanding the wheat farm. Sounds like they wanted some boar. Oh yeah, the boar. Let's, construction requirements not met. Requires a chimney. Oh, okay, that's easy. There we go. Yeah, so we are struggling on the bread. If we can get the bread going, we can potentially get stuff moving a little bit better with our trade routes. Right, so I was going to go to our trade routes again. We need the bread and we need the kingdom stuff. But on our resources, I was going to see what our resources we're collecting that we might be able to get rid of. We can go ahead and mark the meat as another one to sell if we get a bunch. Even though we can't do the vegetables, I'll do that here. Honestly, for all of the foodstuffs, let's just mark it. If we get a surplus, we sell it. The common wares, if we get a surplus, we sell it. Yeah, no, these are gonna help. Okay, our happiness is finally starting to get sorted. Let's see, it was hard to manage a tavern back then for me. It looks like you built the tavern early. I should have most of the stuff. But yeah. Right now, the planks are definitely the bottleneck. I guess I should just make a second sawmill. Let's, before we do, let's see if sawmill is on the list of things that improves. No. I don't see a sawmill here. Let's build a second sawmill. So let's go to resource production. Okay. So we can improve our plank production, which should help with a lot of these problems. It'll also eat up more of our lumber to allow us to keep clearing land for our farms and all that sort of stuff. So that should help move that forward. I could also see expanding our farms more here in a minute. Like I said, I think what we could do for the farms is, like I said, we buy the land over here, move the sheep farm to cover most of that area, have this farm cover all that area up there. Oh. They could just farm inside the church area? Alright. I actually kind of don't like it. Okay. Like I said, we can probably move that over there and then repurpose that area. Okay, so happiness is continuing to improve. How are our taxes? Oh! We're not taxing our commoners enough. Gotta fix that. Certainly can't let our commoners not be taxed. Yeah, so it's still waiting on planks. And that got built almost instantly. So there we go. We got 3 more people making planks. That should help out that. We definitely need to get the fishing improved. So I do think as much as I want to work on that, let's try buying the tile down here so I can get like the next fishing area down here to increase our fish production. And that should also help with people's moods, keep the food rolling in, that kind of stuff. Might get some more options for food and all as time goes on. Yeah, so now we got the sawmills going. The lumber mill is in full force, just chopping down everything nearby. Let's go here, paint your pasture. Keep the sheep from patrolling in and out of this area. Yeah, so we don't have many people attending the tavern yet. It's probably because they need to be making beer and all that first. We'll get there. We're starting to get a little extra money, and what we have been doing is I've been taking the time to promote people that'll help. Yeah, so I still got a bunch. Because that'll, again, increase our taxes we put on them. They'll make them better at their jobs and a whole bunch of stuff. Wait, let's, we're gonna need to save up for land. I'm juggling, like, all the things I would apply the money, being like, what's the best use of my money, and it's a real hard answer to answer. What am I seeing here? Oh! Oh! We've got, we're building up our first of our higher density, like, higher quality and all that houses. Yeah, so, oh, you know why our planks are all dying? Our entire area in here is rebuilding every single house. That's why our planks are being obliterated. It's all of the houses in here, every single one of them's getting upgraded in multiple ways. Right, so they're just gobbling up all my planks while they're going through their upgrade phase, and once they're done, that should settle down again. Which is still fine. Alright, we got our brewer. So now our tavern is actually making itself some booze and all that. Yeah, got plenty of stuff at our marketplace at the moment. We'll definitely want to get another farm going. It is interesting that this farm automatically went to wheat. I don't think I got the choice on what type of farm it was, did I? Oh no, it's literally a wheat farm. That makes sense. Alright, so hold off on upgrading our people. Let's see, can you upgrade the trade routes? I can upgrade the trade routes once I get 50 bread is one of them. Let's actually check what our other options for the trade routes were. Yeah, so this one, it's got this, but I can't, like, click on a button to make it go. The one said it'll let me upgrade when I got 50 bread. I can unlock this one when I got 20 bread. I can unlock this one once we've got, like, the military stuff, whatever. So it does look like these can upgrade, but right now we're working on getting this one. Oh, I forgot, we do it over here. I should be checking over here. Yeah, so we can welcome commoners. Otherwise, we can spend stuff to do edicts and all that. Celebrating the labors. The elders would like to host a regional fair. This is an occasion to celebrate by opening up more trade opportunities by celebrating the fruit of our labor. Ensure the mood on the ferry remains high. Okay, so we need to keep our people at 75% happiness. Alright, so this is the same thing we have as last time. Okay. I will temporarily... Oh man, I can't lower it that much. We'll try lowering the taxes about 2-3 months before the end. And see what we can do with that. Because I can't cut my taxes by 100 a month for the entire duration of the festival being a month long. You would like the wood? I would like you to buy the wood. Okay. So with that, we've got our options. I can buy that land over here. I think I'm going to actually get this one down here. 10 a month? Alright, hang on. Let's see what our stuff is here. So we can probably do stuff here to help out. We can do beer production. That would require a hop farm I don't have space for. We don't have luxury goods. Edict. Edict all the way. So we can go here. Edicts. Go there. Alright. Bulk trade. We get Kingdom of Labor Allegiance. But we get... Oh, more quantity. Upkeep production parts is decreased. Stonework versus food. Decrease the cost of every mandate. Decrease the time of every mandate. That one looks like it's a straight upgrade, so we'll just grab it. Okay, so our happiness does seem to be holding. We're about to get a bunch more bread in. We are having our food absolutely annihilated from orbit. Like, our food is absolutely getting annihilated. We're gonna run out of food here. This event needs to end. Yep, that's gonna hurt us. It's gonna hurt us a whole lot. Yeah, so we're getting 36 cost to our 37 taxes from our residents and 4 from the windmill. And there's your grain house, and that's all fine. Anything else you'd want to put in there? Put the berry brew in there. It's not convenient, but... Happiness is tanking? Yeah, no, it's not coming back. It's, basically what's happened is we're running out of food because all these visitors are just annihilating our food supply. And there's just not a way I can, like, quickly pad back the food supply. Okay, I can't sell that. It's probably a luxury good. They're doing our best, but I don't think there's a way we recover that. Because even if I drop the taxes are only a 5% penalty. It's that refined food is the thing that's really hurting us. Service is also hurting us. Do I need to expand what you can have in attendance here? Probably. What's your main food? It's been a mix of berries and bread. But the problem is, with all the guests here, both have been getting annihilated. Like, the food consumption just went like this down to the ground at how fast it just obliterated our food supply. Okay, so let's, yeah, because I can't. Even if I cut the taxes entirely, that's not going to do enough. And on top of that, we're about to take a real bad mood penalty. Alright, so let's try and see what we can do to fix some of this. I'm gonna go ahead, we've got some money. It's 10. I keep getting caught up with that where it's like, it's 10 to keep that going. So beer production's not gonna probably help. Unlocks an inn lodge for your tavern, which lets visitors. That's probably good for us. We can get that. We can add a luxury goods stall. I don't think that's going to be as big. Alright, so I think we spent our money on another location. It's going to be pretty rough, but I think we do it. So I've got that. And we're going to go here. We're going to go to our food stuff immediately. I'm gonna bring that right there, so we can start getting more fish. Just doing it for fun? Hey, that's a reason to do it. And then for you, we can edit you, add an inn. Okay. Got a little inn in the back here. Alright, so now I need to check real fast here. We need to go to our taxes and they need to be dropped. I can't. You can drop your taxes down to Mark. You're still in the green area, so you're only -5. Because that event having a bleak outtake really blew us out of the water. Meanwhile, we can go down here. So we only have wheat farm. That's the big thing, is I only got wheat farm down here. We've got our wheat farm up here is growing, our sheep farm's growing. That's all doing its thing. The Weaver Hut's going as hard and as fast as it can. We're getting surplus clothing. Cloth is going as fast as it can. Honestly, we can probably cut back on this a little bit. Okay, so we cut that back just a smidge. We can go to you. And we'll just convert a little bit over that to that. Increasing food production? Yes, I've got the fishing starting, and I'm trying to get more of the wheat online. When I get 50 gold, we will try to... I'll unlock the boars. I don't think there's any around here, but I'll lock them just in the off chance there is. Because at least then I can see the supplies. But I need to get that built. And that'll hopefully give us a bit more food. Because that's what's hurting us, is the refined food is the real bad one. And the rustic just got annihilated because of the fair. It's already starting to recover again. You know what it's also probably doing? I'm willing to bet it's also taking a hit, because this one is probably producing all the liqueurs and all that. There's no workers assigned. There we go. Innkeeper. So we'll now have an inn. We got, like, our nice part of town here. Yeah, it already dropped below. Yeah, so be looking at 50 for the boar's hut for hunting. Which would still at least be another food supply. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Advice followed. Okay, so we apparently got at least enough stuff that it finally was content with our refined food access. But we need more. Alright, there's another person to help fish. I'm going to build a second one since we got all these fishing spots. Not like I don't have the people. Because that should at least diversify the food a little bit more. Let's see, you so hate it when the fishing production is frozen in winter? I mean, this game has winter. I'm not super aware of it. We're on month 28. I haven't particularly noticed seasons that much. Click to assign bailiff? Combat train speeds. Happiness is less impacted. I didn't even realize our bailiff had disappeared. Okay, so let's go here now. Mandate. Butchering. Hunting grounds. Ah, so that area up there is full of boar. Okay, so none of the areas in my territory at all have boar. Like, literally none of them. But if we get this area, that could be a hunting ground. Otherwise, there's literally no boar to be seen. So you have a butcher and a hunter's hut. Yeah, so what we'll do then is when I can get enough money, we'll buy this location. I'll put that, and this will be a dedicated... We'll just have it, like, cut down and replant the trees and hunt boar up there. Maybe no winter in your map? No idea. I just chose the default map they had. Like, we looked at some of the others, we just opted to be like, yeah, let's just take the default map. Alright, and there's another person to do fishing. Okay, so we're officially hitting the point where we are getting too much of the wool for our weavers to keep up with. Yeah, and if we get the 20% here, we can potentially boost. I keep forgetting that those NPCs, like the characters, level. So they actually do get better at their job over time. Alright, so we go to expand this territory, so it'll be 100 for 10 a month. Yeah, so we've got the fish coming in, we've got the berries coming in. We've got clothing and common wear. We don't have the boar or the meat coming in. We'll need to wait till we have a little bit more money. The bread is trying its very best. And it's just the wheat. It's the input. We're also struggling on the iron side of things because of iron ore. And I can't remember if we saw whether or not... Okay, and they're buying our shirts. I can't remember if we saw if there was, like, improved iron stuff. I don't think we did. No, it doesn't look like it. So, let's plan to get another iron mine going. Yeah, so you had the chunk... So you got a chunk of iron up here. There's a chunk of iron down there. The problem is that chunk of iron is out of bounds. I also don't think I can buy this. Oh, I can buy that territory. It still doesn't do me any good. We got an iron chunk there. That iron chunk is out of bounds. We could probably put that to use. That's fine. Okay, so when we buy up this corner here, I can put down the iron mine, and we can put down our hunter and our butcher. And leave that to just be handled by, like, cutting down trees and stuff like that. That'll give us another food supply and getting all that going. Alright, so fish is doing solid now. Our people are pretty miserable because of the bleak fare, but that is starting to fall off. Yeah, I'll tell them to just store any food stuff inside the perimeter here. Lodging for travelers. A weary traveler passes by, pleasantly surprised to find lodging. They remarked that no one along the route knew if an inn was being opened. Relieved by the discovery, they ask if they may share the news. Yeah, spread the word. Travelers can now pass through your village regularly, and they can pause the inn to halt all arrivals. Gotcha. So instead of having where I have to, like, click the people here all the time, I'm guessing they'll, like, chill there and I can recruit them from there. So it's not rushing to click as fast as possible, so I don't have to sit here with a bunch of unemployed people. I can snag people relatively on my own terms, is I think what's going on there. Okay, so happiness is starting to improve. Which means with that, the taxes must go up.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so we got an ad break here happening real fast. I'm going to leave the game running while we do this. I'm going to quickly mute my mic, grab myself a new drink, eat a little bit of my food, and I'll be right back. But thank you so much for that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. I mean, I guess I'm still here, but you get the idea. I've got food sitting here. We're on ad break. I'm just gonna mute the mic so you don't have to listen to me like crunch and chaunch and all that. But yeah, so I'll quickly do that while we're on the ad break. All right, ad break's about done. Oh, it's bangers and mash. It's just a real easy thing to cook and all that. All right, so during that, we did notice I got the alert that no service, and I did see that our church was full. So we are going to expand the church again. Trying to decide how I want to do this. An extra 24 capacity onto the church. Continue to keep that going. We're getting some relatively good money. We're actually up to about here. Our happiness is up now to that 27%. Actually, it's still dropping off. We're still doing okay. That's because we're fixing our food, that our fish are mostly resolved. We could sure use more berries from the looks of it. So let's get another one of the places for gathering the berries. I've got room in here, so I'm just gonna plunk it right there in the middle. And then go over here and collect berries. Oh. Wool for the bishop. The bishop is sought. I have wool, friend. I have so much wool. Yes. Yes, bishop. You may have the wool. Thank you. Thank you, bishop, for your timely desire to buy my wool. So buy this piece of land up here. And as we said before, we needed more iron. And there was a chunk of iron right there. So let's go ahead and plunk you kind of just down here somewhere. It doesn't really matter. So that'll be our iron. Like, that'll be more iron coming in. And then the other thing is we needed the hunter's location. Which I'll put down here as well. And I needed a butcher. Which we should be able to sneak over here. And then from here, we're going to go ahead and paint this as our hunting place up there. And we're going to expand the wood cutting area to be everything but that hunting area up here. And once I've got the forestry, we'll paint the replanting area. Because we want to leave the boar alone. And hopefully, like, we don't chase those off. The game's pretty good. You love the expansion system? Yeah, no, it's pretty good. It also has, like, a nice balance to it, so you can't just rapidly expand, because there's an expense to it, both in the initial purchase, and the fact that it is something that, you know, there's an upkeep to it. Yeah, and so... Okay. So, yeah, so it looks like my next expansion will be 15 a month. Now, does it apply to the one back here? Okay, so it's a number of expansions. They do gradually get more expensive each month. Alright. Oh, you meant the building expansion? Yeah, so you could build more on there. Influential village. Your influence with the clergy has struck a chord. Traders from the estate can win your favor by temporarily offering more generous and advantageous terms. Okay, so clergy alliance will give us better rates. Meanwhile, more berries, please. So our planks are doing good, our lumber's doing good, our coal's doing good. Iron we're actively trying to fix. Tools are doing bad because of iron. We're still desperately trying to get the bread under control. But one thing I did notice is if we're quick about this, go to our trade routes. I guess I have to have more free, like, not allocated bread. So iron mining. There you go. Well, one thing we can do in the meantime, since I don't want to expand again right away, let's promote our people. Oh, didn't mean to do that. That's fine. Okay, so we promoted more people, and we have unlocked more stuff. So we can make jewelry, we can make cooperage, we can do dairy farming, we can do candles, we can do stone bridges, we can also get another edict. So that's probably something I do want to save up for, is another edict. Those edicts are really strong. I do have 20 points of labor. Manor House City Architect. These are all decorative. So right now I'm going to choose to do the city roads. Oh, right. I still need money for the monastery. I keep forgetting about that. We've been focused on labor and ignoring the other two, and that's going to bite me in the butt if I don't get on that. New building. Road paving. Allows a paver to pave dirt roads. Okay. Logistics. A paver's hut. And people don't mind where the paver's hut goes, so I don't need to try and wedge it over there. Let's go ahead and plunk that right there. Once I have 200 gold. Alright, hunters get to go murdering a whole lot of boar. And then the butcher. I'm probably going to need another granary now somewhere for the meat. We had the one here. So it's got the meat, but I will need the one for the butcher itself. We can go here to that. You're going to be the meat market. The granary's pretty big. Okay. Yeah, so your storage is full. We finally hit the point where just too much fish. Put 2 on that. Alright, so we are now producing meat. And with that, we're now at 54 surplus in our money from trade and taxes. As well as we're also getting money from the tavern now as well. Can you trade fish? Yes, I actually have the fish anytime I have over 100 to trade. It's just, until we improve the trade routes, they only are willing to buy so much. Oh! Oh, meat is considered refined food. Okay, I missed that. So, that should start correcting our refined food issue. So let's go ahead and say, there's the boar, there's the meat. We'll store fish here as well. And I'll put berries on there as a surplus. Yeah, so that should help a lot. Get us a bunch more refined meat and all that, or refined food into our system, which should start taking away these negatives and help with that a lot. Okay, what's your issue? You're looking for beautification. We did miss those earlier. Alright, got a couple more. Yeah, so all those, they just need commoners. Well, I heard I got an achievement sign. Oh, it looks like the Steam overlay is busted. Alright, well, now we're gonna worry about that then. Yeah, it's like, oh baby, here comes the taxes. Dang straight. Been dying for those taxes. Alright, so progression-wise, I did not get the castle, or the monastery, or the rustic church architecture. So we'll definitely want to go and work at getting the kingdom and the clergy influence up. We have let that go horribly wrong. Advice: building a monastery. Hearing about your interest in building a monastery, some of the faithful among your villagers would like to guide you through the first steps of construction. Who will the monastery be accepting? Monks and nuns, sure, why not? Advice on building castle. Your villagers dream of a castle. It would make the roads safer and the companies could be relied upon for dangerous chores. They say a splendid castle could even catch the king's eye. Let's build a castle. Alright, so we got stuff there. But before I forget, I still got stuff we never did, which is, let's mark the interior space here. where like our nicer part of town is. Let's get that to start having paved roads. Okay. So I think for the castle and the monastery, those are going to go down here somewhere because they don't really have a lot of space. Population hits 100. You've welcomed 100 villagers to your growing community. While still small, the spirit of cooperation shines through. It is a hopeful beginning for you to lay foundation for the future. Alright, everyone's a little bit happier. Alright. So, I really wish there was a good way to see... Yes, we're not seeing anything about lack of housing. The refined food is still struggling. Oh, we can't get closer because of those. They'll make the people unhappy. But yeah, so what we'll plan is to get down here, make like our castle center, and then probably have like a nice heavily enclosed area. Since we'll need the heavy things. Yeah, so I got the monastery and the castle. Which, like I said, that's going to be down here. That's going to be a little while. Because I'll have to get... probably these two tiles, and then maybe that third tile there. That's going to be a little bit. We'll start working that direction. Alright, so sawmills, we have maxed out our supplies there. So we still need more bread, but I am hoping because we are splitting our refined food between the bread and the meat, that maybe our, you know, like maybe the amount of bread we're consuming will go down. If not, we still need to get that going. What I could always do is I could just make another farm. Like, I'm putting this off. I should just make another farm and be done with it. Wheat farm. So people don't care about us having a wheat farm here. Because then I'll make all of this area wheat farm. And as much as we can get away with over here. We're going to make a really big proper wheat farm to try and keep this thing running 24/7. To then try and keep that running 24/7. So start trying to get that online. Oh, would you look at how happy our people are? It really sucks that our taxes really kind of seem to stick really tightly with the happiness in this place. Alright, so we're also probably going to need to expand you. What do you want? What is... So we've got a watch post, we've got a tax office. We already have a treasury. Alright, so we're going to grab that. Alright, so we're going to add more capacity for patrols. And how are you doing over here? I wish there was somewhere here that we could see, like, the, like, how it's been doing, like, how close it's been getting to capacity. So I can adjust accordingly. All right. And we're going to plan in advance to try and make this a really big farm. So there's a tooling shed. Because then, like I said, I'm going to take over that whole area there. And we're going to go basically as much over here as we can. Do you have enough tax workers to collect all the taxes? That is an excellent question. So right now, of the 1,320 taxes that we could potentially have there, it does look like they're keeping it maintained. That said, if I have to expand, I have to expand. Because I already did max out the number of tax workers I could have without building more to the tax office. But if we ever do reach a point that I'm not getting my tax money, you know, corrective action will need to be taken. Minus 15 from our taxes. And that is A-okay by me. Wonder who all they are. No, oh, they're probably visitors for the inn. Okay, so it looks like I could probably move the walls pretty easily. So if I do decide to, like, expand the tavern even more, I can just nudge the walls out a little bit here and there. Alright. So let's look at our prosperity thing. We got some money to spend. Like I said, I think I want to save up the 250 for the edict. We got lots of other goods here. But the 250 for the edict, like, edicts just are really nice. Then we'll start trying to expand down here and see what we could do with all that. Alright, so you've got that built. So we'll start with that. Which does mean cut down all the woods here. Now once we get that where I could add 2 more people onto it, we'll see how much farther I can go. Alright, so the bread is going up. Do we have enough to open the trade route finally? No. Done. Trade route is open. Yes! I have no idea what the trade route even gave me. All I know is once it's unlocked, it's unlocked. I don't have to think about it anymore. Let's see, we don't have wax or candles. Hops, beers, herbs, honey, grape. Oh, that doesn't matter. Glass, marble, gold. Okay, so we can't... Nothing new there, but potentially just another trade partner. Which means we'll be able to sell more goods. Meanwhile, we can go like this. Alright, we can paint the crops more. Okay. So we've expanded that to be as much as we can handle with the current number of people. We'll see how that goes now. We basically gave ourselves a whole extra one. Celebrating the labors. The elders would like to host the region's fair. Alright. 3rd time's a charm, right? Okay. Taxes. Bring them on down. Bring it in. Rein it in. That's right, people. Be real happy. We'll see if you destroy me yet again. Okay, so it's 100. Alright. So, one more good payday, and we'll get that last one, and I'm going to build the castle down here. Which is probably going to be a project that's in way too big a scope, and I'm going to do it anyways. Where are you going? Alright, I never actually started construction on the paper. I was like, man, that paper sucks at getting his job done. Right, because he doesn't exist. That's why he sucks at his job. Wood for the bishop. You would like 100 wood? Oh, 150 wood. And it's claiming I only have 100 wood. That'll solve that problem real quick. Alright, no access to service. We apparently overwhelmed this again. And confirm. Thank you. Alright, so we can go here and we need even more. There, even more. Alright. So you're working on all that. We have tons of money now. Okay. So that's a big cost there. That increased the cost of our place by like 45. Oh, right. Thank you. There, so we can start paving. An Appalachian connection on your 3-stream streak. Really do appreciate that. Okay. So the plan is to build the castle just here-ish. Like, put like the main building in the back here and like build it out, and we'll fill another area. Alright, this is gonna be something I'm going to surely regret. Castle. Castle keep. There's so many things here to worry about. Alright. So, for the castle keep. Delighted visitors. Heck yeah. Okay. So let's see. Can I easily duplicate that? It's all gonna be wood. This is gonna be so terrible to deal with. Chimney, don't care about that. Rustic watchtower. Hey, this is getting amazing here. We're not gonna fail this one. Alright. Any more PC tonight? Not tonight. I've committed to that we will be playing it on Saturday. But, it might happen sooner than that, but Saturday is when I promised it'll happen. The plan is that we're gonna make Wednesdays B nights. Oh, that's gonna be really annoying. Can I just copy? I'd really like just copy. It's fine. I'm making this way too big. Let's only make it 3 deep, so I'll just make it a very broad castle. So don't spend a literal eternity trying to build this thing. Does he hold shift to copy? We still have to change the height? Yeah, the problem I'm running into with this... Oh, you know what? I get what you're saying. I can rotate this, then grab the shift. I see. Right. Because it's like, okay. So stop there. You drag and drop wall sections? Yeah, it'd be nice. Like, this is supposed to be a passageway as opposed to a quote-unquote wall, but still. It's a castle, whatever. Doesn't technically line up. Making a entirely too ambitious project here. That'll probably never ever get done. You're way too tall compared to the other towers. Any of the follows, welcome to the stream. Okay. So I got an enclosed space there. Let's see. Tents for your combatants to prepare in there. And thank you for those files. So we have barracks, we have an armory, and we have a great hall. So let's go ahead and... Got our barracks here. Visitor location we'll deal with in a minute. Guard locations. Okay, so we've got that building done. We have the armory. Which is a specific building we can drop in there. Alright, so we can get back to this one. So we have a door there. And a door here. And a door there. I have no idea how that's going to work. We have decorative walls. We have common decoration, estate decorations. Monument decorations. Um, but like the tent sides, like here, where you know, keep stuff under cover. Place over top to address people. Let's see. Company rallying location. Right there in the middle. Visitor location. Outside in the front. Guard patrol location. Sure, I have no idea. Training. Couple training dummies. Then we have archery stuff. All right. Literally about 800 planks. Let's see, other than today, have you played this game since you played it 2 years ago? Nope. Since I played about 2 years ago, when it was like super duper early access and all that. And then I hadn't played it since, which is the whole point of what we're doing on the Wednesdays now, is we're like revisiting these games that I checked out like a demo or whatever forever ago. And then just never got back to. And like revisiting those. Okay, so that should get our castle stuff going. We actually have a pretty good pile of money going on right now. So let's get that edict unlocked. And we can go into our stuff here. Edicts. Okay. So we can make it so every mandate is cheaper but shorter. We can make it so people trade in larger quantities, but at a lesser amount of cash per sale. We can make it so all our raw materials we get more of, but we get decreased food. I think we'll go for the bulk trade, since you get to set it based on the ratio and all that, and I'm still getting like surplus of everything. We are at maximum happiness. How dare you be that happy? That tells me that I'm not taxing you nearly enough. Alright, let's take a look at what we've got going on here we can unlock. So we got another like 200. We can get beer production, which will let us get a hops farm. We'll do that in the luxury tent. So get a few paving stuff. Alright. So, next up, we have the hop farm and the brewery. Turn that around. And when we get 100 gold, I'll make start getting the beer going. I keep expanding this place, and I keep not having enough. A stone gate, a rustic wooden tower. There's this weirdly expanding stone building around the wood one. church coverage? Well, no. So the thing that we're running into is when you're looking at the number of people in attendance, it's maxing out, which tells me there's no room. That I need to have more. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure at some point I'll need to have like a second location or something like that going on. But for right now, it's a capacity thing. You know, actually I was actually gifted Tiny Glade. I probably will play that at some point. Probably on stream at some point. There we go. Our taxes are finally managing to knock down that happiness. More commoners. Right, so brewery first, then more commoners. You are not wrong. Select mandate. Cool. So slowly but surely we are converting all of that over to being more wheat. Still not getting to the point where that thing's running constantly. We'll get there though. And let's take a look here at our trade stuff. Yeah, so it's 15 to unlock the trade route to the castle. Which that's what this monstrosity that's being built out here is all about. Too far from any watch post. Can I add a watch post to you? That's fine, I don't care. Current guard coverage. Okay, so we need more people. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to build that. It's 805 planks. 158 tools. That is a lot. Now, I am noticing that our iron smelter is now finally getting some actual iron in there. So that's good news. I was complaining that the field size is too big. There you go. We are making so much money. Basically, all we needed is to have, like, one big win. And then just money. Alright, so you're good there, you're good there. We're working on this getting built to get our hops online. In the meantime, we can go here and say select mandate, promote villagers. And all that will increase our taxes even more. Couldn't find a house with my desirability status. There is a housing shortage. Alright, and for another ambitious thing to go on. Fortification, town walls. Where is the border of what I own? Alright. So this seems like the good place for, like, the front gate here. Obviously, we'll want more than, like, these little wood walls later. But they'll do fine for the time being. Oh, that's interesting. So I want that to be more rounded. Why you no snap? Oh. There goes the game. Alright. Game just crashed. Honestly, considering we've been playing this for how many hours and we only now had our first crash or anything like that, not terrible. So now I get to see how often it updates. Let's see, you think it'll be 2028 as soon as Storge gets multiplayer for Build 42? No, I don't think it'll be nearly that long. I would guess the end of this year, like fall. Alright, so game's rebooting. I was like, why can't I attach this wall? And the game was like, no! Can't do it. Won't do it. You can't make me. So I believe the autosave is every 10 minutes. So the most time you should be able to lose is 10 minutes. Granted, I have no idea when that did. Continued. We are doomed. Berg. Game won't let you. You know, the game was like, absolutely, you cannot. The game is like, your walls are getting just too big, friend. Alright, so the castle is all here. That is queued up for construction. You are finishing that last building on the back. What else did we have that we were waiting on? All of this is still here. We built that. Alright, I guess it was literally we just lost building the wall. The crashing on release was bad. Oh yeah. Much less now, but yeah, fences do cause it. As well as shift placing a lot of things one after the other was costing near hourly before the hotfix. Now it's maybe once every day or so. Yeah, no, I remember hearing some other creators I know in my circles were talking about the crashes they were getting. That they were still very much enjoying the game and playing the game, but it was one of those things where like, oh yeah, this is pretty rough. Alright. So this time I'm going to start with the door. And build. Because what's going to happen is this is going to be a real big place. Wait for the bishop. Let's discuss a better deal. The estate is not interested in lowering its offer, but you can attempt to persuade them. No. The answer is no. I'm not giving you all my wheat. I need that wheat. Have to figure out where the actual perimeter of the castle is. Well, I know that's the back of it. Alright. So needless to say, that's going to have a lot of problems we have to fix with what I just did there. But, also hear me out, those are not me right now problems. Those are me another day problems. Alright. We got some more workers. Ooh, you are maxed out on Brewberry. Oh, we got the luxury tents, didn't we? Hey, it's Kazmora. Using the hello there. Let's edit you. Because now I can get the luxury ones. Oh, that's not right. That one. So let's test moving things. That's not the one we're looking for. That's probably fine. Okay, so I figured moving it did take it apart. But now we know. So it just takes it apart and moves it. So it just tear it down, build it up. The butcher is out of the meats. And the hunters are... Ooh. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So the problem I have there is they've hunted the area. They can't get out to any of these. They're out of bounds. So the boar are slowly working their way out of range. And that'll be a whole issue. So maybe painting colors? Yep. And they're all paving the roads. Honestly, just pave all of the middle of town. Because, like, don't get me wrong, it takes time and resources to pave it all. But it's like, feels weird to be like, yeah, no, we're just not gonna. Like, I get it if you're short on resource, but it feels almost like if you've got the stone, just do it. We'll stop there for now. So we basically assigned the whole area to be gradually paved. Yeah, so gradually this whole area is going to be cleared out. The castle will be built in there. But you surprisingly already have the main building here. But there's a lot of work to be done before that castle is going to go anywhere. Oh, the putting the paint, paving the painting the paving on there. Oh, we're halfway to actually get stuff there. Okay, so more unlocks because we got the money. Storage expansion. We can go for the dairy farming. Get ourselves cheese on the menu. Alright, so let's take a look at our existing stuff. So we got the granary. Gotcha. So you have a granary depot. And how much does a granary depot increase stuff? Additional space. It just doesn't say. That's fine. We also have the warehouse one. The warehouse one I feel like I'm going to end up using more. A warehouse depot. So let that do its thing for a minute. Like nails on a chalkboard? No, it is like someone just slowly grinding something across stone. Like you're trying to etch stone or something like that. So I don't think that's, you know, it's unfair to be like, yeah, that's a very unpleasant sound. Alright, so the next thing we unlocked is we unlocked food, the dairy farm, and the cheese maker. So I do not know where we're putting the dairy farm yet. We need to wait till this thing's done. And then we'll get this area set up. And then we'll figure out around where I've made this perimeter where we're going to be putting the next thing. And I just realized... Yeah, that's probably fine, because we can probably go up here, can't we? I realized I put the wall there and there's not much room for that. But can I make butter? No, sadly. Just cheese. Only cheese. Oh, right. We needed you to be able to store, so that's the wine. Brew wine or whatever. So you go over here. There, that'll give us some storage for brew wine. Can't imagine that expansion cost much to build. Yeah, it's 5. It's the tools are the holdup because of the iron production slowdowns, which we have begun to address. We've got the iron smelter actually being able to run now. So now it's just a matter of getting the iron themselves in here. Getting all our stone paths. You don't have time to, let's see. It feels like it fits thematically. Bad enough for me, you might keep it from getting the game. Well, you might be able to turn down that sound. Probably turns down a bunch of others, but yeah. Now I hear you on some of that stuff where, like, sometimes it's way worse than you'd expect. Oh, right. I still need to promote, like, make my citizens, you know, higher rank citizens. Also, let's see. Prospect mineral deposits. Prospect a mineral deposit for valuable stuff. Oh, I'm willing to bet Prospect gives you temporary minerals that you can use that are good. Ah, I have to have the monastery built. Okay, either way. Rank up our villagers. I do like that there's an upgrade all of them kind of thing. That'll be a whole big thing. Yeah, I'm willing to bet there would definitely be... Like, that's... There's usually stuff you can do that mess with sounds for mods in games. I do like now we have so many different people coming into trade, we can now very definitely see the path that they take to and from, like, our area and whatever. they're just heavily carved walked paths. I really appreciate that, because like when you first start, there's like all of this is green. It became like this very mildly worn path, but now we're actually having tons and tons of people moving in and out of town as it grows. It's just staying that way. You know, I guess we don't really need a second smelter. It's still waiting on the ore. Alright, so the happiness is finally starting to die down. Because the taxes are finally catching up, where we just smashed the taxes to the moon when they were super happy from the fair. No access to refined food. We should have plenty of refined food. Yeah, no, I got tons of refined food. You don't have access to refined food. That's called a you problem, friend. Yeah, so I got the public lounge. Now you got visitors staying. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this take shape in here, where they slowly cut down all the stuff to build in here. Most of the trees are going to stay at the beginning until houses start getting filled in. And they'll need to start doing decorations, we'll have to get patrols in there. I'm basically planning on making this like the big central hub of the city. Like where we got like this little spot that's a nicer spot. Like that'll be the old town burbs or whatever you want to call them. Not burbs, or not suburbs at all. But like that'll be like your old town. And then this will be like the heart of the city. Just under the protection of the castle. And the fish is staying caught up. You're still getting built. Let's go ahead and prioritize getting the trade stuff, the village market back online, because that's a decent amount of money. And a way to handle some of our goods. Because I imagine that wine's got to be worth some money. And you're almost done. You just have one more tool. Yeah, it's everything waiting on this. Which is waiting on the iron ingots. And the iron ingots, they're happening, but not at a particularly amazing rate. Do we have more iron over here I could possibly smelt to speed this up even more? Let's check. Got any more iron over here? There is iron inside of that area, and iron just outside there. I was trying to avoid building that in there, but I guess, I mean, if there's resources, so we'll have to have, like, the occasional little spot in here. Alright, so I'll build that. Now let's go over here to the paint tool on the residential. And carve a little spot out there for the iron mine. Because that'll be inefficient, but at least still be more iron coming in. That hopefully we can keep this thing running solid as well. This is doing relatively okay. It's still not running solid. We only got 3 people working it, and they are keeping up. And it is getting the bread made, but the bread is slowly building up in quantities. The big thing I'm running into now is it does seem like over time the animals are working their way out of range of my hunters. And I can't make them go farther out of bounds. Like, I can't make them go out of bounds in the map, so that is going to be a problem for us later. Cool, so we got that online, so let's pop down here. Okay, I'll add the veggies. We don't have any yet. And I'll add the cheese. We don't have any yet. We'll get those there. We literally don't own any of these things. Well, okay, that's fine. We'll deal with that later. Got a little market here. I'll probably end up putting up another little market in here somewhere eventually. We'll probably duplicate a lot of our services inside the perimeter over there, because commute times will get to be just too long. Honestly, considering I just have the people paving the roads just disregarding everything and paving everything, it's surprising me my stone isn't completely gone. It's going down, but it's holding up better than I was expecting. Okay, so that's just waiting for the construction person, then we can clear this out. Wood chopping. Alright. So get that out of there. I probably should buy this area to like loop that around. We've got the money. It's gonna be a problem. It's mine now. Okay. So that'll get us the hops going. Influential village. Cool, so they're basically just happy that our village is doing well. If you keep building, keep buildings and woodcutters away from the boar spawns, they should regenerate. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm deliberately not touching anything on this tile past where we just put those little bit in there. Oh, right, the woodcutters. I see. Yeah, let's cut it straight across there, no woodcutters. And let them replant those trees. Bring it back even farther. Because we have plenty of logs, and if they need more, they can walk half across the map and start chopping down trees other places we need them. We're not particularly hurting on the ability to get our wood. All right. Yeah, so you should be able to set up the hops farm back here. And then the next thing we will need is for the hops farm. We will need the brewery. I forgot we were waiting on that. Okay, so this is one of those ones that they don't want to have near houses. There we go. What might you be playing? We are playing Foundation. Pretty fun game, city builder style game like Banished or Farthest Frontier, one of those ones. But the big difference between it and others in its genre is it's not a grid-based system in any regard. As you can see, our houses aren't just like lines of houses with perfect roads with all that. You know, it's kind of more organic, haphazard, which is good. And you don't place the houses. So like you see at this area, I've zoned this as housing. Oh, 1 second. Celebrating berries. Alright, let's go ahead and do another hosty host of this thing. And we can nudge the taxes down 1 hair in preparation for the party. We should have plenty of food to keep them happy. It's a little bit like the old Settlers game, but a lot more systems to it. Yeah, it's pretty good. The other thing is, like, the buildings are modular. So, like, when you look at this, it's not like I plunked a building down. I can go here and be like, alright, I need the extra thing on here. So I'd be like, alright, I don't have another one of those we need. It's like, let's say, hey, I need more watch post. You know, I can go and place more buildings. I can put them wherever we want. So you can kind of design your own buildings for, like, your main buildings and all that, which is pretty cool. So we have this weird church right now that we started out with, like, a little wood rustic church, but as I needed more and more capacity, I started building these giant stone towers along the side to increase its capacity. So having, like, this wood thatched church with chunks of stone attached to it. I feel like this is something you'd kind of see over time too, where, like, you have buildings that it's like going to Florence, where you go to Florence, Italy, and you have the back half of the building is like the old stone whatever, and then they'll have, like, the marble facade on the front, whereas, like, that was the modern architecture of the time, just kind of plastered on the front of the building, which is a pretty cool aesthetic if you haven't seen that before. Alright, so you're still struggling with iron ore. We do have our hop production online, so that's good news. We can start getting our hops going. Get our brewery going down here. I'll need to put a granary... Yeah, I'm assuming a granary down here. Maybe over here. Yeah, so fish is fine, berries are fine. Right now, the happiness is doing great. People are really excited that I reduced the taxes temporarily. Don't let them know it's temporary, because it's going back up the moment the fair's gone. 1 commoner left. Ma'am? Ma'am? How dare you? Well, that's interesting. Okay, there it goes. The, all the stuff for, like, the YouTube side of it all just went solid black. It's like, you still alive over there? Because it wasn't just, like, the preview I had there, like, the entire tab went black. No, let's see. Assigned bailiff. Job learning is faster. Happiness is 10% impacted less by... I have no idea. If it's happiness, that's good, because happiness means taxes. Yay, the visitors are happy. Yeah, so we're hurting on the tools because our iron does seem to be getting better though, because, like, I am starting to get a bit more tools and a bit more of the common stuff. Whereas we were having none before. The butcher's struggling because we need more animals, but so far we're holding up. I'm assuming later on we'll unlock whatever that's related to. Alright. So. Yeah, we're looking at the happiness. There's like minus 1% for housing, which is not much. So let's go ahead and go back in here and keep promoting people. And think of those follows. Alright, so we promoted everyone who would benefit from promoting immediately. So let's conclude the promotions for now and save the rest of our money. Alright, browser tabs, could you stop being smoldering garbage. Browser's getting angry. Alright. Delighted visitors. Excellent. So we could just keep doing that. And then when they're gone, I'm probably not going to wait till they're gone. We're still happy? It'd be a real shame if we just slammed the taxes higher. You got your couple days of not being taxed to death. And now you are. Alright, so if we wanted to make the houses better, we would need to get up to a resident level, and we need heavy fortifications. I don't think we need to worry about that right now. We don't have what we need for resident. I'm assuming we need luxury goods for that. Merry villagers. From the Sea of the Great Hall, you could hear people singing and laughing outside. You ensured everyone had everything necessary for the content and success, thanks to you. Cool. So everyone is just magically happy again. So people were just happy. We're having a party which is making people happy. And they don't mind that I'm taxing them into the dirt. As it should be. As it should be. You know what? How much difference does that make? Only a 3%? Oh, that one's pretty bad, actually. You know what? Let's see what happens. Have you made Denmark? Everyone's super happy, but super taxed. Honestly, if I could live in a place where I'm just super duper happy, I don't mind if I'm being taxed into the dirt. As long... If I'm living my best life the entire time, what do I've got to complain about? If my taxes are genuinely making my life wonderful. Oh, do the stone paths wear out? Ah, that does make sense. Okay. Now I understand where they were like, hey, you can get all these stone upgrades. I'm like, but man, I just don't need the stone. I gotcha. If I want to have all my good stone paths, I'm going to need multiple people doing the paving, and I'm going to need multiple people making the stones. The fair is amazing. They're actually almost content with me nearly maximizing what the taxes will allow. All right. And our food is holding up well. They're doing a good job of, like, depleting a little bit of the fish we've had in surplus, so not unhappy about that. Ooh, I can actually put another person working there. You actually seem to finally be able to make that granary run a little bit harder. Granary's right here, right? Yeah, there's a little bit of spare wheat in there. Yeah, so let's turn up that, which will keep the bread producing. Now we keep the bread producing. Then we can get more bread, and we can finally upgrade our trade route so that we can sell more planks, which I don't have to spare. Despite having 2 saw areas. Because I'm building a giant freaking castle up here. How much longer till the brewery is made? A while. Okay, so let's go look at our prosperity stuff. We could get the candle production online and all that. But right now... Oh wait, the stonemason isn't... Oh wait, the stonemason isn't about improving the rate we mine stone, it's the way we make it into refined stone. Let's see what I need for the paving. Paving is just regular old stone. Okay, so literally I just need another one of these. I got another chunk of stone right there. We got the... Yeah, we got the stonecutter's camp here. So we got a chunk of stone there, chunk of stone there. We have another very easily available chunk of stone. No, not really. Well, let's see how much of a range we have a penalty for the... Oh yeah, just sneak that right in there, just enough it won't penalize the town. And that'll give us a little bit more stone production. So we can keep trying to get all that going. They're working their best. But stone is running out. So worry about first getting their stone stockpiles up. And after I get that sorted, I'll worry about the next thing. Okay, so we did still run out of wheat, but only just barely. So that's really encouraging. I like how they're going to the stone keep now. You want 150 wood, and I could spare it. Give me the money. Alright, what else can we unlock? Because I got tons of cash. So we've got Glassworks, which requires quartz and all that, which I don't even know if we have. We've got a sculptor place, which will probably require marble, which I don't have. We have a jeweler, which requires gold, which I don't even know where we get. We can produce barrels out of plank and iron, which I don't have to spare. We have decorations, we have stone stuff here. Oh, right. I can use my labor points to unlock all that. These are all waiting for me to have the nicer buildings, so I can't do anything with that. We get candles unlocked. We get the stone stuff there. We'll just unlock all of it. Okay, so tier 2 is unlocked. Fully and completely. We spent it all. Alright, so. Goods and products. We can make candles. Produces candles in exchange for wax. We have decorations, which I'm not going to worry about at all right now. We can build stone bridges. Honestly, it might be worth it for me to put a bridge across here somewhere so that the people trying to get to this side don't have to go around anymore. I have no idea if that worked or not. I don't think it did. Well, yeah, either way, I want to make a bridge across here. So that way all people coming and go don't have to go the whole way around. That'll work. That should give us a bit of a shortcut across. Anyways, so back to where we're looking at there. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. The thing I need to figure out is, so we had the candle. Produces candle in exchange for wax, iron, and tools. Why does a candle need iron? What are you making the wick out of? Alright, so we still need the dairy farm. And we still need the cheese place. I'll probably put those down here somewhere. Like outside the perimeter of the castle itself. So I'll wait on that for a minute. Okay, so the party's over. But despite the fact that our taxes are at minus 25% with people's morale, because I am taxing them like no one's business, it's fine, don't worry about it. Drop that back before everything goes to heck. Okay. Let's see, City Stone Bridge. We can do nicer decorations. Are we starting to get any houses in here? Not yet. They're still building that out. It'll cost like nothing, so go ahead and get that online so we get our stone coming in. How does the service going? Are we getting close to capacity again? I'm gonna assign a second worker. Okay, so that puts us up to 174 capacity. Yeah, we're good for a while. Yeah, no, it reminds you of Banished, just got like no grid system, a little bit more in depth, a little bit more systems to it. So keeping it more interesting. Slowly getting the castle built over here too. Yeah, this is a game I could see losing a lot of hours to. This is the kind of game that I would absolutely, like, while I'm working on something else, I'd start this game up, get things stabilized, work on the thing there, pop back over, play for like 15, 20, 30 minutes on something, pop back over to the other thing. I very much love these style of games. It's basically a free-flow SimCity where you paint an area for the type of zone. The computer does it. For the residential, yes. All the businesses and all that, I have to put those down myself. But like for your just common houses and all that, yeah, it just you just go boom, residential, and as you can see here, like I didn't choose where these houses went. They just kind of shoved them in there where it could. But yeah, for stuff like the businesses, like when I go to do a butchery, I put the butcher there, rotated and all that kind of stuff. For stuff like the main buildings, like as you can see, we started with like this little church, and then I added a wing to it, and I added more to the wing, and then that wasn't enough, so I built these giant stone towers just to give it more capacity. We've got like the big manor house that has all these like weird little spires we've added to it, again, for like various capacities and all that. So I've got the brewery here. Let's go and add a granary here. To store, like we can put the hops in that, and if we make the dairy farm and the cheese maker down here, I could use that granary for that as well. I've never seen anyone in the pub lounge, or staying at the inn, but I haven't seen them at the lounge part at all. We have had people hit capacity on some of these other parts. So let's go to the inn, let's expand that. I wonder if it even matters if it's sticking through the wall back there. That's not what I was looking for. I can make it really nice. And have windows that look out upon the city from the hill. And I guess look out at the sheep. Alright. And then I can go to the edit mode on this and... scooch that just a skosh to bring that inside the area. And then what I need to do from here is paint the pasture. It's fine. It wants me to make it a little bigger, but I don't want to cut into our hunting grounds. And that's fine. We've been doing really, really well on our wool, so we can let that go. Alright, and we'll just let the building happening. They got the trees all cleared out. They're working on getting all this set up, which is fine. They are continuing to build that. No access to service. Won't tell me who it is, though. Maybe a person was just late because it's too far away. And little by little, the castle gets built. Do we have the entire... Okay, so we don't have the entire outer wall built yet. But they're working on it. They're getting there. And they're not really doing anything about the bridge. Okay, so we got more people who can mine stone. We got a bunch of money. Select mandate. So we can promote people. Is there anyone else who needs to be bumped up? You. Like, it does make me curious if it makes sense to bump up people who their jobs don't benefit from it. Alright, so we can influence labor to increase your favor. We can prospect for mineral deposits. Revise a labor privilege. Let's prospect. I don't know what that does. So let's just check it out, find out. I'm actually making so much money, I'm really not sure what to do with it right now. I mean, I guess I could decrease taxes. I'm not going to, but I guess technically that's a thing that could occur. Instead, what sounds like I'm probably going to do, though, is I need to increase the capacity of how much money I can hold. So we're going to increase the size of our treasury. That's what we're going to do. Oh, while that's under construction, it doesn't work. Well, that's not part of my plan. I mean, we already did it, so it's whatever. In the future, let's make 2 different buildings I can swap back and forth upgrading. Alright, well... That was a mistake. There. We just promote a whole lot. You start importing refined foods and not... you don't have enough? That's actually something I could have also done. Is any foods that I have below a minimum on, I could start bumping up how much we get. It wouldn't be the worst idea. We could probably do that with some of our goods instead of depending mostly entirely on our own supply. I guess in the meantime, I should also go back here Not using that land for anything else. Might as well make it more houses. Let's see, always set the purchase below the capped limit of your granaries. So when you have budget surplus, the way that way it's just supplements production. Yeah, we could do that. That wouldn't be a bad idea for us to do, is pop into the pop into here. So we're still waiting on having enough stuff there. So we can go into each of these. Buy until the inventory reaches the value. Right, because you can either buy or sell a product. You can't do both. Which makes sense. You get into like some weird stuff with that. So we'll say for right now, 20, buy up to that point. 20, buy up to that point. 20, buy up to that point. Stone, I'm not worried about. Not worried about the rest of this stuff, honestly. I haven't figured out where we get a lot of stuff from. We can leave it at that. Basically supplement our iron for the moment, since that's what I know I'm hurting on. We definitely don't want to open up everything at once, only to find we can't afford it. We just get blasted. Oh, it's still saying it got stuff we haven't found. It's probably decorations, isn't it? Yep. Okay. This is all going pretty well. Yeah, so the thing they're hurting on the most is just tools and planks. And the planks, we got 2 of these just churning away at basically full speed. Surprisingly, wood is low right now, which we haven't run into that before. I bet you a big part of that, they're probably running all the way over here to chop down the trees to get to that area, which I'm fine with. That's been a long time coming. Yeah. If we go to buy even more land, where would we even be looking? So we could buy around the other side of the river. Unfortunately, there isn't a good way to get across here. I'd have to build a bridge from here to there, which would be another very costly bridge. Just, you know, they might be able to walk along the shore there. I don't know. That'd be the next piece of land we buy. 25 monthly upkeep. But that would give me more place for doing stuff like cutting down wood and all that. Expand our territory. Let's wait on that, though. I'll probably wait till our, like, money starts to get pretty full. Ah, it's saying there's nowhere suitable for them to cut trees. I guess we've cleared out everything in range of the forestry places and doing. Alright, I guess we're buying more land. Because we can go here. And we can go to the forestry thing here. And for right now, we'll deal with that and we can clean it up later. Alright, because they ran out of trees in range that are fully grown. But do you find bread meet the most issue supply chain early on? Waiting for the wheat to grow, plus it has 2 steps till it becomes bread. Unless you have untouched forest, borers can be unreliable. Those are 2 usually supplement. You don't have much an issue keeping the cheese production going. Yeah, because the cheese production would just be local. But yeah, now's the same thing as we were running into that. The good news is I've got this area I've kind of left alone, and it does seem like the boar population is managing. That's at least some good news. You learn Davenport is imposing new taxation law on traded goods. The details are a mystery, but you know it yields considerable profits without impacting commerce. If you were to crack its secret, such tax would greatly benefit your village. We'll figure it out as we trade. Trade 1,000 worth of resources and that give us a new edict. Let my bailiff investigate. 20% chance that they don't figure it out. 80% chance we get caught. Yeah, that's terrible. One of the elders will tell us, so we can just pay someone. We'll figure it out as we go. Alright, so we need to be trading with Davenport. What does Davenport do? What do you do, Davenport? So you sell not a whole lot we want, but you buy our fish. So Davenport is buying our fish from us. So that should take care of itself in time. Where did you... Oh. Okay. So I wonder if that creates a net new node? Or how that works. Where did it go? Because there was like find... There was find like a resource node or whatever nearby. I'm not seeing it here. Unless my eyes are just not working. Yeah, so we can improve the trade route with, if I make storage for polished stones, I get a whole lot of polished stone. That's something we want to do. Do we ever finish this? No. Please prioritize this. It needs only like 5 wood. Because then if we get the 100 polished stone, we can improve the trade route, and that'll help that. Yeah, so it looks like they're able to actually skirt around the outside here, maybe. Yeah, so they could kind of skirt around the outside and do that. So we're going to plant their trees. It's still not convenient. But I could see potentially moving our lumber camp and all that. Like, moving them to, like, have a dedicated area like here that's just the forest we care for. Use that as our means of getting the lumber to be more stable. Because they've been really good, and then all of a sudden it just kind of vanished all at the same time. Which it should be coming back. It's probably when I cut that back, and as we've expanded, we just slowly reduce the amount of trees we're able to utilize. Okay, so with that, what was the resource we were looking at over here? I'll plan for the candle and the wax. We're not there yet, so that's not important. Right, it was the polished stone. And I will let that have extra surplus. That's fine. Okay, so we have spare people who can work places. Let's go look at our buildings and see who can have more workers shoved into those buildings. Just gonna max out the workers on every place we can. Ooh, one of our tax collectors quit at some point. Can't have that. We need that tax money. Alright, so let's promote villagers. Okay, no one needs promoted. Alright. one thing that did happen is our ridiculous revenue has finally started coming down. It's our happiness is slowly depleting. They're like, you're taxing us too much. It makes us sad. No access to service. You should be good on service. Oh, I bet you what's happening is we're buying all that iron now. And so it's just probably cutting into our money. Probably another factor we got going on. And those are struggling. We've got all our wheat being produced. So barring opening yet another one. Because how's this game significantly different from Settler series? Which was fun. I mean, for one big thing, I haven't played the Settler series, so I can't fully answer your question. But I do know that this one doesn't have a grid of any kind, so I can't really speak for Settlers. But for other games in this genre, like the lack of grid and having all that does allow you to have some interesting building designs where like the houses place themselves. Ooh, what do you got going on here? Oh, are you just still upgrading? I mean, that's awesome, but it's also kind of not good timing. I'm just going to keep upgrading my citizens. I know we have houses that aren't quite... It wasn't isometric? Yeah, sorry, I just don't know the Settler series to answer your question, unfortunately. I'd have to have someone who's played that before to be able to be like, oh yeah, this is what's different. I mean, a lot of these games do heavily borrow from each other's ideas. Because I mean, they're all simulating the same kind of thing. They should end up with relatively similar results. Okay. Just asking rhetorical. You're tired of remakes, but people who haven't played the old games should be novel? I wouldn't say this is a remake of any game. Like, that's the thing. You know, a bunch of people are like, Farthest Frontier, oh, it's just Banished. But I'm like, but it's really not. It takes the general concept and takes it a step farther. I'd also definitely say, like, the game I know of this type that came out first was Banished, and this is a very different animal than Banished was. How is this in relation to Manor Lords? You don't know the difference, but they seem similar. I would say Manor Lord, the big thing with Manor Lord is while it's got a lot of really cool concepts, Manor Lord also is nowhere near finished. And it's nowhere near as polished or anything like that. Whereas, say, this is actually, like, this is a finished product kind of state. Let me go ahead and cancel those two trades we have going up. Because it does look like we're just losing money onto them. But that's another one, like, Manor Lord is another one that falls under the same umbrella as, like, it's like Banished, it's like Farthest Frontier. It's a genre of game. It'd kind of be like saying, like, oh, what's the point of City Skylines when SimCity exists? And it's like, well, they're very, very different. But they are in the same genre. They do have a shared amount of that kind of stuff going on there. You know, it might actually be worth me putting a fence here to try and persuade my people to go down that way, so they stop bisecting that. I don't think it matters that much. But you also have, like, the painting of the areas and all that, so it's got its own unique way of approaching a lot of the same kind of problems that happen in the genre a lot. We almost have enough bread to improve our trade route. We have enough bread. Gotta wait till it ticks back up again. Because I think the bread is already on its way to someone, and it's going down. But the good news is it does seem like our bread is slowly working its way up. And we got Angry Pigeon under 3 stream streak. Catch the last streams, not miss a single one, so thank you. But yeah, no, it's kind of like, with a lot of games, people be like, this game, like, you know, game whatever is a name of game clone, and I most of the time will push back pretty hard on that. That a lot of games do quite a bit to differentiate themselves, even if they do have a lot of overlap in how they function. Which is fine. Because it'd be a real shame if we just stopped producing entire games in genre just because it was a little too like one of the other games. The ones I usually get for that is Stardew Valley. Like the games in like that the life sim kind of game like that. But we kind of go through the walk back of saying it's like, oh, you know, Coral Island, like it's usually Coral Island is a Stardew Valley clone. It's like, well, Stardew Valley is a Harvest Moon clone, and Harvest Moon is there was like a PC game that very loosely had where you had townies or whatever clone, and then that when you take a step back farther and you're like, oh, well, it's like the farm simulation, like where you just have the grids clone, and then that when you go back and you get to like the Sim City clone, that when you take a step back, and then you eventually get to Pong. And you get the idea. It's like everyone takes the other person's idea. It's like, well, what if we did this one extra thing, or this little extra thing, or did that differently? But they all definitely borrow from each other, and that's not a bad thing. Man, I'd definitely say, for this style of game I played, this is very different. Like, the amount of flexibility and, like, organicness of this is very, very different. For the record, this is a game I bought. This is not one, they didn't give me the key, I haven't been sponsored, there's nothing like that. I did purchase this game way back, because I was sitting there looking at it, I was like, did I get the key for this? At least, if they gave me a key, I don't remember, but I usually take any game, I get a key from the devs, and I actually have a category in Steam that's like, you know, basically, I was given a key for this. And to do that way, just when people ask, I can, you know, honestly answer and be like, hey, I was given a key for that, like, it's not going to change the way I respond about it, but if you are worried about it. But this is one I bought. But yeah, so it's, like, to me, I like that this is way less rigid compared to a lot of the other ones. I would not say this is nearly as difficult as a lot of other ones in the genre. Granted, we're playing just on their default settings. They have one saying that seems to imply, well, you know, the 3 implications, whether it's labor, whatever, I don't know if there's any combat in the game. It doesn't seem like there is. Or if there is, I'm unaware. Didn't we have at the beginning? Actually, let's look. I'm sure if there's combat, there'll be achievements related to it. Hidden achievement. A bunch of policies. Complete a military campaign on rules. Yeah, so the thing is, military is like the castle building as well. No, there has to be combat, because remember we had archers and spearmen and everything that we could recruit. I'm just surprised we haven't seen any type of combat of any type. And it could be one of those things that it's a game that you have to kind of pass some kind of threshold before that is a thing that occurs. We'll see. Yes, we're continuing to make more bread. We are using upper polished stone somewhere. You're still not built. Yeah, most of our effort is going here. Let's check what buildings we have on construction. See where we want to prioritize stuff. So ongoing construction. We got a couple. All right. So ongoing construction. We've got the treasury. We've got the iron mining camp. We should probably prioritize the iron mining camp and the brewery, I think. So here's the brewery. You're now an increased priority. And the iron mining camp was tucked right in here somewhere. There you are. We'll get those 2 done, because that'll help with having more stuff for my workers to do. And all that. But yeah, now the only time you'll typically hear me refer to something as like a whatever clone is when they're doing stuff like asset ripping. So where you see a game that is, you know, it's like Stardew Valley, where you're like, wait a tick, that's literally Harvey. Like someone just straight up grabbed the animations, like remade the PNG or remade the graphic files, which would probably be PNGs. Remade the graphic files, and then just straight up dropped them in there. Not like as a nod, where they'd have like all the rest of the game, and you would have a doctor pop into town, and you know they'd make the comments like, "I'm visiting from the valley," but like they're not story important. They're just, you know, clearly it's like, oh, it's an Easter egg. It's Harvey. Like that can be fine. But, you know, it ends up being a main character of town, and they're like, wait a second. You can't believe Rual keeps playing Pong clones every day. I know, Product Zomboid. I know. I'm sorry. I really need to play. I need to play less clones like Product Zomboid. Which, again, being sarcastic, I make the comment that one of the difficulties as a creator with Product Zomboid is because it is such a unique game. Other games you go to play on your channel, no matter what you play, are significantly different, that you're not going to have a very great shared audience. Like, some of the games that have, like, the largest shared audience with Product Zomboid is, like, RimWorld. And you look at those two games and go, what's the similarity between RimWorld and Product Zomboid? They can both be hard. I think I've concluded that list. Like, the art styles are nothing alike. The vibe of the game is nothing alike. They're not in the same genre. One is a zombie game. Arguably, RimWorld, you can get Shamblers in one little sliver way over here on the one side. A commoner has left. How dare you, lady? If I had the means to stop you, I would. But I don't. I'm assuming it's because they're getting stuck with, like, the not as good houses, and then getting upsetty spaghetti about it. I will say, all these houses are getting genuinely pretty nice in here. Like, this one's high enough. If we get the resident level, we can go up another notch higher and probably tax him way more. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. Snoozy ad. Aha, I got it. Almost had that timing of a raid directly into an ad. Luckily, I got ahead of it, so we could kick that as far down the can as Twitch will let me. But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know Salford Sal, let me go ahead and get a shout out for Salford Sal. Because for those who don't know Salford Sal, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out on the platform. Plays a whole range of games and playing some Timberborn, some Dwarf Fortress, and some Stardeus recently, according to Twitch. But also I know has played stuff like Oxygen Not Include, all that kind of stuff. Sal has absolutely wonderful content that, again, cannot speak highly enough about. Does a really good job of when it comes to playing games going, I'm going to do this big project, and actually manage to do it like on Twitch and make it fun and enjoyable. Which is one of those things I am a little envious from, because quite often when you try and take a grand project that takes forever on Twitch, it's hard to keep people interested, but Sal does it. But yeah, so it's done amazing things like ridiculous Timberborn waterwork stuff and all that kind of stuff. So again, definitely recommend. For everyone popping in here from Sal's channel, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games on Twitch. Lately been playing a whole lot of Product Zomboid, where I used to have a world record in that game. But doing a little Foundations today, since it went in release recently. Been enjoying the freeformness of it, where it's not just a whole bunch of grids, so you don't get like the Banish thing where you have like the row of houses, a road, a row of houses, a row of houses, road, row of houses, there's a well, there's a well. You've got your church there and your school here. You get the idea. Where it's like a perfect grid that you kind of figure out. This one is a lot more freeform, a lot more whatever. And it's been kind of fun to go with it. The lobotomies help, yeah. So what were you playing today, by the way, and how did it go? And also, if you got a raid run, don't let me hold you. But obviously, you're always welcome. But yeah, so I've been playing this today. We were doing kind of a little thing on the channel at the moment, where I'm spending Wednesdays kind of circling back to games that we either played the demo or early access of, you know, forever ago, that did a release, and being like, hey, if we liked the early access or whatever, how did the release go? Because, you know, some of the games, they come out and release and are really, really good. They kept kind of with that quality that, you know, the earlier versions had. And then there's ones where the budget ran out and they just rushed it out the door and it's not really good. Playing Stardeus. I need to get back to Stardeus. I played a little Stardeus probably 2 years ago. And I remembered it was decent, but it was very early access. So I wonder how it's doing now after all this time. But yeah, no, Stardeus was, I remember it was very promising back then. It's just, you know, again, very promising, but was very early access 2 years ago. But yeah, so this has been doing really well. I've been very happy with the quality of it. It's a very chill game. But it's been fun watching like the city organically grow. They got the whole thing where you don't put down roads. All these roads you see are just because the citizens have been walking around it, and then I basically have people who now it's their job to pave it. You can also like customize your buildings. So if you see like this monstrosity that is our church, you know, I started with a little church here. It was adequate. I need a little bit more space, so I expanded a little bit. Needed more space, I expanded it. Needed a lot more space, so now we have this weird thatched church with these big stone buildings on the back. But if I needed more space, I could pop in here and be like, all right, just go in here, chunk down our building. You want to make it really tall? We can do that. You know, and give me room for another 100 people. No, don't actually do that. There we go. But you can do a lot of... Could you still not do that? There we go. But yeah, so you can do like certain buildings are very freeform. You don't place the houses, you kind of zone the area for residential. So if we look over here, I have an area where I haven't actually got the house yet. All that green will have houses put into it. So you don't have like the grid, they just kind of make it happen, all that. Let's see. Okay, the 3D Studio features transferred into the game are impressive. Yeah, so there's like lots of fun stuff they do in here. They've got all sorts of systems to it as well. Like you've got, that's just information about us. You've got your thing where you can like modify the way your town works based on everything. You've got all your different trade routes with different people. You've got your different resources you can buy and sell and trade, which it's not like a lot of ones like Banish where it's like, the person has arrived at your trading post. Do you want to trade? Yes, do this, do this, do this. Like that kind of thing. You can actually set it saying, hey, if I have over 100 of this, just start selling. If I have under this much, just start buying. Most of them have the roster, most of them have the building list. You can get a breakdown of all your finances, which is pretty typical. When we have a party, I move my taxes really far to the right. They do actually have a log you can look back to see what happens, which is nice. A lot of the games don't have that. Sarcasm aside, you can't name a game where the buildings dynamically expand. Yeah, so you can kind of do a little bit of that, like the modular building with Manor Lord, but not in the sense that we were just like, hey, I need more treasury. Just straight put a tower. I really wish I had made this two separate things. All right, let's prioritize that so I can store more money. Because now that this is done. All right, so it's time to start brewing. You need to now be a priority so that we can get the granary built. So that the granary can start holding stuff, because now... Oh, you also use wheat. I overlooked that really important detail. Spider's been dealt with. Excellent. I missed the very important detail, which is that building will also need wheat, because wheat has been a real pain point for us keeping our bread production online. I'm going to accept here that we are going to be making Another wheat field. Yeah, so let's go ahead and put this wheat field, we'll put it right there. Build that, and I'm going to immediately modify this building. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another tooling building right next to it. So we can have 2 extra employees. And then we'll get this area over here to be wheat. I had planned to make that my dairy farm, but I need more wheat. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I need the wheat. So what we'll probably do is I'm slowly trying to make this into a lumber area. Probably down here someone I'll make the damn one. Okay, yeah, so I'd end up needing to buy that tile. Let's wait on that. I've been buying a lot of tile, and we are slowly getting murdered by the upkeep costs. So we'll leave that alone for right now. We'll make this another wheat area, and then I'll make this area down here for the dairy and cheese. We've been for more wheat? Yeah. So recruited more people. Alright, so the granary is almost built. And our giant treasury tower, which I may have gone overboard a wee bit on, is a little thing. But yeah, so we've been struggling on iron. Oh, you're short on coal. Okay, and I can't build more of you. I don't have a good spot I could shove another one of those coal things there, right? Okay, so you're fine here. So let's see another coal pit. Yeah, because if we go any farther over here, I'm going to anger those houses. And I don't want to build it way too far away. If I build it up here, I'm going to lose some wheat. Probably not a good place for it, but I don't want to put it a mile away from where we're doing our blacksmithy. That treasury should become a world wonder by now. Yeah. Yeah, I may have gone overboard with it. It's probably okay. We just put the money at the top. Like, you just have to go around a spiral staircase all the way to the top to jump down in. It's like the whole Scrooge McDuck thing, except it's like reality, so you jump on the gold coins and you immediately break your neck because you just jumped onto a pile of metal. But, you know, in our dreams, it's a thing. Trickle-down economy. You just put like a little hole in the bottom and then the coins just slowly shoot out the side. Alright, 5 more wood and we've got that. Yeah, prioritize you next. Because we are building a giant castle back here, but it is one of those... It's kind of one of the projects that Sal would get into. Where, you know, she'd be like, I want to make this big system here. And I got it all planned out, I got it all laid out, we got it in phases. And you're working on all your other stuff and just slowly watching it to come together. That's what that castle is. Granted, Sal would do a better job of it. But that's what that castle is. I've got this entire area walled in. Well, I mean, queued to be... Actually, is it walled in? Did we actually... Nope. Queued to be walled in. And we're going to build our houses here. And then I've got this castle. Which you can see, it's got like a courtyard, an armory, and all that stuff. I'll probably make it bigger later. But it is just an obnoxious number of planks and tools. Which is definitely not helping me get other things done. But that's okay. And you're still working along. We're still doing okay. We have our commoner has left. And I'm assuming that's because of access to refined food. And actually, entertainment. Not enough entertainment. And housing is low, and goods are low, and we have a lot of things that aren't happy right now. I have to expand that marketplace. That's it. Also, so when raiders look at that monument, they're gonna say, I ain't hauling that thing without at least 2 galleons. You get to the top, you get the gold, and you're just like, man, they could just come get me. I'm not going back down those stairs. Lugging this gold. So what are you unhappy about right now? Patrol coverage. We can fix that. Oh, why do I not have all of my guards? Okay. That's a thing that happened. Is for some reason all of our guards just vanished. Yeah, the upkeep is getting pretty rough. No access to goods. You want refined food, and you want common clothes, common wear. Ah, I see. I see your problem. So, you have cloth. We just don't have enough people making it, I'm guessing. And I don't believe we can just expand to make more. Alright, well that's not convenient. They're doing fine on the wool. Would be much easier. Yeah, it just has a zip line from the very top of the tower. You're not wrong. Just zip line the whole way down. You'd have to have it like way over there and start breaking real early. Alright, so this is a problem. So basically the issue they're having is they're not getting enough iron to keep the common wares being produced. And they're not producing... I don't know why they're not producing the... Oh, okay. There they go. Not really producing this stuff fast enough. So they're... It's still complaining about being too small of a field, but I don't really have anywhere to grow it. What is the dark blue? It's not letting me act there. There we go. Alright, so that's paint reforestation. So let's go ahead and do this. And go ahead and get rid of that. Grab you. That's going to be as much as I'm willing to push it, because that's where we hunt our boar, and that's going to be a problem in its own right. Unfortunately, we're just not getting the wood cutting we had before. Yeah, so people are getting mad because we don't have enough bread and meat for them. We also don't have enough common wares and shirts for them. And so we're really struggling on both of those fronts. That's going to need to be dealt with. We are working on trying to get the beer happening. Oh, good. So we got this. All right. So with this, I need the wheat. I need the hops. I need the beer. I need the extra beer, I guess. Okay. So that'll help, because that'll also let this run, which will help with some of the other stuff there. We keep getting more people, which is not going to help our clothing issue. So I think I also am going to need another place where we have that. So if we're looking at our wool, so our wool actually is... Let's have it start tracking the wool. So when it comes to the tracking of wool, our production output is 15. It's not saying how much we're consuming, though. Yeah, so it grabs 30 at a time to make the cloth at the weaver, but then make stuff for the stuff there. So it does look like we're slowly going to a deficit. Oh, here, we missed a spot. We're slowly going into a deficit on our wool. So I will need to have more sheep pastures as well. I need the game to stop needing me... to do a lot of stuff. Alright, so we got all you. It's weird there's a big spike there that I can't do anything with. There's probably a resource in those trees I can't see. And now I need to go to... Yeah, so you're already set up to build a little side building, which let me get 2 more workers, and then we'll figure out how big that field needs. I still think we do the cheese next. Get the dairy farm and the cheese maker. Because that'll at least give me another luxury good, another variety, which will make our people happy. Which should help stuff. Alright. Okay, so I actually don't like these nominees, but we're gonna just take what we can get. Keep the patrolling people to keep those from downgrading. And meanwhile, I got some money, so we can go ahead and mandate to make our people happy, like, upgrade our people or whatever you want to say. Select mandate. Who gets promoted. Any job that benefit from having a commoner as opposed to a serf. Cool. Common path reached 5. Alright, so we have unlocked the tier 5 tech, which is basically to make more goods and more decorations. We do need to do more with the tavern to make it nicer, but right now I'm just trying to get our situation stabilized food-wise and all that. Alright, so you can have 2 more workers. I can't because there isn't 2 more workers worth of people in my town right now. We gotta wait for the next wave of people. And then once we get that, we'll figure out how big that needs to be. And once we figure out that, then we can turn around from there. And we can get our dairy farm plugged in over here to, again, be on the outside of the castle. And I will probably put, like, the cheese maker and all that on this side. We're going to definitely depend on that bridge whenever, someday in thousands of years, we actually get it built. To carry people back and forth. We'll need another granary down here for all the cheese-related stuff. Yeah, I think the other big problem we're running into is just the wood. Can I move this easy? We probably can't, right? No. Yeah, so I think what we're going to need to do is move, where I talked about maybe converting this area down here into a dedicated place for the wood cutting since this area has been slowly collapsed in on. Alright. Oh, it's the map edge there. That's another territory I gotta buy, which means more upkeep. Alright, well the point being at least here, we've got that set up. So now I can go here and say wood cutting. Would cut away that whole area. Alright. So yeah, so it looks like lumber is the big thing hurting us right now. Part of that though is probably how much I'm building. We'll see. Like I said, I might also need a bridge to cut across here, but we'll worry about that later. How is this bridge coming? Oh, actually, you've made some decent progress. Yeah, if we boost that bridge's priority, that should help. Because it actually has already got all but 11 of the stone, and it's missing some refined stone, which I actually have exactly enough refined stone. We already have the planks, and we do not have the tools handy. But nonetheless, having that be a shortcut across so we can get the wheat to where it needs to go up here, and then to, like, not have our trade people have to go the whole way around should help. We're doing fine in all our foods, it's just the better goods. Man, it really sucks that that is, gonna require stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we've got it set to they'll try and replant all that, but it's one person trying to replant that, and anytime they have to run any distance, they're just not getting it done. If I go and I take another... If I get another tile of land, I just realized I'm selling the polished stone anytime I'm over 20, aren't I? That's gotta change. This is gonna hurt us on our money. So... 50... 50... 50... Actually, for planks, make that 100. Make that 100 as well. We're not buying that, so that's fine. For tools, 50. We're starting to get to, like, higher volumes of a bunch of these things, so... Because this whole area is zoned for housing. So it's just, eventually that'll get set up and we'll be, you know, getting more houses and all that. There's just too many construction projects going on, it's just dragging everything. Okay. So we got good shortage, refined shortage, housing shortage, entertainment is low. Yeah, I'm wondering what's considered entertainment for this purpose. Right, we saw the candle workshop, but I really don't know where we get that. And the fact that the candle workshop requires iron to make candles keeps throwing me. The reason I haven't built it. Because I already have enough problems with getting those supplies in. Okay, you're almost done. The elders are looking for wheat to help a nearby village. I am not going to be able to help you on that, man. I need that wheat for everything. More flour production online. We got the bakery fully online. Make sure we don't have patrols disappearing again. We're okay there. Alright. And how goes the tower? Tower's got all its stuff. It literally just needs to be constructed. So that's good. So we're going to get the bridge and the tower online relatively soon. Alright, Cerise, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Yep, they're buying our surplus fish. That's good news. We almost have enough bread to upgrade that route, which is something we've had queued up since the beginning of the game. I just can never get enough bread because I can never get enough wheat. And our population keeps rising, which surely is not helping. Yeah, so honestly at 200 you've got all these. So the city market unlocks a market hall for the city market, which lets you provide resources to densely populated areas. Okay, that's pretty cool. So that's a new building. City fortifications, the tavern kitchen, mining taxes. Alright, so you probably want to get that going as well. Once we get our other projects going, let's wait for this to finish and wait for the bridge to finish. That's just builder stuff. Or not, because you are waiting on the coal. They're building that over here, which depends on tools. I'll put that as a priority as well. Okay, so let's pop over here for a minute to the resources. It's fine. Let's leave it alone. I'm trying to avoid accidentally like getting a bunch more stuff queued up that's gonna be just another pain point. Yeah, so you're still waiting on tools as well. That's what's happening. We're just consuming all of our tools. There's nothing I can do to change that, right? Yep. And you're out of wheat. We are slowly going to be cutting back at this forest. You apparently have more stone in there than you need. Not sure how that happens, but okay. Alright, let's go checking if we have people who need to be bumped up to commoner. Just you. Right, so these ones we don't care about. That one depends on the castle. And we're not doing anything with the castle, or the monastery until the castle's done, because I'm already stretching my builders out too much. Do I buy another tile? I could buy another tile to get the cheese stuff on. I really don't want to, but I think that's what we're doing. Oh, that kind of sucks for that position, too. It's done. It's decided. Okay, so food. Dairy farm. But right there up against the edge there. And once we get the 150, I'll build that. And we can get our dairy farm back here wherever it fits. And then we can put a cheese maker up here and a granary. And that'll get us those supplies. We'll have a bridge to move stuff across way more efficiently. I was expecting the paths to change with that. Alright, there we go. That on the list of things to be built. Okay, alright, so they're not actually constructed yet. It's actively being built. And you're just yeah, okay, we've got things actively getting done. Yeah, so we can get that dairy farm online. We go over here to the other side and get the cheese maker. And we can get that built. Then we can go over here to make another granary. And actually tuck it right back there. Because then once we get that, that'll be good. We'll need to expand the wood cutting area and just cut down this whole area. That's where the farms are going to go. The forestry's trying their very best to keep up. I need to move that lumber yard. Like I need to set aside a tile that's like that's the lumber tile, and we just lumber, and nothing else. Okay. That's still waiting on wood and planks and tools. Tools and planks. You're waiting on one tool, which is already on its way. And you're almost done. Yeah, and unfortunately, the refined food and all that's a problem. We can't really afford to tax people more right now. They'll just leave. Alright, so everything's there. It's just a matter of construction. I probably needed to build a second builder's location by now, too. That would have also helped. Because a bunch of this is just literally waiting on the builders to do the work. I got 148 people. Still a lot of people without having access to goods. Which I think is honestly mostly this issue here with the iron. Which I'm trying to resolve with this one up here. Yeah, I do think the idea of making it dedicated this is the lumber place back here. So where this over here is kind of becoming a hunting area and all that. Just take all of our lumber stuff and just move it on down. Don't need to wait. Alright, so there's the cheese maker and the granary. We won't prioritize those right now. Leave those alone. We're also not probably getting any more housing because, again, the lumber issues. Commoner has left. Alright, let's check what job was vacated. Alright. I do kind of wish they had the thing with the buildings where if you say, like, have 5 people, that'd be pretty good about replacing the empty people from it. I don't give her people from the gathering hut. We also need to make sure we keep that tax collector. Yeah, so as I get more people, I'm going to need to reassign them. So I do kind of wish I had that kind of thing. Or at least when someone left, it would mark down like what what role now doesn't have a person so I can fix it. Okay, one of our wheat farms now has fewer people. If I get more people, I'll need to get that assigned, because that's going to be a snowballing issue where we don't get our better goods, and so people get mad that they're not getting their better goods, which means we don't get more better goods, yada yada. I can't afford to cut down these trees. Celebrating fishes. With so many fish in storage, the elders believe your village is due for a fish fair. If you can ensure everyone is having a splashing good time, there's a good chance trading values of this resource will improve. Alright, so when these things go well, they make my people really happy. When my people are really happy, I can tax them very aggressively. Yeah. That's the thing, it's like, you know, like one commoner blacksmith has left your whatever. Or even then, like I said, you could do the thing where you say, I want 5 people assigned to this job. And it would, like, as long as there's someone available, it would just rotate the person in. Now, if there's no one available, I'm down with the job just going vacant, because that's how that works. Okay. So we got multiple things are short on workers right now, which we'll get to. Missing raw resources and other stuff. That's understandable. We didn't have like our forester disappear, right? No, you're still there. So here's hoping that they're really happy with the way things work, because the last couple of them they've done that, which has given us a lot of morale boost. Which is then let me tax my people aggressively. Which let me do a lot of stuff. Okay, so get them making the charcoal. Because that's what's keeping us from making more iron. So that should resolve that. And then once I go and I get this sorted out, there's that. Some of the stuff here where it says, like, no service, I do wish it gave me more information. Like, is it no service because they didn't get there in time? Is it no service? Like, is it no service because, like, there wasn't enough room? Like, is there a range to it? Because I haven't been able to, like, watch to see what happens with it. Alright. And you're working on that. How are you doing? Okay, so treasury is done. I can now store over 2,000 gold. So that's good news. We got that done. The bridge is done, so we're now cutting across the bridge instead of doing this weird walk around the entire outside. Which is fun. It is curious that they cut around this way and then loop back and do that, but you know what? That's fine. We just don't have to look straight at it, and it'll be okay. We'll end up rerouting that a bunch of different times as we change stuff, so I'm not super worried. Alright. I need them to start having a better time, so that we can get the mood bonuses, if you don't mind. Yay! Mood bonuses! How does a medieval group build a tower that tall? Well, easily, of course. You just build one block on top of the other, and then tower. Now the reality is just shoving a tower that high like, even just the wind blowing against it, it's just a big lever. It's gonna be real hard to keep that thing structurally sound. Alright, so we got our farmers back online, so hopefully we'll settle that down. Oh, can we do the thing? Can we do the thing? It's like mandate. Yeah, I need to give them 50 bread. And I'm patiently waiting because we have 60 in store. It says currently 55 in store. And so I don't know why it fights me on this, because I want to improve that. Yeah, there we go. We can almost start taxing them aggressively again. I'm gonna wait till after the event to start taxing them a little bit more aggressively. Just to make sure we get the win condition. They're like really kind of on the edge of whether or not we'd get it. Oh, they're eating too much bread now. Alright, so paint pasture. I have to wait till I get some more workers. Start working the dairy farm. And it says adequately sized. Can we push it just a little bigger? You can get away with a pretty big... Alright, I mean, I guess we just go for that whole area. Make sure it's all set in the wood cutting. Alright, so we had a good event. Our people are extremely happy. So let's go ahead and raise our taxes by 1 tick on the commoners. Knock that joy down just a little bit. There's a lot of stairs for the wizard to climb. Yes. Just makes me think of Encanto. And just all the stairs in the room. But then he might get stuck in the wall. It's okay. He'll just weirdly eat inside the wall, watching his own family who doesn't know he's there. It's only weird if you make it weird, or if it was really kind of creepy and really kind of weird. That'd make it weird too. Oh, I should check. Any of these duplicates, can I make those something else? We already have cheese queued up. Alright, so we already got all that stuff queued up. Alright, so again, check on here. We're all good on all that. Let's go check on... Well, actually, you're about to build the cheese maker. I have no idea how many people I need to run a cheese maker, and we're about to get this granary built. So let's just wait on those. Alright, so the next move after all this, how are we at only plus 28 with as much as I've raised my taxes? I'm straight up price gouging here. Alright, so we hit 150. I can make the tavern kitchen, which could be a source of more money. But that is another investment while we're already working on this, which is coming along slowly. We've got about a third of the tools. It's wood that's holding us up. Just straight up boring logs. We're chopping down everything we can. But I am going to need to move them down here. And she's trying her best to plant all the trees she can. What we can do to help out here? Let's go down here. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and put a forestry here. Because then I'll assign a person to work on it from this end. We're gonna have them take over planting this area. Keep our lumberjacks continuing to cut as much as they can while we have more people planting trees. Hopefully pick up the log production. Oh, right, because you know what? I bet you these use logs. No, what do they? Do they just... Does it really not take logs? They just magic charcoal into existence? That doesn't sound right at all. Okay, cheese production is online. Anno 170 packs from mana. That's something you'd play? I own one of the Anno games. I don't think I ever actually got to the point of playing. I've heard nothing but good things. It's as well as things that I kind of didn't start checking it out till I was in content creation. And I brought it up a couple of times about maybe playing it. And at the times I brought it up, it got a very, very low response in regards to just... It's very understandable. These kind of games can be a little difficult to stream. Like I don't expect to play like 4, 5, 6 streams of Anno. Yeah, no, I'm aware of what Anno is. Like, it's not a game I expect to do a bunch of streams of. Like, I think we'll do this stream. And barring some like real major engagement thing that happens with this, so far as like something like, oh man, I've got to see more of this that I got to share with the community, that kind of thing. I think realistically what happens is we have our like one and done. You want followers to play GTA? Only if you're doing RP and only if you're like the handful of people who do there. Keep in mind, once upon a time, I did play GTRP on the channel. Now granted, that's where the channel started. I was playing GTRP, and I was like, you know, I could stream this. You know, for friends, no intent of doing anything with it on the channel. But yeah, no, you gotta be like really on top of the content farm with that. Realistically, with a lot of those games, the ones that are like the huge stays, if you're not in the right connections and all that stuff, were there. You thought all the viewers were Call of Duty or League of Legends? Yeah, there's that as well. But when you look at a lot of those, they're also some of the most streamed games as well. So when you look at it, the vast majority of content creators there are like five viewer type things. And then there's a handful of big names in there, which is fine. But a lot of times it's a common mistake people make to chase whatever the big game is. That's not what I wanted to do on honey. I wanted cheese. So we got the honey, we got the cheese. We'll probably want the cheese and the milk. We'll probably want to put art in there. Right now I'm just going to double down on those. Just keep them stockpiling. Now we'll get this online. Go ahead and make that priority, because that'll plant trees, which should help us get more lumber. We'll get there. Yeah, it's slowly but surely they're chipping away at the tree line here, which is giving us more wheat, which will get us more bread and a whole bunch of other goodies. They're still holding up with my aggressive taxation right now. I don't think that's gonna last though. When that Merry Fair bonus drops off. That's because the good shortage, which I'm trying to fix. You're still waiting on the coal. Yes, they do require wood. So that's the problem there, is we need wood, which I'm trying to resolve right now. So if we get that built, they can plant more trees, which means we cut down more trees. It seems like these showing off niche into the game are very much what Twitch was made for, discovery. And of course, finding chill content creators like yourself. Yeah, the catch, unfortunately, with a lot of the chill stuff here, is it can be very hard for... Like, it's good for the discovery of games, it's really rough for the discovery of content creators. Because generally, most people who pop on Twitch, if you think like you're a brand new person onto Twitch, you're going... Well, not even brand new. You're hopping on Twitch, you either have your creator you already follow, or if you're a net new person, you're going to be like, hey, I am interested in whatever game you've heard about. The odds it is the niche new game is pretty low, just statistically speaking. Not necessarily none. So it'd be very difficult to hop into a game that doesn't have a huge amount... Not a huge. Doesn't have a very significant amount of viewership. When you're in those cases, you're depending on raids for your discoverability, primarily. Or... I mean, you could put out YouTube content and TikTok content, all that does help. But you're basically looking at raids from other content creators doing the same thing as your primary discoverability. But even then, with that niche on it, a lot of it does still depend on, you know, those content creators also dabbling in stuff that's got a bit higher viewership as well to bring people into that area for the variety. So, like, it is a thing that when you're down in the niche stuff, you do have to, like, bop your head up above water every once in a while to bring new people in as well. It's tough. Like, I love doing the variety stuff, but, like, for example, I used to have dedicated Thursdays were my variety day, and I would play, like, RimWorld, I'd play Product Zombie, I'd play all that, like, my normal days. I played a whole range of games that were, you know, not small, but not big games. But when I went to the variety days where I played like really just off the cuff, didn't matter what genre, just anywhere out there, those were my lower viewership days, to a point I eventually stopped doing it because it just hurt my numbers too bad. Because very, very unfortunately, and really, like, getting keys given to you, your average viewership is what game developers consider whether or not they're going to give you a key. Sponsorship opportunities, it's going to be your average viewership that determines that. And it's like... Even like the discoverability you have on the platform, like where you're positioned, depends on your viewership. So it is just, unfortunately, as a creator, we get pressured so heavily about keeping our numbers up all the time. Because if you, like, it could be a thing that once you start to dip, if you don't take efforts to correct course, you know, as you stop getting keys, as you stop getting sponsor opportunities, all that, it gets harder to continue to do variety content because you don't get access to more things, so you have to buy those games out of pocket, and you're making less money. So, don't get me wrong, I very much enjoy, like, this, like, the variety streams are also the ones I tend to really, really watch as well, but it is tricky. So one reason some big creators use a second channel for the odd games? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's something I debated a number of times. If I have a game I know is not going to potentially perform well, like, for whatever reason, like, it's a game that's just so far out in the weeds that I want to play a couple streams in, I would potentially start a second channel. But no, there's a number of the creators in my circles who have their secondary channel for a game that they really enjoyed, but just really was not doing well for their numbers, that they would go play on the other channel like once a week, because it's just the harm it causes your channel when your numbers are down is just so significant. It basically forces your hand to not do those things. It's one of the reasons why when people pop in, it's like, play the game you want to play. It's like, okay, yes, I agree with the sentiment that if you're not enjoying a game, don't play it. But at the same time, play what you want to play is usually how you kill your channel. Let's see, it's actually really freeing to have a second channel. You don't feel restricted. Oh yeah. Let me go and get Lilo a shout out, who's an absolutely fantastic content creator. It's something I've debated a bunch of times, but I just stream so much on this one as is. Yeah, so Lilo plays a lot of The Sims 4 and all that. Definitely does a lot of fun challenge runs like the 100 Baby Challenge, Rags to Riches, those kind of things. So if you're into that kind of thing, absolutely check out Lilo. Also plays occasionally the other games, plays like, you know, Slice of Life as well, so has done like Stardew Valley and whatnot. Definitely good times if you're into any of that type of game. Definitely someone I'd recommend. Fun times over there. But yeah, so it's not an evil system, because it's not the design of the system that causes that. It's human tendency. Like, it's like when you look at, for example, what happens with movies, that we get like Marvel and everyone goes, oh my god, it's yet another Marvel movie. Why can't they come up with an original idea? Or, oh my god, it's yet another one of those. Why can't they come up with an original idea? But the problem is, those ones sell. That's what people search for. Those are what people hear about. It's really, really hard to... Like, games struggle really hard to get the eyeball and the awareness to get the numbers in. And as a content creator, I can help them get those numbers and eyeballs. But that's because I'm basically sharing my existing audience. But the cost of that is also, I don't get the eyeballs that the game brings me either, because I'm helping, you know, boost someone else up. And there's a whole juggle that goes there. And again, I'm not someone who believes that you need to go and play the Call of Duty or League of Legends. I actually discourage that, because you're just going to get lost in the noise of everyone else playing those games. But at the same time, it is one of those things. Ah, okay, so only one forestry building can be applied to an area. Okay, so we need to go to you, and clean this out. You can have half of this area. So it is kind of having an awareness of like, how big is my channel? Is this a game I could potentially find growth in? Yes, no. Am I likely to get lost in the noise? Yes, no. And you can play games that fall outside what makes sense from a strategy. That's okay. It's just you gotta do so with like a certain amount of what's the word I want to use? Moderation. Like, I can go and I could play Call of Duty and get lost in the noise. And I could do that a little bit. It would be a terrible fit for my channel, but I could do that. That would be okay. I can go and play games that no one's looking for, but I have to do that like once in a while as like just a thing for me and the audience I have, but then I gotta go back seeking growth. Because it is just a thing when it comes to content creation, you're always churning viewers. And this is not even content creation, just business in general. You're always churning customers. If you change nothing about your business, you're going to have a certain number of people who they're just not interested in whatever anymore. They've moved on, they've passed away, their schedules changed, whatever. But they stop coming back. If you change anything, you're going to have a bunch of people who don't like the change, and they don't come back. So you're always, always, always losing viewers. So it is a thing that you do have to just go out there and be like, all right, where's a place that I have enough of an audience I can get into, and you know, I can get into, get some new viewers. It's close enough to the content I've done historically that my existing viewers are likely to like it. You know, that kind of thing. Because that's another place a lot of people mess up, is they will... That's like, they'll, like, the one game they'll play will be The Sims. The second game they'll play is Call of Duty. The third game they'll play is Sim City. And you're like, you know what the overlap of the audience on these games are? It's not much. It's not much at all. Versus like, playing, say, for example, The Sims and Coral Island. I'm like, okay, there's some overlap there. There's something to work with in that group. Or the 0.005 chance of blowing up in TikTok or YouTube Shorts. Yeah, you do have that. And it doesn't even need to be on the other platforms. You can just be right place, right time on Twitch. And just happen to be in the right category, in the right moment. Get that big raid from a giant creator that happens to really well align with your content. And suddenly your channel just blows up overnight. That does happen. You can't count on it. But for actual growth that happens on platform, yeah, there's a million stories of people who got that kind of success. When it comes to actual growth that happens on Twitch, there's two ways you grow on Twitch, the platform. So not counting any of the ancillary stuff out in the weeds. The two primary ways you grow on Twitch is one, through networking. So that's people rating you, you rating them, getting to know each other, developing a shared community. All that stuff does help both channels. In addition to, it puts you in the recommended section quite often for the other person's channel, which is more natural growth across the way. Now, the key is, when it comes to rating, do you know what the number one consideration channels that don't already know each other take into consideration when rating? Even channels you do know each other. What category are you streaming in? Like, if I'm playing Product Zomboid, 9 out of 10 chance I'm rating someone else playing Product Zomboid. If I'm playing, see, I wish I knew what position you left. It'd be really nice if it told me. So it wasn't one of my patrollers, because that snuck up on me a bunch of times. Like, I'm gonna raid someone playing the same game I'm playing. So, for raids, the game category is very important. Like, you need to be in a category you are likely to get raids. Now, granted, if I don't have anyone else I'm looking at that I know is in the category, or just, like, I have someone who I know is doing something special, I'm like, hey, we're going to jump into a different category because this person's doing a cool event. Or just you're in the mood to just throw some love at a particular creator that you know is good and should, get more people over there. You go and raid them. Let's see. Yeah, but you feel like if you have one viewer, there's no point in raiding with a single viewer? That's not true. Still raid with one. If someone gives you a lip for raiding with one person, that's on them. They can turn it off so you can't raid with one person if they really care. Genuinely speaking, I've had a number of people who raided me with one viewer who later I checked out. Very clearly they had good content. And so later on I would go and raid them back. And granted, that means they're jumping from like 5 average viewers or something to having 80, 100, 200 people dumped in their lap. Which can be a little stressful as a small creator when suddenly you're like, oh, there's a lot of people here. But, that's the thing. And plus that person with like 1, 2, 3 viewers, that 1, 2, 3 viewers are more likely to actually come back than if someone drops 2,000 viewers on your channel. I would say maybe, if you're lucky, 1% of them come back. Maybe. Whereas, like, the odds of a smaller creator having their audience come back to you in the future is much, much higher. But, so again, the point being, networking is the one thing. Your raids, your all that feeds your recommendations. Which, again, does have an alignment with what category you're streaming in. But then the second place you get most of your viewership on the platform is the games page. Which is literally what game you're playing, because someone pops in and says, I want to see Foundation. Type Foundation and hit enter. Are you in the Foundation category? Okay. But kind of one of the things you run into is when you go into a games category, the vast number of people are never going to look past those first 2 rows. I forget, like, I know below the fold, which is if I have to scroll is below the fold, your chance of getting clicked on below the fold is like 1,000%. It's not nothing, but it ain't good. And so it is kind of a whole thing of being like, okay, as a content creator, I want to try to be in that top 2 rows, so, that's where you get to, like, a game can be too busy. But at the same time, if I'm jumping into a game that literally no one's looking for, that game's page isn't going to help. So you do have a lot of stuff you got to juggle with that. That's one of the things that makes being successful in content creation most of the time very difficult, is there is a lot of research, a lot of statistics, a lot of, you know, okay, here's my audience, they like XYZ, do I think they'll like ABC? No, that's not a good fit. Yes, that one's close enough, maybe there'll be some overlap. You know, you don't know. Being ready when something just doesn't land and be like, okay, you know, we streamed this, people didn't like it, that goes away, and all that stuff. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of strategy, and it's not being manipulative. I think it's just being aware that your viewers have choice. If they like the content you're making, they come back. If they don't, they'll go to someone who is. And then also being aware that you can do content your audience likes now, but you could also be pigeonholing yourself so that in the future, well, all of them are the same thing. You could be pigeonholing yourself in a situation that that's the only content you can make henceforth. And what I mean by that is, if there's certain games that, like, the people who watch that game, that's what they watch. Like Path of Exile, the vast majority of people who watch Path of Exile is what they tune into. Not all of them, to be fair. Product Zomboid's the same way. That's actually one of the reasons I get a little hesitant to play lots and lots of Product Zomboid, is it is a game that the people who watch Product Zomboid almost not quite exclusively watch Product Zomboid. Again, there are exceptions. Anything is going to have exceptions. But it is those things that means, unless you're planning on playing that forever, it's got to be you get in, you dip your toe, you have a good time, and you get out. Which is me being a bit of exaggeration. I've been playing like 3 months of Project Zomboid or whatever. Sorry, that's not true. A month and a half Project Zomboid right now, and I played over 4,000 hours on the channel. But that's one of the things that hurt me, is when Project Zomboid's numbers the last time just nosedived real hard. Because it was, you know, Build 41 had been out for a long time with multiplayer. People were losing interest. A lot of new games were coming out that drew people away from the category and all that. So all the creators in Product Zomboid were watching that number go down as, you know, the game was just, it had been out and nothing had changed for a good long while. We had almost 2 years without an update. And it was kind of one of those things that we could stay, but our audiences were fading because people just lost interest in the game. Because your main streamer plays that game the most, which is why you watch him, because your dog watered. The last time you tried, you kept dying, Alt F4, never touched again. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Project Zomboid never has gotten to the point that, like, literally wasn't worth playing on the platform. It never got that bad. But there was definitely a time that you had, you know, there's a good like 30, 40 of us in the English language category for Project Zomboid, and just watching our collective audiences all thin out. And there was definitely people who were the smaller creators in the space who felt it the worst, that they went from averaging like 30, 40, 50 viewers to 10, 20 viewers because the category was just losing viewership. And again, there's nothing wrong with Project Zomboid. Every game that isn't a competition or a social elemented game usually goes through that, where, you know, big update or big event happens, and then they kind of go down, it slowly declines, and then like the next thing happens, it comes up and it slowly declines. There's an ebb and a flow with it, but those bottom parts of that flow, that really, really bottom part, it's really tough to be there. Because that's one of those ones where you just watch your numbers go down each and every week, and you're like, this isn't a reflection of me. It's I'm playing in this game and people are moving on from the game, and it can be really tough to do that. So like for me, I stayed in Project Zomboid, and like it was already pretty steeply in decline, but my numbers managed to stay up because at the time I was actively in the world record run. So of the remaining people watching Project Zomboid, I was getting a really good chunk of them. But man, the moment that run died, it was a third of my audience was gone. All like overnight, 1/3 of the audience just viewership just dropped by that much because it's no longer the one on the top. And it was almost overnight that like my not Project Zomboid content had higher viewership. So that's kind of when I was like, all right, because I mean, I was very burnt out in the game from pushing that world record. So it's very much like pretty much overnight is like, oh, okay, like this is still in decline, and it's kept going down. I know, I'm not gonna say other creators' names who I was talking with. There was other creators who they only played Product Zomboid who were really stressed out that they were playing it as their only game on their channel. They had gone full time because during the hype from multiplayer and all that, you know, their channels are blowing up and they're getting 200-300 viewers and all that, and that's very doable if you're frugal for full time. And then, you know, it started to fade and they're like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't have, like, this is my job and I'm just watching every day. I'm getting paid a little bit less. The light's getting a little dimmer. I don't know what to do. And most of them ended up pivoting. I only know 2 that I could think of that stayed in Product Zomboid. One of them had to stop full-time streaming. And I only know one person who stayed full-time, and I think they even got a part-time job for a while. In the Product Zomboid space, it was just, you know, numbers got too small. It's very difficult to ride those lows. You see that a lot with Palia? Oh yeah, no, Palia was another one that like blew up, and I'm like, there is a lot of people in this category. It's like, and it was fun. Like I played a little bit. I didn't get super into Palia, but I can't remember if Coral Island had an update around the same time. It was one of those ones. I remember there's like 2 or 3 games going on. I tried Palia, and I was a little late to the party on that one. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick with my other one. I think it was also like the timers on the plants annoyed me. It made me think too much of like the Farmville kind of thing, where you're just like, oh, I don't want to wait on the timers. Which I get it, they gotta make their money. I actually don't think it's a bad game or anything, but it was one of those things that just rang a little too close. I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, no, that was another one that like there was 1 billion people in it, and as the interest waned on it, it just kind of imploded. Now, the King to Come, 91,000 viewers, plus 8K in less than an hour. No idea why. You watch the gameplay. Chivalry 2 combat was still superior. The rest of that, I think that just came out though. Didn't Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or whatever it is just come out or just do a major update? So people are all hyped about the major update. Then what we're going to end up seeing here is over the next however long, you know, it'll have that hype and it'll wind down. And then the question is, where does it end up? That's the big question. Because some games, when they hit that bottom, it's still pretty reasonable. Like, The Sims 4 bottom is still pretty good. Stardew Valley's bottom is still pretty decent. I mean, even to the credit of Product Zomboid, its bottom is still decent. It's just, when they get that big like Product Zomboid did, it's just too many people in the category. So it's just, until a lot of people start splitting off, does it become healthy again. There's one of the statistics you look at as a content creator is the number of viewers on average per person streaming the game is one of the statistics to be aware of. It's not a do and die. Like, none of those are hard and fast rules that if you're over or under this, you know, don't do it. But like when you look at a game, it's like, okay, there's 12 average viewers per content creator. Like, oh no, no, there's no room for me in there. That is people are trying to bleed stones in that category. But then when you're sitting at like 30, 40, 50 on average, it's like, okay, that's a healthy category. I can make stuff happen there. But yeah, and that's like what happens with like Call of Duty in that. You see those giant numbers and people get excited and you're like, what's the average viewer per channel? Like 14, which is pretty bad. But it's, again, you have a handful of content creators who are huge there, and then you've got 1 billion creators who have got like 3 viewers because it's just a saturated category. Now, anyways, with that chat, it is going to be about that time, and I cannot go long tonight because I promised to do something with her in the morning tomorrow. That's time sensitive, which means I gotta wake up early. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. In the meantime, I do hope you enjoyed Foundation. It was nice to pop into something that was, you know, something other than Product Zomboid for the night. And it was nice to revisit this. I don't think it's a game I'm going to stream again, because, like, it's a really fun game, but it's also a very chill, slow game and all that. which is fine. They're great for playing, and I think it's fine for like a one-off stream or whatever. But as like a regular doing it over and over and over thing, it's very difficult to stream those types of games and keep people engaged. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, if you're over on, well, first of all, if you enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Now, if you're over on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending because I can't raid out of there yet. So, you know, that is what it is. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. And then for those over here, because I'm trying to get ahead of this ad break happening.